Go.
What it is, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? It's 525 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. This is Flat Out Elected. Welcome, everybody. Beautiful Saturday afternoon with Knowledge Scavenger and Rand Campbell, who's on a break right now. He shall be back shortly. We are looking at the Stargate right now, which, of course, always points towards Polaris, and it helps us understand the sun, moon, and stars. Ladies and gentlemen, this should be a hangout about flat Earth and any other subject that anybody wants to bring to the table. Hopefully they can have some evidence. Flat Earth, the foe of the ball. Knowledge Scavenger, how you doing?
Doing all right. How about you?
Not much. Just Saturday, got to be honest with you.
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
Super lazy today. Sorry. Yeah, really lazy Saturday.
Yeah, we had fun this morning. Went to our son's graduation in a terrible thunderstorm, lightning all over the place, and we were all carrying umbrellas. Not much we could do about it, but you know, with something like that, they make you park a mile away and you have to walk. So we got there safe and sound, and everything went well, and there we are.
Wow. Nice. Well, that's good that turned out. And I bet your boy's all good to go and probably pretty, relieved I would be. I don't know how he feels about it. I'd be glad that's over with.
Oh, yeah. He was really having to give it everything he had for the last semester because there was an awful lot of work to do. But he got it done, and he's ready to take the summer off. He'll be working, but to him, compared to school, work is goofing off. That's how bad it was. He did his 4-year degree in 3 years, so he's ready for a break.
Wow, that's nice. Yeah, he's been 21 years old. I can't imagine. I ignored school for 15 years, and I still don't like it, and I still argue with the teachers and fight them, even in my mid-30s. But that's for another day to explain that. I'm the worst student. I got to be honest with you. I'm by far the worst student ever. But yeah, I'm not a school person, but sometimes college works its way into your life even when we don't expect it. But I'm sure he's going to probably get some sort of serious job though with that kind of credential.
Yeah, he's working already. He'd taken an internship. I forget if it was between sophomore and junior year or something like that. And they just kept him on and said that, hey, if you stick around, we will make a job for you and keep you on. And then if you go for your master's, we'll pay you for it. So he's got a sweet deal going on there, and should be getting some serious money pretty soon. And we told him, you're our retirement plan. You're going to get a job down in the Bahamas, and we'll all live in your basement. You'll never know we're there.
That sounds like a plan. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Maybe you guys can make it to the Dominican Republic with Rand over there, and you guys can start a commune that I'll try to join that later if I can.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Get us all in one spot like that, especially in a nice climate.
Yeah, would that be nice if we could have some pre-flood climate?
Yeah, it was nasty here today, but we will still, in the worst thunderstorm, we'll still take it over the ice or snow day,
Yeah, I agree with that. It's windy out here. It gets windy near the border of Mexico. That's my only complaint. So on a sunny day like this, normally it'd be about 80 degrees outside, but for some reason, I guess because we're high up, we're about a mile high, just like Colorado. The winds are chilling. So what you thought would be an 80 degree day, you're actually freezing in the house, believe it or not. I almost turned the heater on. I couldn't believe it. So it's weird weather out here.
Right around here, of course, we sometimes joke that we get all 4 seasons in one day. And we're used to temperature swings. I don't know. Sometimes one day it'll be around freezing, and the next day it'll be in the high 70s. So, and I'm not even kidding, especially in the transitional seasons, spring and fall. We get all sorts of weird swings of weather. And that's half the reason people get sick all the time, and it's just hard on you.
Yeah, it'd be nice to live somewhere tropical. That would definitely be ideal. But beggars can't be choosers. I
Right.
just go where God wants me to go, I guess.
Yep, I keep telling him, we could do a lot more for you down in the nice, sunny, tropical paradise. He's not laughing, though.
Man, what weird times we're in. Man, everybody wants to know what's next, and everybody is asking what's new on the flat Earth. And well, that's the thing. Once you find out it's a flat Earth, it's going to stay that way. But the war hasn't changed, that's for sure. There's more scoffers out there than ever. I noticed somebody made a hit piece today on Iran, and they got it off of one of our hangouts, and that was only a 5-minute video. But even the so-called, and this is a so-called Christian recording other Christians talking about this topic and mocking them and changing their voices and stuff. So the war rages. There's nothing else like this, and there's no shirts to identify what team anybody's on.
Yeah, and that's something I went over in one of my videos about Christians being, especially right now in this movement, should be unified more than ever. But now we're back to the same old, making ourselves our own worst enemies and losing an opportunity, because as we all know, everybody, a lot of people in Flat Earth are turning to creationism, at least in some form, and we're dropping the ball because we're more concerned with each other's orthodoxy than we are with actually knowing what the gospel is and reaching these people with it and knowing how to counter their false claims against the Bible. And it seems like every day there's another person with a sudden good following who wants to tear it down, and I don't know. I had expected too much, I guess. I don't know, from the conspiracy world to actually check claims that people make, but they don't seem to do it. There's just this one blindness, this one bias. I just can't imagine why that is. Can you?
Yeah, it's the same blindness. No, I mean, it's the same issue. It's the same war. It's the same battlefield. It's the same face, the same robot, the same excuses I've been hearing for 10 years. Like I think it might have been earlier today or yesterday. I was telling somebody that, don't you notice from years ago when you were discussing these topics with atheists that nothing's changed? Just because the earth is flat now, they're still saying the exact same thing. You don't understand science, or you don't understand what this, why don't you define evolution for me, whatever it is. It's all the exact same robotic knee-jerk reactions. And now the difference is we get them from Christians that are saying the exact same thing. And now for the first time ever, for the first time in history that I could ever remember, Christians are now asking Christians, how does God do that? So this is a whole new bag of tricks, a whole same old bag of tricks, a whole new group of people holding the same bag of tricks, the ones coming in Jesus Christ's name. And this person, Eve, who admitted that as well. That's by far the biggest problem, is the so-called Christians scoffing at this. There's not a close second. I actually need everybody else to attack me. I don't need so-called Christians to do it. So.
Yeah, it's the worst, like I said, the worst possible time. We're squandering a moment to actually take advantage of this open door that, decades and decades of debating on how old the earth is didn't open that door. But this one did. And here we are still mostly concerned about each other's differences of opinion on various theological items and forgot what we're here for. And it's just such a shame.
Yeah, there's some kind of block with these people. I think it has to do with influences, family and friends, things like that. But they seem to have this wall they just can't even look at. Like they don't even want to put their hands on this wall. It's like it shows up with that word, with the two words flat earth, and they can't even look at it. And they're just shocked back into their indoctrination. Supposedly good Christians that I knew for a long time before this topic was brought up. And here they are now mocking me and saying how this is stupid and this is just going to make people not trust you and just ridiculous. The same old robotic excuses we've always heard, but no, it's just worse than ever now. We had a guy come in the other day and ask a question about the flat earth, and then we answer the question. And then the guy says, "Oh, this is dumb. We're done with this. Is history. Like, this is not essential." And the guy saying this has never brought up anything essential. He's claiming he's a Christian know-it-all, and he never talks about essential topics. So why don't you go to any of the other discussions and point out the fact that they're not talking about essential topics? Well, because they're not challenging your worldview. That your worldview is still attached to man's religion, and you're still stuck on that, and you're not able to break free of that. And that's why you're attacking this flat Earth. Every chance I could, they'll come and.
Yeah, you kind of broke up there a little bit at the end, but I think I got the gist of it. Nobody's complaining in the chat, so you're good.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm going to hang out a little one topic, although it might not be so short, tomorrow on the Bible itself, because one of the reasons that Christians do that is because they don't have any clue what a Christian's supposed to act like. And they aren't sure the Bible is true. And those are the foundations. I mean, what are we doing here if we don't even know what to believe or why, or how to read our own holy book? And so it's just another one of those basics that fellow believers seem to need. It's how to read or how not to read the Bible. And that's used to be, people were more literate in general, but we seem to follow the prevailing society norms and downfalls like a chameleon instead of being salt and light. And so here we are being no different or better than the world, and we don't have any common sense because we're not getting it from God, from the Bible. So that's something I felt like I needed to address. And then maybe after that, somebody sent me some other suggestions on things to do. But it's sad when you have to keep going back to things that people should have learned, in their first year or two as a believer.
Well, what drives somebody to ask, a so-called Christian, what did God put the firmament on, or what did God put the foundations on? Like, why would a Christian ask that? Like, that's a question that atheists ask, of course, which is not an answerable question. So why are now Christians doing this? How does God do things now? Is a question I'm approached with. I never thought I'd hear that from a so-called Christian.
Yeah, it's. How did God raise Jesus from the dead? How did he make the blind see? Why not ask, how can there possibly be a God? It's the same level of question. The Bible is either God's word or it isn't. I mean, and if they're believing all the so-called liberal theology of the last 50 years or so, then they've got a lot more issues to work through than, what shape the earth is. I just can't believe if we're still doing this,
Right, and it's a continuous thing. I mean, this is like a wave, and I have nothing to compare it to, but you'll get 3 or 4 people to enter the room, and they'll just be stuck like they entered the room knowing, okay, we have to keep our opinions. We can't open our mind. We can't change our mind because we know we're on a ball. So we're going to talk to them, but nobody admit they ever get anything right. It's like they have a huddle to like disagree with everything, and it's these knee-jerk reactions. Like you'll say, well, what about this? And, Arcane and I are, and you and we're talking about this Bible, and we're just bringing up passage after passage, and every single time they go, no, that's not what it means. Every time, over and over again for 2 or 3 hours straight. I mean, eventually you got to go, wait a minute. Why would somebody act this way? What is possibly driving someone to behave in this manner? There has to be something else. There has to be something that this person can't break free of. I do think it is spiritual influences. I think that the spiritual influences put feelings inside of people. So when people feel a certain feeling, I think it shocks them and it scares them back into their bubble. And I think those feelings of dread, because they could be wrong and they're going to feel, and they just can't imagine the stupid term flat earth being true. So no matter what, we're just going to attack everything they say.
Well, it comes down to peer pressure in any case, because even in churches and Sunday schools, people would not speak up if they had a different opinion than the teacher or the pastor or somebody like that. And the same thing, of course, with the world, which we should like I said, we're supposed to be salt and light, but instead we are afraid of the world's opinions of us and are ashamed of the gospel of Christ because it makes us unpopular. We will get, maybe lose some worldly friends, and people have this twisted idea that in order to be loving and kind, we have to just never, ever criticize anybody. But of course, those same people won't hesitate to criticize people like you and me who will stand up to people, and stand up for the honor of God's name. So it's a twisted mess, and I don't know what to do about it other than just to keep trying. That's all we're here for, not to succeed, but to do certain things.
Yeah, well, let's actually solidify a lot of us. And this is a very small group. We have been shaved off and the fat's been trimmed off, and we have gotten rid of so much excess baggage. It's been a wonderful, wonderful accumulation of I guess, people coming together that don't have to worry about those things that they're still attached to as far as man's words. So it does filter out a lot of problems. And that's one of the great things, is that you can't get to this point unless you're going to put the right effort, unless you're going to be honest. You're going to get weeded out anyway, so you can't be here. So there is that benefit. But also it solidifies the fact that this battlefield has never changed. This is an attack on the word of God. And when you have these so-called Christians now getting on the atheist bandwagon, or the hateful, scoffing bandwagon, it just solidifies it more for me, and it makes it clear that this is the absolute battlefield. This is basically the entire world is surrounding us. Literally, you are in the center of this flat plane of existence, and the rest of the world is against you. So I look at it as actually a very good thing, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, even the creation evolution debate sort of kind of did that, but that debate kind of got old, where people got complacent, and it was like, okay, there's, the one side looks down on the other, whether you're a young or old earth creationist or any creationist at all, and that's kind of been around for a long time. And like I said, I've never seen great numbers of people at least believing in a creator because of young earth. But now suddenly, with the shape of the earth, then the lights go on. I couldn't tell you why exactly, but here again, we can't argue with what's going on. Can't explain it. That doesn't mean it isn't happening. It's the same thing with the earth shape. Just because, you can't answer every question and explain every phenomenon doesn't mean it's not true. I don't know why people don't see the principle,
Well, they get confused with the name. They forget it's not called we have everything in the entire spoken existence of God figured out. It's called we have flat earth. So it's not called we have everything else. So they won't talk about it. For some reason, they don't know that. They must think it's everything. We know everything in existence, earth. And that's why they'll never talk about anything but things that exclude the shape of the earth. They'll never mention the shape of the earth. It's impossible. And this first topic of flat earth comes up, you can't get a single person to talk about the flat earth because, well, once you do, it turns out to be flat and the argument's over. So they have to talk about everything else but the shape of the earth until their faces are blue. And there is no other option. And they're going to talk about how, for 5,000 years, we use the stars for navigation, which clearly means they're always changing. So yeah. What do you want?
Yeah, little things like that. It's like, did the constellations suddenly, do they morph over the years because they'd have to if we're moving as fast as they say through the universe and spinning around like that, spinning on the axis plus orbiting around the sun in a spiral, and yet somehow our views of the sky never change. They go through their seasons, but they never vary. The same constellations keep coming up. They're not out of shape. And of course, as I've said before, and nobody ever answers, is how can you measure speed anyway? When there's no such thing as a fixed point in the universe, and how do you measure how fast the Earth is going? But they don't let little things like that bother them, and they can't answer that question. So, by their standards, we should be able to invalidate their whole belief system, right? Would be only fair.
Yes, but with comments like, I can feel the earth move when I lay down and look at the stars, It doesn't matter. I mean, if someone's crazy enough to claim that they can feel the earth move and see it move by looking at the stars, then this has never had anything to do with evidence. This has to do with the psychosis. People have been brainwashed. They are so gullible. They'll use Google Earth instead of the Bible, and they'll say, "Hey, look at this Google Earth. Have you seen the new Google Earth?" And well, man, instead of saying, "Have you seen the actual Earth? Like in reality, have you ever, actually looked around at your creation?" No, you're stuck on the computer looking at cartoons of it, and you wonder why you can't figure this out. I mean, it's just pathetic.
Hey, you want to hear one of my favorite verses? One of my favorite scriptures is John 17 through 19, and it reads as follows. This is Christ speaking to his disciples. So he would be speaking, if he was here now, he would be speaking to us. This is what he said. "This is my command to you. Love one another." He's speaking to the disciples here. "If the world hates you, understand that it hated me first. If you were of the world, it would love you as its own. Instead, the world hates you because you are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world." Think about what he's saying there. I keep telling Christians, does Jesus pull you kind of out of the world? Like if you were drowning in a pool, does he just pull you to the side of the pool that you would hold on to the sides, or does he pull you right out of the pool? You know what I mean? When Jesus saves you, he doesn't kind of half save you and leave you kind of a little bit unsaved. When it says here, if you were of the world, meaning at this point, you're not of the world. So he's speaking to disciples that are no longer of the world, because he says point blank, if you were of the world, meaning you're not of the world. Nothing about the world you're going to defend. Nothing about the world you're going to get upset at when somebody argues against the world. You're not going to get upset at any of that because you're not of the world. If the world would love you as its own if you were in the world. So that's why there are certain Christians that atheists love. And that, people love to see the attacking of flat earthers or the attacking of, fundamentalist Christians, young earth creation Christians. That's why you see the attacking, because the world don't want to hear no part of that. And the world certainly doesn't want to hear that they've been lied to and they're not on a spinning wet ball rocket. And so, when Jesus says the world hates you because you are not of the world, he's talking directly to people that are no longer fighting for the world in any way, shape, or form. So when I see these Christians that still fight for the world, oh, no, it's a spinning wet ball. NASA's not lying. Oh, no, Donald Trump's a really good man. He's going to save America. Oh, no, Barack Obama was a really cool president. The best president we ever had. Oh, no, Hillary Clinton's wonderful. Her and her husband did a lot for people, and they have a great foundation that donates a lot of money. Bill Gates gave computers to every single school. He's wonderful. LeBron James just donated $40 million to students in tuition so that they can go to college. This verse is very, very simple. Very simple. He's talking to the disciples. And he's telling us, love each other, man. Because look at you're not going to get love from the world anymore. They're going to hate you. And so the only love you're going to get is from me and from those that I'm speaking to, your own kind, disciples. People that have the courage to stand up and no longer fight for the world, but instead fight for truth. And he says, love each other. So we're supposed to love each other. Like I love you, Pillbox. You know that, brother. I love Paula. I love Rose. I love Arcane. I love Justin. I love, anybody in this truth. I don't love the world. I simply just do not love the world. And you will never, ever, ever, ever hear me defend the world, the ways of the world, or anything of the world. I tried to watch a Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game a couple of weeks ago because my stepson was all about, the Leafs are doing so great, Rand. You got to watch them. And my friends were all posting on Facebook, go Leafs, go. So I thought, well, you know what? Let me just go into a live stream and check out the Leafs and see how they're doing. Because I heard they were a young, hot strong, fast hockey team. So I just took a look, and the Leafs scored within a few minutes of me watching, and the camera fanned across the crowd, cheering and standing up and going wild. And standing in the crowd, a guy stands up and he puts the devil horns up, and the camera stops on him as he's got the devil horns up, yelling, "Yeah, go Leafs, go!" And the Lord just showed me, no, I pulled you out of the world, Ram. Now, I pulled you out of all of it. It's all bad. There isn't any of it that's good. None of it. And anybody that is defending the world or arguing with you on behalf of the world, whether it's government, whether it's celebrity, whether it's NASA, it doesn't matter what it is, the shape of the earth, if they're defending the deceptions of this world, this verse does not apply to them. And I'm going to read it one more time because this applies to the Christians that have the courage to talk about the things that everybody else defends in this world. It says this, John 17 through 19. This is my command to you. Love one another. If the world hates you, understand it hated me first. If you were of the world, it would love you as its own. Instead, the world hates you because you are not of this world. I have chosen you out of the world. You're out of it now. Don't go back in. Don't even leave a toenail in it. Don't leave your fingertip in it. Don't even glance back at it. Don't even entertain it. Don't think about it. Don't even give it a second thought. It's done. You're out of the world. Just love those that have also been pulled out of the world. That's what Christ said. That was a command to the disciples.
Amen to that. Yep, the whole world is deceived, bro. And like I was telling Paula, I'm glad that everybody wants to hate on us because, I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be sure that this is truth. Like I've always said, the greatest evidence for the truth is who's attacking it. What side 8 months ago had absolutely gone ballistic, like in hordes, and started attacking Flat Earth was that I was before Flat Earth, and all the people that I argued with, all the people that I tried to save, all the people that I explained how they don't come from monkeys. Please trust me, you're not just an advanced Maneva that came from the virgin birth of stardust, and then miraculously made you. And I tried to talk to these people for years, and then Flat Earth hits, and the entire wave of these people came over to Flat Earth to attack it. And that was like just another reassurance, like, wow, look how obvious this is. This is just an absolute open and shut case, and these people have proven it for me. So God uses the deceivers. God uses the deceived. God uses the minions and the people that are possessed by whatever they're possessed by. So, oh well.
Even Bruce Shepard, who I've known for a number of years, I had to block him on Facebook. And I love Bruce, don't get me wrong. I mean, but Flat Earth just offends him so deeply. It offends him so much. And this is a guy who belongs, so I'm not going to mention the radio station, but he belongs to an online radio station. They all claim to be Christians, but they're pumping, what's that, heavy metal? And he's a heavy metal guitarist, and he thinks the devil horns and the 666 symbolism and all that stuff is cool. It's just rock and roll. It doesn't mean anything. It's just, an expression of, yeah, party, rock and roll, and we take it too seriously. And he's under the belief that music is going to bring peace to the world, that you can bring the world together through music without even understanding. Yeah, he can get the link. Without even understanding that Satan is in charge of music in this world. Like, what part of that do you really think music is going to bring the world together? And if you've been sold this dream, it's not a dream from God. God is not. Yeah, can I send it to him? I don't have it. I don't think I can send him. I don't have it, Paula. You guys are going to have to figure out. He has to join Flat Out Elected Google. These people have to join the Flat Out Elected community on Google so that we can, because we'll always post the link as long as they're a member of Flat Out Elected. But I don't like just handing out the link to people that aren't associated, that aren't a part of the family. And that doesn't mean he's not a part of the family. It just means that he needs to register with Flat Out Elected by joining the community page. And I can also give him the link through there. Otherwise, I don't know how to give it to him. Okay, there
He's here, so it's all good. Randy just came in. Yeah.
Okay, Flat Out Earth Dude. Have you signed up with Flat Out Elected community page?
Oh yeah.
Okay, brother. Yeah. So that's just my thing. Is that there's a whole lot of Christians that if you don't agree, there's a few things, to be honest with you, you wouldn't even know I don't agree with them that Christians do, because I don't bring them up. I don't make it an effort to go against Luke 9 verse 50, where Jesus says, no. If they're not against you, they're for you. I like, for instance, there could be an issue with the way certain people are treating the Black Hebrew Israelites in being disrespectful and calling them, specific, what I believe to be over the top insults. I don't agree with it. I think there's a much more successful pattern, or a much more successful plan to be able to get the Hebrew Israelites to drop all of their racism, because it's just pure. It's a racist form of scripture. So, but I don't say nothing to these guys. I don't get on them. I don't do videos about them. I don't mock and scoff and hate on them. It's just it's unproductive, and it certainly goes against what Christ said. Christ said, if they're not against you, they're for you. And every single Christian that I know of that's associated with Flat Out Elected, whether it's Paula, Knowledge Scavenger, whether it's Pillbox, whether it's Arcane, whether it's Rose, whether it's even you, Flat Out Dude, or whether it's Justin or myself, we all believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross. He was God wrapped in flesh. He came to die for our sins. He was resurrected on the third day and now sits at the right hand of the Father. We all believe Jesus Christ is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. We all believe the scriptures. We all believe the gospel. We all want people to come know the Lord. We all want people to come out of this world. So what are you fighting us for? Why, as a Christian, are you... You say that flat earth isn't a salvation issue, but yet we fight for this flat earth because we know it to be true. And now you're calling us heretics, and we're not saved, and we're not in Christ, and our father Satan has us lying to people, which now means that you do think it's a salvation issue. Otherwise, you wouldn't be attacking us. Bottom line is this: I'm never going back to a ball earth. It's not going to happen. There is nothing you can say, show me. Even if they picked me up in a helicopter and flew me over to the space shuttle and flew me up high enough that I could see the entire Earth, and it was exactly what they say it is, and it's a spinning wet ball rocket, I'm still going to think that they tricked me and something ain't right. I don't trust them. So I'm to the point now where, no, there's no way that I am ever coming back to a spinning wet ball. But I am a Christian, so I expect you to treat me as such. You treat me with the respect that you would treat a disciple of Christ, because that's exactly what I am.
Yeah, whether it's Hebrew roots or Black Hebrew Israelites or whatever it is, they don't seem to know Galatians 3:28, which is that there is no slave or free, no Jew or Gentile, not even male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. It's not talking about how anyone can be saved. It's talking about how we relate to each other when we're saved, because he's talking about who are in Christ. And so when people make some other thing a point of division, they aren't teaching division, which the other scripture says, beware of those who teach division. It's splitting the body apart when people make something like that an emphasis. It doesn't have anything to do with the gospel. Even eternal security, Calvinism, all those different things, those are all points of division. And I understand in some cases that how could people, worship together if, for example, they don't believe that a woman should preach, then how, those who do, how can they possibly be in the same place, But the point is that there are too many things that are absolutely not going to affect how anyone is a Christian, that being used to divide us, and we fall for it. And that's the worst thing, is that we keep falling for it.
Yeah, and those people, Ram, that bring up the salvation issue or talk about essential, every single person that said that to me is not talking about essentials or salvation issues anyway. I mean, I'd put my life on it. They don't critique themselves when they're not talking about things that they're telling us to talk about. I asked one of these guys, well, when was the last time you talked about a salvation issue? And of course, I'm still waiting. So it has nothing to do with anything except people's pride and the fact that they're too embarrassed or scared or something. And I'm sorry, but it's, that's not going to help you, that you're worried about your friends and family. If you're worried about your friends and family over truth, you're not qualified. Flat Earth dude, what is going on, man?
What's up, man? How you guys doing tonight?
Chilling on the flat plane, bro.
Yeah, man, me too. I'm only going to be in here for just a little while. I got a buddy coming over. Dude, I think he's like halfway a flat earther too, man. He's a really cool. He's like my best friend, but I don't know. I know he has eyes to see and definitely ears to hear. He's definitely not a judgmental person or anything. He's awesome. So we're probably going to go. My girlfriend works at this bar. We're going to go over there, get some food. I'm not a big drinker, but they got some good food there, man. So I'm going to go there and get some food.
Where is this you're going?
It's this place called Cheers.
Cheers?
Yeah, it's like a little bar, but they serve like really good food. They got like this like Philly cheesesteak that's like really on point.
All right.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna go and drink. I'm not a big drinker, so.
Yeah, the best way to kind of bring a friend to Flat Earth is just find a really good video and tell him, here, watch this. And if he's willing to watch the video, he's halfway there. And I don't care, anybody that watches one video is going to watch a second, third, fourth, and fifth. And at some point, they're going to call you and go, wow, something ain't right. And then they're going to
check
be
this
like,
out.
You know what? It's flat.
Check this out. Whenever I asked him one time, we were sitting in my living room. I was like, dude, so what do you think the shape of the earth is? And he was like, he looked at me and then he looked at the table and he was like, well, and I have like a really round glass table in my living room. And he was like, well, I think it looks like the shape of that table right there. It's cool because my table has it's a table with like 4 little pillars on it. And it's like really big, like oval glass. And, yeah, he was like, that's what I think. So I think he is a flat earther. I don't think I need to convince him or anything. I think he is. He's just not a very talkative person when it comes to it. But when I asked him what he thought the world looked like, he said flat and stationary. So I don't think I need to do any convincing or anything.
Well, it is. I mean, and I don't understand. Well, I do understand, but I don't want to understand why Christians argue it. Like, don't argue it. Just accept that you don't have eyes to see and ears to hear. Just accept that when God said, don't be of the world, that you just can't seem to not be of the world. You have this desire in you to be of the world. It's just, you do. And you can say you're not of the world, but if you fight for NASA, if you fight for science, if you fight for the world, then guess what? You're of the world. You know what I mean? There was a day, back in my day where, rats, stool pigeons, cop collars, because I was a gangster, I wouldn't defend them. Once we knew somebody was a rat or, one of those types of people, and everybody in the crew knew, so-and-so's a stool pigeon. He's a rat. He's a cop collar. He's working for the police. I didn't defend him. I didn't say to everybody else in the room, no. Well, I know he's that, but, his wife makes a really good lasagna. And, he drives a really nice car. And, I like his brother, Joey. So, and then we start defending him. No. Satan's a rat. Satan's a stool pigeon, a liar, a conniver, a thief, a deceiver. I'm not defending him in any way, shape, or form. I'm not of the world. That's why Christ said, I pulled you out of that, man. I pulled you out of the world. If I pull you out of something, if I pull you out of a fire, Why are you trying to go back in? I pulled you out. Act like you're out of the fire. You're saved, right? Yeah, I'm saved. All right, then act like you're saved. Don't look back at what was consuming you and defend. Well, you know what? I know you pulled me out of the fire, Lord, but I sure do like to roast marshmallows every once in a while, so I'm going to go back in and roast a few marshmallows. You don't mind, do you? The Lord's going to be like, no, either you're for me or you're against me. You can't serve two masters.
I just heard
And so when the Lord takes you out of that world, you got to come out. Come out of the world. Don't be like a foot in the world, a toe in the world, even a breath in the world. You got to be completely out of the world, not defending it. Even if something is going on that is going against the world, and you don't necessarily have the information or the fortitude to disagree with the world, at the very least, don't defend it. Even if you still have a little bit of that heart, your heart's still a little bit in the world, and you hear somebody going, "Oh, that darn world, it did this and it did that, and it's lying and it's cheap." Don't feel the need to defend the world, even if you think we're wrong and the world is a spinning wet ball and NASA is telling the truth. Even if you think that, you're a Christian. Shh. Don't go to war with your brothers. Don't go to war with your brethren. Just shh. Don't say nothing. Just watch. Don't say nothing. Just be quiet. Be quiet. Quick. Jesus said, no, if they're not against you, they're for you. Shh. Don't say nothing. Don't go into Christian hangouts and flat earth hangouts mocking and scoffing the brethren. Just shh. They believe Jesus died on the cross. They love just like you love. They're Christians. They follow the Lord. They put their heart and soul into the Lord. Shh. Don't say nothing. Wait. No. Go do some research. Get a real hard look at what they're talking about. And if you don't want to do the research, shh. Don't say nothing. Just let them do their thing, man. You go and preach the gospel on the street corner. Go sit in a coffee shop and read scripture to an old lady. Hand out some refreshments at the sidelines of the battlefield. But please, shh, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Jesus said, no. If they're not against you, they're for you. Don't stop them. Don't stop them.
What you got on that, Flat Earth dude? He's already at the bar, Rand. He's getting his first beer right now. That's why he's not coming back. What up, dude?
Nah, man. Sorry, I had to go to the
Just kidding. Go
bathroom. What's going on, guys? I didn't hear anything you said, though. I went to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, that's okay. Rand doesn't care. Just realize that we're not to critique Christians doing their jobs, man. Even if someone's on the street corner right now talking about evolution all day, am I going to say, hey, that's a waste of time? Well, no, but I'm going to say, hey, you know about flat earth? He says, no, I don't care about that. I say, okay, continue what you're doing. You know, that it's that simple. I mean, why do people come and stop this? Why do so-called Christians attack this truth? Of all these things that people are talking about, of all the stupid hangouts going on, of the ridiculous, frivolous conversations, I want to talk about the AT3P synthase of the molecular structure of how DNA protons consistently replicate with RNA structures because the deoxyribonucleic acid structures actually have mutated with the transmutation. Like that, what is that going to do? Like, what am I going to do? That's fine. If you want to talk about that all day, that's fine. I'm going to talk about flat earth, which annihilates that entire argument for me in 1 second anyway. You know, this thing is so big, and that's the thing. This cleans up. This is like a street sweeper. This is like God's street sweeper, just going through the streets of Christianity and just sweeping everybody to the sides that doesn't want to get on board. And anybody who gets on board gets swept up into this street sweeper, a big red one. And that's who the people are that are supposed to go in for the team and do God's work and fight at the battlefield and be at the front lines. And like Paula was pointing out the other day, there's a spot in the Bible where God is directing on what type of soldiers you need for war. You know, so I think that there's probably more than one meaning for that. You know, I guarantee.
I want to address Shanna Honey. I don't know if I'm saying a Honey in the chat. Her name Shanna Honey is talking about Stephen Hawkins being a puppet. And then Joanne says, yeah, he's a phony. It goes even deeper than that, people. When you say he's a puppet, do you mean like a real live flesh puppet in that he's been kidnapped, drugged, and put in that chair and demobilized through drugs and shock therapy? And he knows exactly what's going on around him, but he's in a skin prison and can't even come out of what they're doing to him. He's literally a flesh puppet. And there's men in the back room. That's right. Then Shanna, good for you. You're really awake. What there are people in the back room on a computer punching all of the things and making it seem like he's saying it. He's not saying any of the things he says. He's literally a flesh puppet. Period. And there's videos out on it where he got up out of that chair because the drugs wore off, and he tried to run out, and they put him back in the chair, and he was begging them to let him go home to his family. So yeah, you can take that for what it's worth.
I was just going to interject too before we got too far from it on the verse in the Bible that says, "Who are you to judge someone else's servant?" And that's what Pillbox was talking about with Christians spending more of their time cutting down other Christians for the way they say things or the way what they emphasize, instead of uniting around the gospel and against the world. And like we mentioned that they probably haven't read Galatians 3:28. They haven't read this one either about judging someone else's servant. So I just wanted to throw that in there. But I agree about Stephen Hawking.
Oh yeah, he's a skin
Yeah,
puppet.
yeah, me too. I agree.
Yeah, they kidnapped him, and they've been working through him with computers. What's going on in this world is so deceptively nasty and unimaginably insane. They're using him as a flesh puppet. So many people idolize him and refuse God because of everything he said. Everything he said has just been to remove God, and 80% of the world, well, most certainly 80% of, well, I'll just say it, I would say 90% of the world thinks that he's exactly what they've got you believing he is, and he's not. They are literally controlling him with drugs and a computer, and if he could sober up off the drugs and escape, you would find out that that's never been him. They're just using him, putting him on a stage in a wheelchair and demobilizing him with drugs and electrotherapy. It's crazy. And I know it's like, oh, how could you say that? He's the smartest man in the world. Is he? Well, then ask yourself this: with today's technology, why are they still using that voice? You don't think they could give him any voice? How do you know that, Tim? You really believe that his thoughts are going through a computer and he can transmit thoughts through a computer? No. They are literally using him as a flesh puppet to manipulate the masses, and it's working. What a brilliant way to control the masses, to deceive people that think they're smart. Put somebody on a stage in a wheelchair, so you have the sympathy. That's the heartstring pulling. They're gonna emotionally get you with emotion. They're gonna call him the smartest man in the world, so the intelligent people are gonna be like, "Oh wow, he's the smartest man in the world," and they're gonna feel like they're connected to him. And now they've got you. They've literally got you listening to a flesh puppet, while men in the back behind the curtain are on a computer, putting all that information out to make it sound like it's what he's saying. And it's not what he's saying. It's all pre-programmed manipulation. And I feel sorry for the man, because that's not him speaking. What he's saying inside his head is, how do I get out of here? And look what they're doing to me. He's screaming on the inside of his head for it all to stop, because he knows what's going on. You people really think that that's him, and it's not him. I'm not talking about the people viewing here. I'm talking about people that might watch this and not understand it. That's not Stephen Hawkins. That's a computer that's talking through him.
I don't know if you saw a video, I forget which channel it was on, where they showed someone feeding him with a spoon, and in the reflection of the spoon, you can see that it never even went into his mouth, but he's chewing or whatever, drooling, swallowing, whatever. And they showed through that reflection that it was all a sham. I mean, the spoon was just, was a little bit off camera, but you could see the reflection on the bottom of it, that it never went into his mouth. So, yeah, it is a charade.
Yep, 100%. Oh, flat out math. You know what my evidence is, flat out math? You want me to tell you what my evidence is, seeing as you say I don't have any? My evidence is very, very simple. Grab a crayon and a napkin. You're going to need to write some of this down because I already know you're not going to be able to retain any kind of truth. So I'll just wait for you to grab a crayon. You got one, flat earth math? Okay. All right. We'll start writing this down. This world is deceived. Not partly. Not kind of a little bit over here and a little bit over there and sort of and just, you know, not always, and it's deceived on Mondays but not Wednesdays. No. This world is one massive deception. And anybody who is in a position of power, anybody who is in a position of influence, anybody who is in a position of having a platform to control, condition, and dictate humanity. Anybody that is in a position to do that is involved, whether or not you know it or not. I don't care. If you don't understand what's going on in this world and the deception of what's happening, that's on you. That's going to be between you and God, because God said we will all be without excuse. You're going to stand before God one day, and this is exactly what you're going to say. I already know your type. You're going to be shaking in your boots, peeing your pants, drooling like a 2-month-old baby, and you're going to say this to God. But I never knew. Nobody told me. I did not. I was deceived, and God's going to go, no, actually, I sent you many, many people. When the information started coming out, when I ripped through the veil and I started pouring the truth into the world, I poured it into some messengers. I poured it into some people with courage to tell this truth. I poured it into some disciples. I poured it into some people that I elected in those times to share the truth of what's going on in this world. And those people I put directly in your path. As a matter of fact, I made you go listen to them so that you would be able to hear it. So tell me again, what is it that you don't know? What is it that you were never told? What is it that you seem to think you have an excuse for? You have no excuse. You have zero excuse, flat earth math. You know the truth. It's been told to you. Everybody has told you this truth. I see you in every hangout with the same foolishness, day in and day out, day in and day out. You know your biggest mistake is coming to these hangouts, because this is where you lose your excuse. You would have been better off going to a bowling alley. You would have been better off in a bar drinking beer. You'd have been better off in a crack house smoking crack than to come to these hangouts and have the truth told to you, so that when you stand before God, you're going to have no excuse. And you have no excuse, brother. This world is not what you think it is. This world is flat. Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. God is the great creator. Satan is the God of this world for a very short time. It's almost over. He has deceived this world greatly and in every possible way. To the nth degree, this world has been deceived. And there are a very small handful of people that have actually woken up. I happen to be one of them. And what you need to do, just a second, and what you need to do is you need to go ahead and listen and quit talking.
Yeah, and well said, Ren. But for Flat Earth Math Charles's sake, he's a teacher that gets paid $35,000 a year to tell people that they're on a magical spinning ball. So I understand that he's kind of stuck, and that's not a position I want to be in. I feel sorry for him, because I couldn't imagine myself being in that position and then waking up years later and realizing that I've lied to children or my students for decades. That's got to be a huge shocker. But that guy has exposed himself, Rand. I mean, he was here harassing us for 8-9 months and didn't even know who Admiral Byrd was until 8-9 months. In fact, I'll never forget the date. I keep saying this. It's November 17th, 2016 was the first time Flathead Charles ever found out that Admiral Byrd and who this guy was. He had no idea. So, you know, these guys harass us for almost a year and don't even know who like the main people are that we talk about. That was my first awakening as far as how willfully ignorant these people are. They don't even it takes 5 minutes. You know, a kindergarten kid could probably look up something on this and probably find something about Richard Byrd very shortly, but for some reason it's impossible for a teacher of the United States indoctrination system. Go figure.
Yeah, I'll never understand anybody's motivation for continually staying in an area with people who believe something you don't believe. And, you know, year after year or whatever, however long it's been, not winning converts, and nothing ever changes. There doesn't seem to be any purpose for it. You know, they say, you know, whoever they are, you know, the people that hang around in an environment where they don't agree with the majority, what is the payoff? I mean, some will say that I've heard would say, well, we're trying to get rid of ignorance. We're trying to help people. But their method of helping often comes in the form of trolling or insults, or just won't leave people alone, and treating every conversation like it's a debate challenge. And, you know, when there's both sides can point to documents or videos or other reference material and say, okay, here's what I think. You can study it if you want. I can help you find resources if you're interested. That's how you win people over. You don't win them over by continually hanging around in an area where your viewpoint are largely rejected, and just, you know, for no apparent reason. I have a hard time believing it's because of an altruistic wish to help people. There's something else going on with that, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, it's like, you know why you'll never ever see me in a crack house?
I can't guess.
Yeah, no crack houses for me either.
Yeah. You know why you'll never see me in one? Well, first and foremost, I don't smoke crack. And secondly, you're not going to get somebody to quit smoking crack while they're in a crack house. You understand what I'm saying? So we're in a Google Hangout talking about flat Earth. Do you really think you're going to come into a flat Earth hangout and convince people that are hosting or having a flat Earth discussion? You think you're going to, in that moment, convince them to go to the very thing that they're opposing? You might be able to get me into a ball Earth hangout and maybe convince me. I don't know. I highly doubt it. But you're not coming into a flat Earth hangout and convincing flat Earthers into a ball. What he doesn't understand, here's his dilemma. Here is the full retard moment. They don't understand a very simple, obvious. I mean, this is just an obvious. We were in the exact same classroom you were in. So all that globe Earth stuff that you love, and all that globe Earth stuff, the Earth stuff that you believe in, and all of that stuff, we were there, brother. We were there. I was there 3 years ago. I was right there with you. If somebody would have said to me on a street corner, hey, the Earth is flat, I'd have been like, all right, bro. Good for you, man. And I would have probably shook my head and moved along. So I was where you are. I would have never argued with him. I would have never tried to steal him out of his belief. But I most certainly, probably would have denied him any kind of conversation, because I would have thought it was crazy. But I know better now. So the problem that a lot of these ball earthers have is that they seem to forget that we were once ball earthers. The problem is you were never a flat earther. It's not like you were a flat earther and you figured out it was wrong and went back to ball earth. If that was true, I might say, okay, well, what did you find out then that brought you back to the ball? What was it? But that's not the case. You were never a flat earther. Because here's the truth. You can never go flat and then go back to the ball. You can't. Once you understand the flat earth, you're not going back to the ball earth. So what you need to understand is you're not going to change anybody ever. At this point, all you're doing is mocking yourself, because you're going to find out that the earth is flat, and then you're going to be reminded of all these stupid comments you make, and you're going to have no excuse.
Now, that's the same thing with the creation evolution debate, is that they seem to forget that we all had to go to the public schools and pass the tests and tell them everything they wanted to hear, whether we believed it or not. We had to understand evolutionary theory. We had to understand all their biological classifications that are completely arbitrary. We had to understand all those things about cosmology and the Big Bang and relativity and everything. We had to pass those tests. So again, it defies explanation as to why anyone would sit here and talk to us as if we'd never been exposed to these ideas. The problem is that we have, and a lot of people did go into it with the intent of proving it wrong, and saying, I'm going to show by doing my own research how this idea has to be false. And too many people said I couldn't. And that's why they're here. And to think that we're just going to, throw out a few citations of authoritative documents or trust organizations that clearly use fakery in their videos or anything like that, and take tons of money and have people lie in front of Congress about why they, whether they flew first class. The head of NASA did that not too many years ago. I don't understand. Here again, it seems disingenuous to me when people say we're here to help you or tell you something that you don't know or didn't understand, when in fact we had to get through school. So it doesn't make any sense, that excuse for continually hanging around in these Flat Earth hangouts.
Well, he's got to find something to do. I got to be honest with you, Rook. Let me say this real quick, Rand. These people, Rand and Paula and Dude, they want to feel like they're doing something because they don't do anything in real life. So they want to feel important. They want to feel like they're doing something. So they want to make sure everybody else stays within the pseudoscience world just like they do, because they want that. Yeah, I helped this person know that the earth's a ball because he almost became a flat earther, and I saved him. They really think that. That's how scary it is. These people are possessed in a sense. So they think I'm going to admit, I think that they believe, I hate to admit this, I think they believe they're doing good, probably not when it comes down to it, but they're faking it. And they think they're helping people because they don't do anything in real life. My students, Rand, the parents of my students see everything we do and pay me hand to hand and see everything I do with my children. I would bet a lot that if parents saw their children the way they were being taught in school, I don't think it would be going on. I think there would be at least 5, a small percentage of people would be like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. If you teach children that radar curves around objects, that's a crime, Rand. That's not how it works. We have 65 years of history showing us how radar works. It doesn't bend over things. So if you tell somebody that, that's a criminal act as far as I'm concerned. Sorry.
And Flat Earth Matt, he doesn't understand that when they come up with this deception, this con, because it's a con game, they answer all of the questions before you have a chance to ask them. For instance, I'm a salesman and I write sales pitches, but I write really serious. I can sell sales pitches, the kind of sales pitches I write with assumptive sales techniques. The companies actually call me and ask me to write them sales pitches. I have people in sales that get a new product. They're like, Rand, do me a favor. Could you write a pitch for this product? And so I write sales pitches. And so what I'm going to tell you is I'm going to give you a couple of techniques, a couple of tricks. So for instance, let's say that I'm selling a guy. I already have all the answers to any question he's going to ask me. I already put that into the program, into the closing and into the objection handling, which is exactly what I'm talking about, is objection handling. So when you object to flat Earth, they've already got the objection handled. And so I'm going to show you how they do that. So I'll be pitching a client. So I'll call a client. I'll be like, look at John, it's Randy. I just got these brand new knives in. They're absolutely beautiful. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to print them up with your company name or logo. I'm going to ship them down to you. Regular cost $80 a knife. I'm blowing them out for $40. I got 20 to a box. I've only got 4 boxes left. Do you want all 4? You want just 2? And he'll be like, well, I already got knives. I go, look, and I'm not selling you knives. I'm selling your company logo on a product that you're going to give to a guy who's going to have for 20 years. Now, you're still at 128 Queen Street, right? And he'll be like, well, I don't have any money. I'll be like, look, I'm not trying to cost you any money. These are going to make you money. Anybody you give this to is going to be a referral, and somebody's going to bring you some business. One referral is going to cover this box, if not 2. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get you down 2 boxes. When they get down, you do me a favor, give me a call, let me know I made a friend. Fair enough? And he'll be like, oh, well, I got to talk to my wife. I'll be like, all right, I'll tell you what. If you got to talk to your wife, you are the wife. Put your husband on. So what I'm telling you is that when they come up with this ball Earth, they calculate all of the math and every single question is answered. Do you understand that they have it? That's how you run a con game. You don't run a con game without having all of the answers prepared. That's how they do it. So every single question that when I say to you the Earth is flat, there is no curve, you go, oh, there is a curve. I'll just look at the NASA videos. You see what I'm saying? So they do that in order to handle the objection. But the problem with that is that they just don't have the proper objections handled because there is no curve. We can, in our own observations and our own ability to go out, I live in the Caribbean. I can go out to the Atlantic Ocean or I could go to the Caribbean Sea and I can stand on the shore and I can watch the horizon for hundreds of miles left to right. Left to right, I could go from my left side of the horizon all the way to the right. That's hundreds of miles with zero Boeing, zero curve. So they give you the answer, but you see the answer only works on, watch what I'm about to tell you, the answer only works on the fool. He doesn't work on smart people. You see, you people think you're smart because you were indoctrinated with all of that slave training, and you received the slave training well. You see, the smart people aren't the ones that took the slave training. The ones that are smart are the ones that rejected it and figured out this life without having to be a slave to it. So what I'm telling you is that they already handled all of the objections for you, and that's why you're a believer, because you don't trust yourself. You only trust what they say.
For the first time in history, Rand, people actually like me. And you know why? Because they're sick of being lied to. It took the world this long, this great of a deception for these people, Christians specifically, to say, no, we like pillbox, because these people are sick of being lied to, Rand. Just look at the chat right now. I mean, you don't need it from me. Just look at the rest of these flat earthers. They are not going to put up with it anymore. They are sick of being lied to. Look at Victoria. Look at Kathy in the chat. Look at these ladies and gentlemen. 444 Truth. These people have had it. They are not going to let you lie to them anymore. I'm sorry, Charles. There's nothing you can do to these people anymore. We're done with you pseudoscience preachers. This awakening is happening like nothing in 2,000 years, and all you're going to do is help it, Charles. All you're going to do is prove my point, bro. And that's the good thing about this. The nice thing about the Bible is that it's true whether you believe it or not. So it's all already been written, guys. I'm sorry. These people are sick of your lies, and I don't have to. It's not up to me anymore. They've already woken up. There's nothing I can do to put them back in their place. Rand, what am I supposed to do? I mean, what could we possibly? It's too late. The cat's out of the bag. So all the pseudoscience is gone. It doesn't matter that you have ones and zeros on paper. These people have eyes to see and ears to hear. So your ink and your CGI and your cartoons don't matter anymore, bro. That's the thing. They've woken up. So I'm sorry. It's not going to end well for you.
And it's already ended. It ended before it began for him. He's holding on to something that's almost done. They told you, listen, man. You see, you don't even understand the world you live in. You don't even have eyes to see or ears to hear on the lowest levels of understanding or discernment. 2 years ago, when they were having the Super Bowl, BAAL, and the footballs were being deflated. Do you not understand they were telling you that the earth is flat? You not understand that they were subliminally telling you that the ball was about to get deflated? And isn't it something that less than a year later, all of a sudden it explodes? Do you understand? They told you. The ball's deflated, bro. It's almost over for you. Millions upon millions upon millions of people don't believe the world's a spinning wet ball anymore. 2 years ago, maybe, 100,000 people on the whole planet maybe thought it was flat. Now it's crazy. Every day, thousands of people are waking up. And there you are, flat earth math, holding on with all your might to this goofy wet spinning ball rocket. Why don't you go to NASA and ask them for a check? Because if you're on a spinning wet ball rocket that is flying through outer space at 1,000,000 miles an hour, at 1,000,000 miles an hour, you're an astronaut. Do you not understand that they're telling you you're an astronaut? And if you're on a rocket and you're flying through space, you need to go to NASA and get some of that money. They just got $18 billion. You think at the very least you could go get yourself a few bucks considering you're an astronaut.
Zern Music out there, can't trick Zern Music. Tell Zern Music he's wrong. Tell him he's stupid. He doesn't know what he's doing. Tell the champ. The champ's out there. Let's reconvince the champ to believe he's on a ball. That he's just a monkey in a ball. And who else is out there? These people are. That's the thing, Rand. We cannot stop this. And this, honestly, I have to admit, Rand, this has nothing to do with me. God could have used somebody else. I admit that. God doesn't need me, but he has chosen it to work out this way. And it's not about me. This is going to happen whether I die tomorrow or live. And there's nothing stopping this. I'm sorry, guys. If you can't even just look into this honestly, what are you doing here? Why are you wasting your time? You've already given up. This isn't for you. I mean, if you have another job, I'm sure you'll be okay to just handle your job in life, stick to that, but let the grown-ups deal with the psyops. These are lies. We have evidence. You have nothing. If you have, all you have is ones and zeros on paper and CGI, and we have actual photography and 5,000 years of ship travel, what do you really think you're going to get out of this? I'm sorry. Exactly like Rand said, the battle's already over, and you people are just getting in your places. So that's...
Yeah, it's really that simple. It's like... it's like clearing out a room and, actually, you know what it's exactly like? This is what it reminds me. I used to be a bouncer in a bar back in the 80s, pillbox. And you know how hard it is to get the super drunk people out at the end of the night? Like, when you turn the lights on at a bar at 1:32 in the morning and, you say, all right, guys, time to go home. Let's go. Finish up your drinks. Everybody out. Get going. We're done. Clearing out the bar. Everybody out. It's the ones that are the most drunk at the end of the night that are the hardest to get out. And that's where we're at with this ball earth. The ones that have drank the most Kool-Aid, the ones that are drunk on the world, the ones that are just hammered and stone cold polluted with the deception, they're the ones that are sitting there trying not to leave the bar when everybody else is getting up and going, yep, I'm gone. It's flat. I'm out. No ball for me. But these guys are so drunk, bro, that you literally have to pick them up out of their chairs and drag them out of the bar at 2 a.m. They don't want to leave the ball earth.
Somebody call Charles a cab right quick.
Right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they've been drinking that Nassau Tang. And that's the bottom line.
You have 50 million. I mean, at least 50 million in the last 2 years. I would have to guesstimate. I mean, just looking at all this, the fact that I've met thousands of people, there's no way I can meet thousands of new awakened people. There's got to be millions and millions. You think you're gonna stop this awakening? This is hilarious. There's 50 million people that are now living different lives than 2 years ago. I'm sorry, you're gonna get steamrolled one way or another. You can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Right, the freedom you experience when you come to this, it just beats the snot out of all of the lies. Everything is now like, I don't believe any of it, and you want me to stop believing the truth? Why? Why would I do that? I already stopped believing the lies. That's like, me for years being told that my wife's cheating on me, and me defending her and 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 defending her, only to catch her in bed with my best friend, and then I get a divorce, and then you see me in a bar talking about how great it is to have her out of my life, and you're trying to convince me to take her back. Are you seriously that? Are you that daft? You really think that's gonna work? It ain't gonna work, bro. It's over. It's over. The ball's been deflated.
Knowledge scavenger.
Yep, it has. And it's always, this just watching the chat, always the diversionary tactic, mostly ad hominem. And when you give it back to them finally and say, okay, what if I say something like that to you? Then all of a sudden you're the bad person because you attacked. Defense is as bad or worse than attack in some people's eyes. And what can you do?
Yeah, go tell Teal Summers right now. If anybody's got a chance to go back, I think Teal Summers is probably the newest flat earther that I know. I don't know how many months she's been in it, but go tell her she's wrong and tell her to go back on a ball and that she's stupid. I mean, maybe Charles can do that. Help Teal Summers out, Charles.
I think
Well, and that's the thing, Paul. I mean, Paula, that's why I feel bad for Charles, and that's why I don't try to beat up on him too bad. It could be a lot worse. But like I said, I mean, the guy, I don't know how long the guy's been teaching school, and that's like such a cringe. It cringes me to think about, my good Lord, this guy gets paid to indoctrinate people for a living with all these lies and teaches people all this pseudoscience and teaches people that Christopher Columbus discovered America and, teaches the kids that, oh yeah, we found Pluto in Arizona, 1900 whatever. And oh yeah, it's the most distant planet. And then they shows the kids a picture of Pluto and there's Pluto. If that's what you're already doing, man, I'm just frightened for you, because I know that's got to be the worst position to be in when you're presented with truth. I mean, my goodness, everything you teach is literally BS. I feel bad for him, Paula. I don't try to beat up on these people, especially when they're that bad, when they're that sunk into that hole that they've been digging for how long. That's kind of frightening to me. I just cringe when I think about it. So that's an uphill battle that I'm just glad I'll never have to deal with.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if somehow we found out eventually we were all wrong about it, the point is that we were willing to at least investigate the idea and not brush it off. It's just the same way that they in the schools have, for evolution for generations now, have been afraid of other ideas to the point of going to law and locking down the educational system and the media as well, so that no other ideas outside of their paradigm can be expressed without ridicule. And whereas a true scientist and a true teacher would say, go ahead and investigate it. It's not a stupid question. Because if you're a real scientist, you're going to do a test, falsify, and find out if something can possibly be true. And if you have 2 or 3 models that can work, then none of them can claim to be the right model. And the ironic thing about falsification is, with the Big Bang, is that evolution in general is that it can never be falsified, because no matter what is actually discovered in science, such as the coelacanth or viable blood cells in dinosaur bones, they will say that it does not falsify their theory. They've always asked for what they call the rabbit in the Cambrian, that finding, a mammal in the wrong strata of rock. Well, that's exactly what the coelacanth and these other things are. And yet they still cling to their theory. That means it's not falsifiable and therefore not a scientific theory. And at least what we've done is been willing to apply the scientific method to things that we were always taught, and we dared to question it. And that is learning how to think rather than just what to think. And that's what's wrong with our public education.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah, we've found thousands of pieces of evidence that have destroyed, the modern consensus of pseudoscience, evolution, Darwinianistic beliefs, you name it, uniformitarianistic from Charles Lyell. We've found all these things. I mean, forever, everywhere you look, there's evidence that destroys these claims, and they'll ask for something, which is funny. Yeah, they'll ask for a bunny to be found where aquatic animals live. Like that's their point. Like that. Like really, bunnies live on the bottom of the ocean? Like that's first. That's how stupid they are, for one. Number two, all the evidence that we've ever had in history was then confirmed by Stephen Jay Gould years ago. Of course, a self-proclaimed evolutionary biologist who admitted there's no evidence for any of it, and that's why he had to come up with punctuated equilibrium, because there is no evidence for evolution. There's no evidence for any sort of gradual change of any sort of organism over any sort of time period. End of story. That book has been shut for a long time, so they had to start changing all the theories. They don't change once the new science comes in, then they just change their theory. Oh, actually now blood can last, we used to say blood couldn't last 10,000 years, but now we changed our minds. Blood can actually last 80 million years, because we put a sample of ostrich blood in the freezer overnight and it was still good at the end of the weekend. So clearly that means that reptile blood can last 80 million years if bird blood can last overnight. And that's their literal claim. And they think that's science. And they're absolutely, every single thing about these people is anti-science. That's why they won't even investigate their own beliefs. A true scientist or a true skeptic, the scientific method is based on trying to disprove your theories, and they don't even try to do that. They just go, it's a theory, so it's a fact. Then all they do is try to disprove empirical science. Every single one of these people is anti-science, and I've seen this for 10 years, whether it's evolution, the geological formations, you name it, to now, of course, the heliocentric model. It's all pseudoscience to the core.
Yep.
So isn't there a definition? I think someone even said, it might have been Bill Nye, pseudoscience is something that you can't falsify. Well, then I guess everything literally by Bill Nye's admission, everything they believe in is pseudoscience.
Exactly. I even saw an article once that tried to excuse what they admitted was pseudoscience by their own definition and say, well, pseudoscience is okay in some cases. And I'm like, wow. when it's convenient, we will use pseudoscience and still call it science. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you can just get Charles Flat Earth Math to give you enough numbers on paper, I mean, here we go. I got the ones and zeros. So here's the evidence. And there's no rules to pseudoscience. That's my point.
Well, we just lost Pillbox. He'll be back. So yeah, that's why I keep saying if you want to change the world, you have to take over education, media, academia, the turning out the teachers. What's that?
It's all got to go.
Can't hear you.
It's all got to go.
Right.
If you expect to change this world, you got to tear the system down. That's why the only way this world is going to get any kind of better is through Jesus Christ. We're looking at the most massive construction site in the history of humanity, that we would look at this world and this system and think about trying to change it or better it, or it's not happening. It's the world's it's the biggest construction site in the history of history, and the only person that can make it better is the Creator. That's it. We're not doing anything. Yeah, we're opening people up to the truth and waking up people, but I believe nothing new under the sun, in that anybody that is going to come to know the Lord is going to come to know the Lord, and that's gonna be on Christ, not us. That's all Him, not me. ATO, good evening. How you doing?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I was just listening to Rand. I don't know how delayed we are out there in the chat, but I agree completely. I don't think any government system, any man system, there's always been power holds or top level people. So humanity's not going to save humanity. It's just not going to happen. Even if you break down this government system and you erect another one, greedy, money hungry, power hungry people are going to get into place, and it's just going to all reoccur again. It's just a history repeating itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Well, I'm sure we can find some internet heroes though to take the reins of the control.
Yeah. If the flat Earth community and which, as Rand pointed out, or I think it was Rand or you Pillbox pointed out, it includes everybody involved in it, even the ball earthers. If they're any example, then we're in a whole bunch of trouble, because we can't even get along with each other on either side. Everybody's sniping, accusing, it's just, they're heresy hunters, there's cops, there's, all sorts of divisions happening in the very short time that this has been a thing. And we're going to save the world, right? I don't think so.
That's the biggest problem in the flat Earth community. Go ahead, Teal. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm not going to say whose hangout it was, and I'm actually sub to the people and like a lot of their content, but there was a hangout going on where they were talking about what they could do, and to stop working for the big man, so to speak, and which I have no problem with supporting local businesses and dropping out of support for the corporations, but just from my knowledge of scripture and even just history, I just know that it's just going to keep repeating itself until the very end.
Right. It's a human nature problem. It's not, like the communists have always said, it was a maldistribution of wealth problem. It's your environment, the psychologists would say, or your upbringing, or this or that. And it's none of those things. No matter what's been tried, it doesn't work. And that's why, and when Jesus comes back for the millennium, it's going to be a benevolent dictatorship, because people cannot govern themselves. They can't behave themselves. And they're always going to need somebody to tell them how to behave.
And it's I don't think it's just a human nature problem either. Just nature in general. The whole creation is groaning for restoration, right? It's like at least something that I took away from being an atheist is the way that nature works. And, there's competition and there's cooperation among social species. There's both cooperation and competition. Those things are true. And I think it's due to the fallen, tainted creation,
Right, exactly. And go ahead, sorry.
So long as there's always going to be competition, which there will be in this nature, there'll always be the problems that we have.
Yeah, and not even just competition, because we have some scriptures that say that, that like in the Proverbs about there are 7 things that are never satisfied, like the grave. And no matter how much wealth, say, the Rothschilds, the powers that be get, it's never enough. They can't ever have enough. And that's the thing, is it doesn't matter whether there's a balance or whether people are happy or anything like that. Once people who are the most ambitious and power hungry are the ones that rise to positions of authority, because of that's just their nature. That's the kind of people they are. And they're the least qualified people to be in power. They are the ones who shouldn't have it, the ones who want it so bad.
Right. More than likely, we are ruled by a bunch of psychopaths that have no compassion or empathy toward humanity, because those are the types of people that rise up in these types of positions, because they're willing to do anything to get to their position. They have no moral standard. And they also, it's not just about money and wealth. Money and wealth is what contributes to positions of power. It's about power itself. It's about ruling over people, controlling people, and just having that power over people. So I don't think it's even just about the money.
Oh, right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I didn't.
Because we see this in everyday life. I spent 9.5 years off and on in an abusive relationship. We see it in everyday life that people, there's some people that prefer to manipulate other people just to, control their mindset.
Right. Yeah, I'm just talking about one aspect of that is just that, that people never get enough. But Certainly, yeah. There's people who's just enjoy making other people suffer and being mean just because it entertains them. It's just, and I don't know how people can deny the supernatural when we look at how evil people can be. I don't think it can be explained by psychosis alone. There's been reports I've seen of military psychiatrists who were trying to deal with certain soldiers who would have, very bizarre behavior. And one report said that they, even though they were atheists, they believed that they had suddenly become in the presence of a, 10,000-year-old presence, as they put it. They were trying to describe what they felt with this demonic presence in the room. And so it can't be denied. I don't think anybody with a half-open mind has to know. And this is what a lot of I've seen former atheists cite as their reason for believing in the supernatural is they met the devil. The meeting God in various ways wouldn't do it, but when they met the devil, then it was clear.
Right, meet the devil, get the fear of God on you.
Yep. Because suddenly you realize you're not as powerful as you thought.
I like the questions about well, how did God part the seas, or how did he make the burning bush talk? And I always go, yeah, he could create the whole earth, but parting that seas, that was really tough. Yeah, and then getting behind a bush and talking out from underneath a bush was tough too. But making the earth, that was no problem at all.
Yeah, that's a really strange mindset that even the people of Israel had. They saw God part the sea, they saw him do all these things to Egypt, and got them out of there with the plunder they were promised. And yet they get a few miles down the road and go, oh, I wish we were back in Egypt. Or we can't conquer those giants there in the land of Canaan. No, we can't do that. That's too much. Parting the Red Sea, that was easy.
Yeah, they preferred to be in bondage than to work for their freedom. You know what I'm saying? I remember a passage in scripture that I actually came across not too long ago where the people were asking Samuel for a king, and he was trying to convince them, don't go that route. And he went to God, and God was like, oh, give them what they want, but warn them about this, and went through a whole list of what this king would do to him, which is basically slavery.
Yeah, and
that's like people today. Sorry, that's like people today being so complacent as slaves and having no problem with it, whether they know it or not. That's exactly what America is.
Yeah, that's also a good incident to use when people will try to argue, Christians will try to argue that government is a good thing, human government is a good thing. Well, God was against it. He's like, no, I'll run the show and everything will be fine. But if you want to do it your way, you go right ahead, but it's going to cost you, and people do it anyway. I mean, what is he supposed to do? It gets all the way back to the heaven and hell question, where people will say that God, is wrong to throw people in hell. And the truth is that they put themselves there. God says, okay, you don't want to be with me in eternity. You don't want to accept my free offer of adoption. Okay, you got to go somewhere where my, everything that comes from me is not. And that means you can't have anything good. I mean, what is he supposed to do with these people who don't want him around?
Well, I don't know. I kind of have a different view on hell. I believe in the annihilation theory, but that can be talked about some other time.
Yeah, that's another thing is when people argue about, that or a couple other topics I could name. The important thing is what Jesus told us to do here and now. And he said, go tell everybody the good news and teach them to do what I commanded. And to think, that anyone might think that, well, I'm going to get a second chance, therefore I don't have to do that, is beside the point, even if it's true. I don't believe it's true, but even if it were true, it's beside the point. It's just like with eternal security. The problem is not the mechanics of what's going on when you're in and out of fellowship with God. The problem is the fellowship issue. If you reconciled with God, why are you having all these breakups? That's the real question. It's not technically what happened. Was I lost and resaved, or was I just out of fellowship? The question is, why are you having these issues at all with God? You know, why is it you seem to be breaking up with him every time something bad happens? You know, we got to look beyond those issues and think about why it is that anybody would want to be away from him or want to be annihilated rather than spend eternity with their creator.
Right.
They don't like him. I don't like that God. I'm not going to. I've heard this so many times. Why would I want to worship that God?
Yeah.
What's the alternative? I mean, what is he? He's supposed to be a robot, I guess. We're supposed to all be cockroaches with no emotion, and there's no crime in the cockroach world. Like, if there was a God of the cockroaches, they'd be happy with him.
Yeah, I guess.
I think a lot of it has to do with the misrepresentation too of Christianity,
Right.
and especially in the media and everything. It turns people away from even opening the scriptures themselves and finding out, you know, themselves what God has relayed to us.
Right. We have done as much to misrepresent God as anyone else too, because of certain teachings that go around that I always encounter when I'm talking to people who criticize the faith. And I'll say, the Bible doesn't say that. You know, I can argue that it doesn't mean what you think it means, you know? Like, for example, when we talk about God wiping out the Canaanites and all the other ites in that area, and saying that God is evil for doing this. And it never occurs to them to ask the question, what were these people doing, even if they were people, you know, even disregarding the theory that they were Nephilim or somehow contaminated. Even without that, you can still argue the point by saying that the scripture tells us their evil had reached its limit, had reached to heaven, you know. And there are other cases where God says, no, you can't do this yet because their evil has not reached its limit yet.
Well, these are the same people. The people that argue that it's hypocritical, actually, because they're the same people. They want a just judge, and yet they don't want to judge at all.
Right.
Yeah. So they want somebody who, you know, 1 minute they'll say, excuse me, sorry. They'll say, what about all the suffering in the world? You know, how is that just? And then the next minute they're crying about something, you know, something else. And I'm like, I don't know. I wonder where's the responsibility of humanity, because they often leave that out. Well, you know, God's responsible for the choices that we've made. No, I don't think so. That's not right.
No, I mean, he's
and personally, you know, I want freedom from, and I'm talking about, I've got spiritual freedom through Jesus Christ, but I want freedom from the elite and those who are ruling the world and being evil about it as well. You know, I want that justice. So they can complain about it all they want, but I desire that justice to arrive. I know people that are in pain, you know, people suffering in the world because of what the elite's doing, starving children that we continue to dump our trash from consumerism onto the continent of Africa, and our elite don't care about these people. They're the bottom of the stick. You know, somebody's got to be at the bottom, so they don't care.
Yeah, that's the thing, is he's going to ask us what, you know, what we did with the place while he was gone. It's our own actions, and we're here to do, you know, to be his hands right now. And so people won't have any excuse. He'll be going, you know, they think they're going to put God on the witness stand when he comes back and say, hey, where were you when I needed you to do this and that child starve or whatever? And he's going to say, where were you? You were down here on this earth. You didn't want me to micromanage your life. You wanted me to leave you alone. And I left you alone, and now it's my fault? That's what he's going to be saying.
Right.
Well, the truth of the matter is that, you know, you guys are mums. I'm a father. I'm also a grandfather. And I have been giving advice to my kids, and still to this day am giving them advice. And guess what? Most of it they don't take. They don't apply it. They say, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. but they don't apply it. Well, God is a good father. He has always given us good advice. He's given it to us in his word. Those that have read his word, discerned his word, and preach and minister his word have shared it with those that maybe didn't want to read it or didn't discern it correctly or read it and forgot it or read it and didn't take it seriously. So just like any good father, he has done all the right things and put all the right people in place to give good advice and to tell people the truth and to say, look, here's right from wrong and here's how things need to be. And then, he died on the cross. He wrapped himself in flesh, came here, sacrificed himself, and said, okay, I get it. Most of you are never going to figure it out. All right, you know what? I'll take the brunt of it. But now all I want you to do is just believe in me as your heavenly Father, as your Savior, and I got you. You're forgiven. I'll take care of the rest. And even then, they're rejecting their fathers. We are in a time right now where I listened today to a prophecy a guy got 15, 20 years ago about, the times that we're in now and how, children would be living in parents' houses, not even speaking to the parents, keeping the parents hostage in the silence of rebellion, in that they're basically just enemies living under the same roof in a family truce. And that's exactly what's going on in the world today. And that's exactly how most people are with Christ. They're either rebelling against him or they're silent in a worldly truce where they don't even want nothing to do with them. They're like, look it, I'm out. And they can't blame God. God has put every messenger on the planet in the right place at the right time for people to hear the good news, to hear the gospel, to hear that Jesus Christ died on that cross for their sins. And if they reject that, that's the only unforgivable sin, because once you die and you haven't accepted Christ, it's done. It's done. I had a friend of mine many years ago. Him and his partner got charged with jewelry store robberies. They were holding up jewelry stores, but what they were doing is they were taking the managers hostage and then taking them to the jewelry store the next day and wiping the place clean of all of the jewelry. Well, they got pinched, they got arrested, and got, so my one friend, they offered both of them 8 years. And my one friend said, yeah, well, we look like we're caught. I mean, they got all kinds of evidence against us. So he accepted the 8-year deal. The other one said, no, I'm taking it to trial. And he took it to trial with his arrogance, thinking he was going to outsmart the judge and outsmart the jury and outsmart the prosecutor. And he was going to beat the charges, and he got found guilty and got life. Well, guess what? The first thing that came out of his mouth in the courtroom after he got life, he said, okay, I'll take that 8-year deal now. And the judge was like, what? He goes, oh, you offered me 8 years 7 months ago. I'll take that. And the judge goes, no, that deal was 7 months ago. It's over now. Now you're getting life. And that's exactly what's happening here in this world, is that all of these people are rejecting the free gift of salvation. And when they get to the other side, they're going to ask for it. Why? Okay, you're right. I did hear about it, but I didn't really believe it then, but I believe it now. Okay, now I'll take it. And it's going to be too late.
Right. Yeah, even conversations with various people with good questions and everything. It's like, okay, look, how far back can you go and still say, I could be wrong about stuff? I said, look, even if I were wrong about the gospel and the whole Christian faith and stuff like that, which I don't, we'll never believe I am. But if it turned out that way, what I know is that there's something extra special about turning to God now in this life. Whatever you think you may get chances, I wouldn't take that chance. I wouldn't advise it. That's a thing called Pascal's wager. But the point is that, it's a silly chance to take. I mean, what if I'm right? And here again, it's not the reason you should go into a relationship with your creator. But if you're arguing philosophically, it's a fair question. because you're gambling with your eternal soul. And Jesus even said, what good would it do you to gain the whole world and lose your soul? So when we're telling people the gospel, we're not, telling them anything stupid, because there's nothing to lose by it. There's something, whatever else I may be wrong about, there's something special about turning to him in this age of grace, because at the very least you become an heir and a child of God, which wasn't necessarily offered to anyone else before the church, and I believe won't be offered afterwards.
Well, and also in scripture, we're told that, growth will come along with being saved and everything, even if it takes, everybody has a different growth period. So,
Right.
Even if it takes years, God's going to do something in your life if you're truly saved. And I think a lot of times Christians don't know the importance of the rewards that are promised to us in heavens for our deeds.
Right.
There's not enough teachings on that, and I can understand why, because it's not real clear in scripture. I know it relates to some things that people would consider materialistic, like the crown, jewels, things like that. But I heard a minister preach on it being possibly being levels of being able to receive levels of God's glory at different levels for different works that you have done. And I don't know exactly what that implies. I know that sometimes when we pray, we feel the presence of God, right? And it's just the most amazing feeling. If you take that and you magnify it, you know what I'm saying? If this is what's promised to us, and if you truly love God, this would be something that you would really desire to have. And I think that people don't really know how important that is, if that is true, and they're going to realize it once they get into heaven. There's one thing that happened to me that I know for a fact now, that it was God. It was God wanting me to do a work, and I didn't do it. And I was driving down the street. This was several years ago. I was driving down the street, going to the gas station, and I seen a homeless man walking along the road. And he actually kind of swerved a little bit, like he was drunk and get ready to enter the middle of the road, and I had to swerve my car to miss him. And I went to the store, and I could just hear the whole time I was passing him and going to the store, just in my mind, pick him up, ask him if he needs a ride. And I don't never think that about the people that walk around here, because I know that can be dangerous. That thought just never even pops in my head. So, I didn't do it. I was too freaked out and scared to do it. Went into the store, brought some stuff up to the counter, and the guy was right behind me. I almost hit him turning around. He was right in line behind me. Could still hear that voice nagging, ask him if he needs a ride. Well, he was mumbling and sounded like he was a little bit crazy, and so it scared me again, so I didn't do it. Went home, got a phone call that I needed to pick up my kids from the babysitter they was at, and went back down the same street, and there he was, dead on the road.
Wow.
Somebody had hit him.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a little bit different issue as far as the gospel is concerned, but still, it's a big deal. There's stuff we're here to do, and if we don't turn to him in this life, then there's somebody else either has to do those things or they don't get done. And yeah, that's a harsh lesson, but still.
I cried and cried.
Yeah.
And, I came home and I called my mom immediately, told her what happened. And all I kept getting with my family that I shared this with was, don't feel bad. It probably wasn't nothing. You probably did the right thing. And I just couldn't accept it. I'm like, no, I know that it was God. I know for a fact. And now I'm 100% sure it was. And
Right.
It was something that I was supposed to do. So.
Yeah, and the important thing, we do tend sometimes to beat ourselves up forever for something that we've repented over. I mean, the important thing was that it did something to your heart, and that God won't punish us even as much as we punish ourselves sometimes. That's how much mercy and forgiveness there is. But
right, but I wonder how much of a reward got slashed from what I'm going to receive since I didn't do that.
Hard to say, but there may be other rewards you got that you wouldn't have otherwise because you learned a tougher lesson. I don't know.
It does teach you to at least want to trust in Christ more, to be able to make that bold move when something like that happens again. And I've been praying for that because I'm already kind of an introvert. You can't really tell online because it's easy online to deal with social issues and everything. But I'm already kind of introvert. So, telling me to walk up to somebody and share the gospel or something like that, that is not something I normally do,
Right.
So it's definitely something I've been praying about to have more strength to be able to have that boldness when he calls me to have it.
Right. Being able to listen is something we have to develop too. It's not something automatic, because I think we all start out hearing, but we don't recognize the voice, or we don't. We've got too much other noise going on in our life that we don't hear when he is speaking to us, and so that's part of that letting go of the world thing. I was thinking back when Random was talking earlier about Romans 12, where it says, don't let the world press you into its mold. And the more you walk and trust, then the less of a grip the world has on you anyway. And to the point where a lot of us are just, we can't wait to go, because it's like the Apostle Paul said, the things we suffer now are not even worth comparing with the glory we will have afterwards. So, and I think even if we are one of those people like in 1 Corinthians 3, where it illustrates our deeds being like a building that's set on fire, to see what it's made of, and what's standing is what your reward is. And it says that some people will be there with smoke on their clothes, looking like that, because everything they thought they did was lost, but they themselves are still saved. And I think even those people will be so happy to be in heaven at all.
Right. But I think that there's going to be a little regret involved with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that when people say that we won't remember this life, I'm like, no, then there would have been no point in living it.
Exactly. There's no way. There's so many lessons that we are learning here in this life that I think is preparing us for eternity. There's no way that we're not going to remember it. I think that that's the very reason why we're not going to sin in eternity, is because we're going to experience, as soon as we reach that eternal state physically and able to experience it with our senses, we're going to know how wonderful and great that is compared to what we had here.
Right.
And we're going to heed his guidance. We're not going to want to go our own route.
Right. I do believe we are kept safe. There's some verses about that the deposit of the Holy Spirit is a guarantee, and that our inheritance is kept safe in heaven for us. And I believe that when it comes to free will, we're here making that choice every day of our lives. And then, as far as making moral choices goes, salvation is a point in time, in my opinion, and there's people who disagree. But I believe that once you make that choice, your free will is sacrificed as far as being unadopted goes, that you can't go that far. Because what's the point in having that guarantee if he can't keep you from being your own worst enemy and throwing away the precious gift that you received? I think he protects us from that. Even if some people will be like the prodigal son and go away for a time, I believe the reason they come back is because of God's promise, his guarantee. And
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people get confused too, and he knows that. And all I know is that I tell anybody that I trust God to make the right decision and to know us that well.
Absolutely. Fair and just God. I agree with you.
And that even gets back to issues that have been coming up in recent hangouts about Christians who don't quite believe the Bible and don't quite trust God, as if unless they can explain everything God's going to do, such as reaching people who never heard the gospel or whatever, it's like, we either trust him or we don't. We either know who this God is that we put our faith in or we don't. And if we know him, how can we not trust him to work out those things that we don't quite understand?
I think there is different levels of trust, and even I have to continue to pray for my faith to be strengthened. I can't talk. To be strengthened. I think that can always be improved, the strength of one's faith. But yeah, I get completely what you're saying. There's not enough trust in there, in the body. There's not enough trust from the body in the head of the body,
Right. I mean, there has to be a minimal amount of trust. And I think it would seem reasonable to me that if a person trusts God to save them through faith, then why is this other stuff a problem? I don't get that.
But, the scripture talks about having faith the size of a mustard seed, and that's enough, right, to save. So just so long as people do have Christ, that's enough to save. So I don't know. You would think that they would trust for everything else, but the world is so deceptive and blinds so many people, and even Christians. It's really sad.
Right. There's two ways you can take that too. As if when Jesus was talking about faith of the mustard seed, he's telling us that it's not the amount that counts really. It's whether you have it, because the tiniest bit, it's like when people say, well, like with Calvinism, for example, they'll say, well, Jesus only died for the elect, otherwise his blood was wasted on all the people who didn't accept him. And I'm like, how is it possible to waste his blood? It's not the quantity, it's the quality. And one drop would have been enough to save the entire human race, everybody that would ever live, because of whose blood it is. So you could take it that way, but I also see your angle on it too.
Right. I'm not a Calvinist. I do agree partially with, and I think most people that hold to free will hold this position where those who are chosen and predestined are based upon foreknowledge of God knowing who was going to accept him.
That's what I believe too, because it gets into philosophy, but I believe basically that if the only way God can predict the future is by causing it, then that's like saying that I have predictive ability when I rig a game so that I guarantee that I'm going to win, and I predict I'm going to win. That's not a prediction anymore if you cause it, Right. That's just the way I see it.
Right, I agree. Well, he's supposed to know all things. If he's supposed to know all things, how is it that he doesn't know the events that are going to occur in our time, and he's outside of time, knowing all things? That wouldn't make sense.
Right, and I see it, our free will as bounded. We have free will within limits.
Yep, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fence in the playground that keeps the kids safe, and they don't see it as a restriction keeping them from having fun. It's keeping them from running out in the street. But within the playground, they can play whatever they want, barring certain rules like not hitting people or whatnot. But they still have free moral choice within limits.
Right. There's limited. Sorry.
Not to interrupt, but I agree. Here's what my thought. I've been listening to you ladies. I think that the Calvinists have it nailed down in this. When you surrender your free will to God, Calvinists are correct. Then you're living the thorough and complete will of God. And I think in that will, that's when your purpose comes to life. And that's when he starts to open up doors of truths like flat earth and all these other truths that we establish in this incredible walk of life that we're having. It's so beyond. When you wake up, like I want you to answer this for me. When you really got to that place where you're like, you know what, I get it. We're deceived. There are people that are in charge. There are people that are in very high positions of power that have these platforms to influence and manipulate and have put people in positions to sustain the conditioning, generation after generation after generation after generation. When you come to this knowledge and you realize flat Earth, that I mean, like that's just, I believe it's from God. There is absolutely no doubt, and I think that that's a part of some level of surrendering. That you just surrender your ego, which I believe is world will. I believe that the ego is edge God out, and I think that when you stop edging God out, and when you're of that nature, you're of that beautiful creation, where ego is just, it's luggage that you realize is too heavy for the strongest man to carry. Ego is, it's one of the greatest facades that humanity puts on and wears about its life, as though it matters and as though it changes not only the perceptions that people have of us, but our own perceptions of our own identities. In that ego gives us that boost of non-spiritual energy, of worldly energy. And so I wanted to ask you two this, in keeping in the vein of free will. You believe that it's the will of a lot of these people, whether they're believers in Christ, whether they're of any form of religion or non-religion, you believe that it's their will in the world, that they're adhering to the will of the world, in that they're incapable of turning the key to these truths. And when I say turning the key, I mean actually do some research, because the research is the turning the key. It's the act of accepting change. Because when you turn a lock, you are changing it either from left to right or from right to left. So the research, in my opinion, is the lack of is the act of surrender, and the lack of research is the lack of surrender. So one is the act of surrender, one is the lack of surrender. And that, I want you to keep in mind free will when you consider the answer in this. Do you believe that at some point you gave up your free will, and as a result, you were given these keys that you're now turning in the will of God or in the will of truth? And so you're having all of these non-truths exposed to you in a way that is beyond beautiful. In my opinion, it's the most relieving thing I've ever experienced, and I've had a lot of relief in this life. It's one of the most relieving things to know that we're on a flat Earth. So would you agree that this is a free will or a surrendering of free will in experiencing these truths?
Well, I would. Oh, go ahead, Teal, if you want. Go ahead.
Well, you can go.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that voluntarily bowing our will to God is the essence of the gospel. We say when we're saved that we're bowing our will to His. And once we do that, then, as the Bible says, you're not your own. You were bought at a price. And so it shouldn't come any surprise that God will override us at times, just as He will override the lost who push and push and push, and then He'll harden their heart. It's a hardening. It's a change of degree, not of kind. And He shuts the door at a certain point in a person's life and says, okay, I've had it with you. I'm going to use you for my purpose now, being an evil person, but I didn't make you evil. You did that to yourself, but now I'm locking the door, and it's final. And I think that goes for us who are saved as well. We've chosen to accept His offers of adoption and His being God, and so by definition, God's will override ours. And though He's still, like I was talking about the playground with the fence, we still have moral choices to make within it. But I think that every time we make the right moral choice, that it's like pulling a heavy cart up a hill where every once in a while you got to stop and put a block under the wheel. It keeps it from going backwards. I think that God does that. As we grow spiritually, He'll put a block behind you so that you can't regress from that point. And then eventually, slowly, you get up the hill. You become more holy, more Christ-like. And after a while, you don't even have, for the most part, there are people, I forget what it's called, that believe you can attain to a perfect holiness in this life. I don't agree with that, but I do believe you can get pretty good at, go pretty far up that hill to where you pretty much don't ever say no or wait or anything when God tells you to do something.
You want my input?
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know, like, because I'm all about the will of God. That's my biggest thing. Is that I'm over here in the Dominican Republic. I come from Canada. I just surrendered. If I told you the story about where I put my face on the floor 2 years ago and just cried like a baby and just told God, look, I don't care. Whatever your will is for my life, I want that door open, and I want the will to my own life. I want that door closed. And you just take me where you need to take me and speak through me what you need spoken through me. And it is amazing the transition that occurred when I did that, in that I literally gave back free will. I hate free will. I think I think I think God hates it as much as I do, to be honest with you. I think that it's fortunate that we are given free will, but humanity given free will is like giving the nuclear launch codes to a ball monkey, which we may very well have done. But with that being said, yeah, I think what I want to know, Teal, is your thoughts on free will and how it correlates to being given the keys to this truth. And if in giving back your free will, does that kind of match up with a Calvinist Christianity?
Oh boy. Well, I do think, as far as researching flat Earth, I think the scripture says that if you seek, you will find. If your heart is seeking for truth, then you're going to find truth, and it might just come at a little bits at a time. But if you're searching for it, you're gonna reach. You're gonna have little bits of truth here and there until you reach to Christ. As long as you keep your heart really wanting truth. And I think that the Bible also talks about how the Holy Spirit will guide you to all truth for believers. Now, it doesn't say that the Holy Spirit's going to push you into all truth. It says that the Holy Spirit will guide you to all truth. So, with me, I think I kind of want to make this clear, because I know a lot of people come to Christ by realizing what wretched souls they are. And everything. But I think that there's a lot of people in the world that need a lift and need a pick-me-up, and not the message of, oh, well, you're a piece of crap, pretty much. And the way that I would sell that to somebody and share that, I don't want to say sell, but the way that I would present God's truth to them from scripture on that is, God, his original creation of us, which was harmony between the physical and the spiritual, before Adam and Eve fell, saw us as good. And the scriptures talk about when you align your will with God's will, your desires will be his desires and his desires will be yours. So I think, to be honest, that this fallen and tainted creation, it's not even really who we are. And people are searching for who we are, which is this unity of our connection with the Father, and also how he made us, which was a harmony between the physical and spiritual. So I think people can recognize that, in Christ is your true identity. And once you find that, you'll feel at home. I feel so much at home now that I'm back to being a Christian from those 4 years of being an atheist, man. I tell you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I was never happier, Eve. It's funny how it happened for me with you, because you were talking to me in the chat under this Teal account, and talking about how you had come to Flat Earth and came back to being a Christian and blah, blah, blah. I had no idea it was you. And then an hour later, Pillbox contacts me and says, I got some amazing news. We got to go on a hangout to tell you. I said, okay. And we got on this hangout, and I think Arcane showed up and whoever. And he said, Teal came back to the Lord, and she's a flat earther. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. That's the second person today I heard came back. This other girl, Teal, was telling me that she just came back to the Lord and is a flat earther. He goes, that is Eve.
That's funny.
But I'll tell you what, I was real happy, because nothing makes me feel closer to God than to see, one of his own come home, and especially, his daughters, because, I love God's daughters, and you're certainly a daughter of God, Teal. And then the flat earth, come on, man. There is no greater door to open. That is the door to know that you know. And then you look at all the ones that just can't let go of the ball. To know that you know, to look at them and to speak to them and to have, I don't want to say pity, but to have grace for them in that they're going to come to know. They keep watching. They keep playing around with this flat earth. Be very careful. You're going to get bit. Keep playing around. Keep coming to these hangouts. Keep playing. Keep taunting. Keep mocking. Keep scoffing. You're going to get bit. You're going to check this research out. You're going to get bit. So I got grace for you. I got love for you. But I am so thankful, Eve, that you came home. Believe me, nobody's more grateful than I am.
Me too. I am I feel so much, I don't know. I just feel, it's hard to explain. I just feel like I'm back at home. Like I'm back to my old self, when I was a Christian before and everything.
Well, you know what I compare it to is, like a father takes his son to Walmart on a Saturday afternoon because the father wants to look at some fishing gear, right? And so the son, he's about 4 or 5 years old, and the dad's looking at fishing gear, and he's talking to the attendant or the Walmart employee about, this fishing rod or this tackle box, and he gets all caught up in the moment looking at all this stuff, and he doesn't realize that his son has gotten away from him. So the son ends up way over at the toy section, and he's playing with Batman and Robin, and he's bouncing a basketball or he's spinning a top, whatever it is he's doing. And he's completely oblivious to the fact that he's separated from the father until, an attendant comes and sees that this kid is, playing by himself and doesn't see a parent anywhere near it, and approaches the kid and goes, hey, look at, where are your parents? And then the kid realizes, hey, my dad, and you realize that moment of separation, and then you find your dad and you get reunited, and that is a moment that can't even be defined on a spiritual level, that we get lost from our father.
And what's
right?
what's weird about my situation is I didn't even realize, it is so hard to explain. I did not even realize the separation and the fear until I came back to Christ. And then I realized everything that I had missed out on. You know what I'm saying? It is really hard to explain. Yeah, it's really difficult to explain. It's almost like you've lost memory of the relationship that you had with God.
Really? Because I was going to ask you privately one time we were talking. I thought, well, maybe it's not my business, but I wanted to ask you if you felt a severing, because in Romans, and I heard you were reading Romans earlier, Romans chapter 1, verse 20 through 28. I've laid this on atheists many times, probably even you at some point when I speak about the reprobate mind. And I don't think that that's possible with you. I'm not sure that was the case, but maybe God let you experience some kind of a severing, some kind of a memory loss of God for a moment, for a purpose later. I don't know what it would be, but did you feel like you had that kind of a severed separation?
The experiences that I had in my relationship with God was not as clear as an atheist until I came back to God and realized what it was I was missing out. That's the best way that I can pretty much explain it. I wouldn't say that I felt a separation at the time that I was convinced of atheism. I believe that at that time I was too confused. Even if there had been that separation, I was at a mindset that I was too confused on things that it wouldn't have rang clear to me, because
Right.
I know that, a big part of why I even looked at the atheist side of things is because I was worried that I may have been indoctrinated by my parents growing up, and I wanted to test to see if what they taught me was true. And that's why it's hilarious, the prayer that I told you about.
Right.
When I prayed to Christ and I said, Lord, I'm going to trust you here, and I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to follow through with my doubts and my questions. And if you are the truth, if you are indeed the truth, I pray that you just lead me back to you. And, when I became an atheist, I thought, well, that's it. He didn't lead me back to him. And, I know that it's not true. And here I am. That's
I
just
can
funny.
remember watching you and Tanya when Tanya, took that path, and I by no stretch of the imagination believe that you convinced her in any kind of way. I think that Tanya already had issues, and I speculated on those issues much earlier than she came out, with this desire to play with the atheists worldview, because I don't even think she was an atheist. I think she was just playing with and enjoying the freedom of swearing publicly and drinking in hangouts and learning science and talking science and being loved and respected by the Ozzy Mendezes and the Alex Bottons and whatever. But at any rate, I always felt like Tanya was still a Christian, but she was like a teenager finally out of the church and able to go to a bar for the first time. Whereas you, I felt like you really, you and I had some heated moments. As a matter of fact, JD Kane
Right.
has a video on his channel. It's called My First Contact or My First Something with Rand Campbell. And you're in it. And you and I go to toe a few times in that video.
Yeah.
Right? And it wasn't nice the way we spoke to each other. So I just want to publicly say that I apologize to you. I know that I don't have to, but I want to. Because I was harsh on you in that video when I think about it. And we had one of those it wasn't a good moment. So I want to put it behind us for sure and just let you know that I love you and I'm sorry that we even had that. And I'm even more sorry that it was captured in a video on JD Kane. I think it's just most viewed video of all time.
I'm not sorry about it being captured on video, even though I would probably look at, I laugh at the past beliefs that I once had. But I think it's a good example, too, though, of ignorance, basically. But, I accept her apology, and I apologized for my behavior as well, because my years as an atheist, I wasn't a saint, that's for sure. And I wasn't myself. Either, which I didn't realize until I came back to Christ as well.
Oh, I can attest to that. You certainly weren't yourself. Anytime you get into a rap battle with G-Man, it's somebody else. But with all due respect, I'm really glad that you were able to accomplish some things during those times, because you went back to school and did some studying, right? And I think you educated yourself on some things, and I think you made some good friendships that are probably going to last, right? So you know what? Their God takes all bad and uses it for good, Teal.
Well, there was a lot of lessons that I learned going through that. So, you know, even though I might laugh at some of the positions now, it's not a journey that I really regret. I don't like, I mean, it's hard to say because it's not that I would want to be there again. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I do think that God allowed me to go through that for my own learning.
Well, he uses it. I mean, how many atheists really got to know you over the past couple of years and trust you and still trust you, even as you have become a Christian again, and even as you have learned flat earth, you don't lose trust over those types of things. Those are very human traits that you would trust.
Well, I don't know if I would say that I gained trust among them anyway. Maybe, yeah, with some of the closer friends that, I took the relationships away from the internet. But yeah, I don't think it was more of whose side are you on mentality in the great debate community. That's how it seems to me. It's more of a whose side are you on? You team atheist or you team theist? That's just how it seems.
And that's the sad part about it, because, you're supposed to be team truth. When you come to a realization that the world is greatly deceived and people just are under this umbrella of deception, lies, and absolute con, we have been completely bamboozled. When you come to realize that, even at the lowest degrees, because you and I are at the nth degree, we know some serious truths as well. So does Paula and Arcane and there's my brother Arcane there. We know this truth to the nth degree, and we just want people to wake up. We just want people to know the truth and get right with the Lord. And you don't got to be all crazy. You don't have to be on a street corner preaching, to homosexuals and telling them they're going to hell. But you do need to come to the Lord, and you do need to come to the truth, and you do need to get the courage to tell the truth. And I think that's kind of what we're doing. We just want to bring people to this knowledge. And, I don't want to force it on them. I don't want to, beat it into them. But at the same time, I don't want them to walk away from a flat out elected hangout thinking that we don't believe what we believe. I want them to know that, we're pretty strong. We stand on our words. Pillbox and Arcane, you need to get in here because I'm finna get ready to go to bed shortly. And you guys need to take over this hangout so that I can go. I got church in the morning. My wife's going to be translating the sermon. And so we're up and out of here early for that. And I've been at a memorial all day or all afternoon, and I'm really, really tired. So I want to be able to get to sleep. You got to check with your woman. All right, brother, you go ahead and do that. I respect that, man. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you because I know you're laughing too. See, if you married Shani for Christ, you wouldn't have to ask her. She's so out of it, she wouldn't care. What about Pillbox? Pillbox, you need to come back in here. I see you need to start talking.
Yeah, we were messing around with Brucifer in the chat. He was out there playing some games and stuff. Brucifer was trolling a while back. He was pretending to be a flat earther for a while.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was pretending for a good month or so. I mean, I knew he was faking it. We went along with the game for a little while, but he lost his mind a little bit extra because of that. So. Yeah,
I named him Brucifer. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
I am.
Yeah, I thought it was quite clever, to be honest with you. I like Bruce. I thoroughly like Bruce. I still pray for Bruce. I hope that at some point, because Bruce, when you get to know Bruce, he can be a bit, wobbly when it comes to dealing with specific Christians. But, the truth is that Bruce is He's harmless, I guess would be the right word. And he has fun and he trolls. He's one of the best trolls out there. He's trolled me for many, many, many. Matter of fact, I think he's written about 5 songs about me. Some of them very lovely. Some of them were very romantic, and other ones not so romantic. Shani is okay. Are you a psychiatrist, Bruce? At any rate, yeah, you guys need to take this hangover because I'm getting ready to lay down and I got to get up early for church. So, I'm tired. But yeah, I'll listen in for a little bit. I love you guys. I love my flat out family. And I have nothing but respect for all of you. But more importantly, I certainly love and respect the courage that people have for coming out and talking this truth, because flat earth is the pepper spray of truth. You mentioned flat earth to people and they want to beat you up. So God bless everybody. Anyways, I'm going to go lay down and get some sleep. I'll listen for a little bit and then I'll probably be gone. But you guys take over. I think you guys have controls, right? That's kind of like why I want
we're good to go.
Arcane in. I want Arcane in so I can give him controls.
Yeah, I'm trying to give him the link right now. Can you wait 1 minute, Rand? Let me get him the link, unless you can add him.
Give him the link of that
Hold
way.
on 1 second.
I think I already sent him the link, but he's got his woman might not let him come in tonight because you know what she's like. She's got the iron fist in that relationship.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you're at it, Arcane.
Bruce, you know I love you, brother. Come on, man. You and I go back a lot of years now, Bruce. We've had our battles, but I love you, man. You're a good guy. Okay, so yeah, and thank you guys for viewing and for coming and watching us. If you can do me a favor, if anybody hasn't, join the Flat Out Elected Google page. We have a community. We're at 90 members, and I'd like to get to 100 members so that we can have 100 members hangout. But yeah, I think we're 10 short of that. So if you guys can just share the page, if you want to share the Google community, Flat Out Elected, that would be very nice. Yeah, foe, you like that? Peace foe, because foe is like, we're an enemy of Ball Earth. Foe, Flat Out Elected. We're an enemy of deception. All right, listen, I love you guys. You guys be blessed. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And you guys have a wonderful hang. Keep it pleasant. Keep it nice. Keep it Christian. Remember that first and foremost, we serve a beautiful God. And that's what we always got to remember first and foremost. You guys have a nice hang. I'll talk to you after.
Later, Rand.
Thanks much, Rand. Appreciate that big time. Just want to say thanks for Mark Sargent stopping by. The Martin Leakey stopped by. Appreciate that. I think he's going to go to bed tonight listening to this hangout. He's, of course, in England. And let's see. Who else? I'm going to go make sure Arcane Logos can get in. Ladies, if you can take over, I'll be right back.
Go ahead, Knowledge. Take over. Are you there?
I'll stick with you for a minute. I think she's probably stepped away from the microphone, and Joe Box ought to get the link to Arcane. So I won't leave you alone. I'll stick around until somebody joins you.
Okay.
If there's anybody in the hangout that wants to join as well, let us know. You guys can have the link if there's anybody that wants to come in and even just fill a seat and talk to Eve. And not you, Bruce, for we don't. I love you, not that much though. I'm not going to have you.
I'm gonna grab a soda real quick, Rand.
444 the truth. If you join Flat Out Elected community, let me see if I can get you the link, brother. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to see if I can get this link to you. I don't know how I'm going to do it.
Arcane, you're added twice, and I sent the link. Try to join right quick.
Sorry, I had to do some things. Did I miss anything?
Nope, we're just getting people situated right quick. I was doing some shout outs, trying to get Arcane in here. And the Imaginary Globe, thank you for showing up. It's the first time I've ever seen you. Thank you for your kind words. Also, Zern Music is in there. Zern, I didn't know you were a believer, so God bless you for that. That's awesome. Appreciate that big time. And again, Victoria and Kathy holding it down all night. I don't know who still is there.
I just gave the link to 444 something. 444 the truth.
Yep.
Yeah, so I just gave him. It's in Google Hangouts. I sent it to you. So
Give controls to this name as well, Rand. That'll make it easier.
give it to who?
Red October.
Oh, okay. 1 second.
And Arcane has entered, so you can give him the controls too.
I'll give you guys controls. 1 sec. Red October. Share controls. Arcane, share controls. Okay, you guys got controls. All right, good night. I'll listen. You guys have a nice
Later,
day.
bro.
I'll patch him, man. Be good. Arcane,
Yeah,
what's
man.
up, brother?
Yo, what up, man? My girl said it was okay. I'm all good.
Oh, all right. Woo! I was praying. All right, be blessed. I'll talk to you.
All right, see you, Rand. Like I just got back in time. Wow.
So what's
Yeah.
going on with you, Arcane?
Man, fighting this little cold, man, but I'm all right, though. Earth is still flat, right?
Yep.
And Jesus is still Lord and Savior.
Not too many trolls tonight. Just Brucifer, I think, maybe one other person. Brucifer didn't know Jesus Christ was God. You believe that? I had to tell him.
Sometimes you gotta let them know.
He said, when did Jesus Christ say the earth was flat? I go, he's been saying it for 5,000 years, bro. Don't you know Jesus Christ is God? It says in Job, says Isaiah. I mean, how many times you got to say it? We only have what? And the guy comes down as a man. We only have about, I don't know, 45 minutes of this guy talk. We barely have a year of this, of God coming down in the flesh. So who knows what else God did in the flesh, but we certainly know one thing is that, you know, he's been saying it's a flat earth for some reason for 5,000 years. Now, if you want to accept that, great. If not, that's also okay.
What New Testament also says, I think it's Colossians, where it starts out saying that he is the creator. You know, so that's pretty point blank.
Right. Well, they ask, well, why would you preach about this? Well, shouldn't you just preach love and compassion? I'm like, well, yeah, love and compassion is teaching people the truth, not lying to them about pseudoscience. If I love and I'm compassionate for somebody, I'm not going to lie to them through my teeth for 3 hours and then tell them, oh, it doesn't matter anyway. Love and compassion means if somebody asks you a question, maybe you should give them the truth. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I kind of got into that in one of my hangouts about what love is and what it isn't. And it isn't just always sweetness and light. Sometimes love has to be tough. And, isn't that what God does for us? He disciplines the children he loves. So, there's other side to it.
That works for truth as well. Truth will set you free, but it'll hurt along the way.
Yeah, that's true. It costs you. We all know that one way or another.
Well, I never learned anything from cupcakes and milkshakes and lemonade. I learned everything from fire. That's what. How did I get to this point? If I was just handed everything, not only would I be worthless, I really wouldn't know everything. It's like, we go through lessons. We live through lessons, and that lesson is now learned, for lack of a better term. I mean, obviously, I don't see a point to life without problems. I know maybe that's just because I've been through so many of them, but most Christians are not afraid of understanding that, we are forged in fire. We didn't get here because everything was so great. I gotta be honest with you. We got here because we were sick of this evil world. I mean, the world pushed me away from it and led me to God. I mean, so that's how it works. It's got to be a beautiful method,
That's part of a positive and a good thing that comes from suffering. The scriptures say that you are forged in the furnace of affliction. So you're exactly right, Pillbox. You know, the suffering that people experience here, a lot of times it can bring them to the feet of the Father.
And I would just add that I don't think, God needed us to suffer and needed Adam to fall or needed any of that to happen in order for us to have been what he originally created us to be. We just don't know. But I would say that since he knew we would choose this, that he would make a way out of it and make something good come of the bad that would have resulted, that did result. That he can make something good come out of it anyhow. Yeah.
I agree with that. I don't think that this is his desire for us to be here suffering. That's for sure. But I do think that we are learning things that we need to learn for us to be able to really appreciate what he offers and for us to trust his guidance in eternity. Right. Adam and Eve didn't trust his guidance. They wouldn't have went their own direction if they did. So right. I think their curiosity, they don't have the experience we have. They didn't have it prior to the fall. All we know is the fall. All we know is, except spiritually, but as far as what our senses experience, all we know is a corrupt creation. So I'm ready to experience a non-corrupt creation.
Right.
That's why Adam and Eve I always took as a lesson, to trust God above your own fleshly desires or your wants, or so much is promised in this world to you if you would just surrender a little bit of your soul. You know what I'm saying? It might not seem like much at the time, but as I look back through my life, I say, dang, I really did give up a piece of my soul just for a little bit of worldly knowledge or possession. So I just see it as like that lesson, like trust God no matter what. Don't slack concerning his promise, because he doesn't slack. You know what I mean?
Yep, I think so too. Yep.
He gave them everything they wanted. What more could you want? And paradise, you can have everything, just don't touch that.
Well, I think
leave that alone. Have everything else, but hard-headed humans.
I've kind of thought with it being, and this is where I know the Calvinists would really just get on me about this, but I think that with us being created to be free will agents, like being able to make choice, we have to be created in a way that we're curious and discover, right? So it seems to me that I don't even know how to explain it. It seems to me that it was inevitable that because they didn't have that experiential knowledge of good and evil, they were too curious about it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, God made everybody the way we wanted to be made. And I don't think that's going to resonate with most people, but that's what I believe.
Yeah.
Well, there was a turning point, though, right? For humans, like Adam and Eve. I'd say before the fall, Adam and Eve isn't like us at all. You know what I mean? Well, in the human sense, yeah, but I would say that they had a different sort of perception on creation, and they were different before the fall. So I don't know what you mean by
I know that they were different
the way we wanted to be made. Are you trying to say like our sin nature?
We didn't want. My point is, we didn't want to be robots. We want to be able to actually there to be a point. We want to be real beings that we're not robots. We can make mistakes, or we can't. There's really no way for me to make anybody understand it, but I absolutely believe that he knew obviously how we want, or how a creation would want a real, true, actual creation with that word free will, or with that word, however I can't really explain it. But the fact of the matter is, he wasn't going to make robots. He was going to make us the only way he could make us, which is with the abilities or the faults or the ways to make mistakes. He wasn't just going to make us not be able to sin or not be able to, because then there'd be no point. Or, he wasn't going to make us like insects or cockroaches that that have no fear or pain.
I think it's a demonstration of his love, his loving attribute, because what person who really loves somebody controls them?
Yeah, and I think I've always said that love has to be genuine and free in order to be real love. There has to be an ability or an opportunity not to love, to make that opposite choice, or it wouldn't be real. And that's why we have to have free moral choice, because it has to be a sentient being's decision, and there has to be an alternative for it to be meaningful at all.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, determinism doesn't make any sense in the when you're honest about scripture. How the heck can you judge somebody for something you made them do? You know what I'm saying? Could you picture telling your son, "Hey son, go knock that bowl of cereal off the table and spill it everywhere," and then whoop him for it? That don't make sense. So just the whole deterministic aspect has never made sense to me.
Yeah, that's
Well, and that's what, I mean, you know, this might not sound right or whatever, and if you guys feel I'm wrong about this, you can, you know, raise your objection or whatever, but that's what makes me wonder if this creation is a type of lesson for us, because it seems to me that, I don't even know how to put it, that, you know, we don't choose to be born, and we also didn't make the same choice as Adam and Eve. But I think if we were all in Adam and Eve's position, because of the way we were created, because we are free agents, we would have made that choice. Do you know what I mean? So now we're having to experience what we are here and create in this tainted creation to be able to learn why not to make that choice of not heeding God's guidance when we have everything given to us.
Well, I think it's more than just that. If I'm not sure if I just, you know, if I understand whether I agree or not, but there's a collectiveness to mankind as well, because we all come from Adam and Eve. Then we were all born after they sinned, and so we were all born in slavery. But so there's a collective thing going on there too. But I think the point is that they sinned in a perfect environment, and that mankind as a collective will return full circle to the point where we see that in the millennium, in the future prophecy, that there will be 1,000 years of paradise on earth again, and yet people will still, at the end of it, turn away from God one last time, and showing that we would, in fact, like you said, do the same thing that Adam and Eve did, maybe for different reasons, though.
Yeah, it seems like to me, those who wouldn't turn their backs against God are those who learn to appreciate the good and what and the things that He has to offer. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I think that, you know, for example, there are some differences that can't be repeated. For like with you know, people wonder why the serpent tempted Eve, you know, targeted Eve for trickery, and didn't do that to Adam. And I think it has to do with experience, because Adam knew that God created Eve and created the animals and created all these things, but Eve was the last thing of anything created, so she never saw it happen. And so she was the only one who could possibly be fooled into thinking she could be like God. And that's my personal opinion of why she was targeted. But since then, everyone has the experience of sin. You know, we were born with that experience. And so we may, you know, when we sin, it's kind of for different reasons. It's because, you know, if we think about it, Adam and Eve sinned in a perfect environment. Well, if we're born in an imperfect environment with corrupting bodies that are dying and have wants and desires, and we're surrounded by a whole bunch of other people with different wants and desires, the odds that we're going to sin are practically 100%. Not by determinism, but by environment, because we were such easy pushovers even in a good environment. Well,
and that just reminds me of something I brought up the other day about, you know, leaders and, well, a better way to put it would be necessary evils in this world. There's like necessary evils. So, for example, self-defense or warfare when warfare is justified. So, and also, God, there's things that are permissible in His, it not desired and not up to His standard, but are permissible, you know, such as divorce and everything in Scripture. So I don't know where I was going with this, but I think that I was trying to say something about the elite using unnecessary evils, or using necessary evils unnecessarily. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it gets deep, but like I said before, I think that God will just, because there's going to be evil, God will make something good come of it. It's like the verse that the Pillbox likes to say all the time, only I like to finish it, where it says, all things work together for good for those who love God and are called according to his purpose. So he will make something good come of it, either in this life or the next, which is something I got into on one of my little short one-topic hangouts about the fact that justice sometimes is delayed, and that doesn't mean we're not getting any justice. It means that sometimes things have to wait for the next life to be made right, but they will be made right. And that's what God makes out of it. He turned what Satan tried to do to ruin the human race into something that by choice, because of what Jesus did, that it only takes faith, but by making that choice, we can get even more out of our eternal existence than we would have had he not made that temptation of Eve back way so long ago. So God is turning the tables on him once again and turning what he meant for evil, as Joseph said in the Old Testament, what you guys meant for evil, God turned into good.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of the story of human history.
Yeah, and like you said, sometimes I don't think that that's going to be as noticeable what that good was. And especially if he's using, let's say, like a death of someone to reach someone else, and
right.
you don't see that person that he reached. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, we don't always know either. There's scripture for that too that says a person doesn't always know the good they did, and sometimes doesn't know the bad they did. It's just another one of those ways that we have to wait for the end to know what the real score is. It's interesting. We have a board game lately. For whatever reason, our family that has been always video games has gotten into some table games. And one of them is, interestingly enough, called Imhotep, which it's got an Egyptian theme and all, but I've come to learn that Imhotep is a possible candidate for being Joseph that I just mentioned, because he was second in command to Pharaoh at one point. Anyway, part of the game is that the point system is kind of complicated, but some of the points don't get added till the very end. Other points are added as each round goes, but some are only added at the very end. And that's kind of the way life is with rewards and punishments. Is, you might see some of it in this life, but certainly not all of it. There are some things that just have to wait.
Right. I think that like the starving children, die of starvation and everything. Those are considered, kind of the last here on earth. And the Bible talks about the first shall be last and the last shall be first. And I think, in eternity, they are going to be the ones rewarded the most. Those who suffer the most here are going to be the ones rewarded the most, is my opinion.
And I think it'll matter too what kind of the reward will match the kind of suffering as well, and how that equates to in heaven, we have no idea. But for example, we are told by missionaries to places like China, where the church is underground, that they pity us because they view physical suffering as much easier to deal with and not as damaging to one's faith as mental, social pressures that we face in the West, with the peer pressure and things we were talking about earlier. Because it seems, and even the Bible says this as well, that the people with the strongest faith are the ones who suffer the most physically. So when we don't suffer physically, but we have all of these subtle temptation kind of things, these kind of pressures on us all the time, as we do on the internet, especially, where we're subjected to all kinds of subtle twists on the truth, that it can be more damaging to the faith than a frontal assault, so to speak. So it'll work out.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I see your point there too, because the first thing that people usually do when they're in pain is call upon God. Mm-hmm. And it's just It's just a fact that a lot of times suffering is what brings people to the feet of the Father, like I said earlier.
Right. Yeah, it's just in many cases it just seems to be the opposite. Some people will turn away from God because of physical suffering too. Um, but it's
Yeah.
hard to say, you know.
Yeah, I
That's why
agree. I agree, but I mean the scriptures tell us that we are going to suffer like Christ, like Christ suffered.
right.
Maybe not exactly that way, of course, but
Right. I mean, there's lots of different ways, but he just promised that there's a price for following him, taking up our cross.
yeah.
Which is why, people would like to say, well, if we were the people of Israel who crossed the Red Sea, we would not be like the people of Israel who complained to God that there was no food or something. And we wouldn't have done this and that because we would have seen those miracles and had absolute confidence in him. And yet we have seen how easy it is to use peer pressure against Christians to turn away from the Bible or the faith and start believing all kinds of crazy things and start, putting the world first. No, we're not really any better than they are.
Right. Well, that it's kind of the flat Earth. The flat Earth is a clear testament of God, of the Creator,
Right.
and yet you still have people that Christians who will not even acknowledge that.
Yeah. And in hindsight, of all people in history, we have the most hindsight to look back and learn lessons. But, it's like people say, here we are with all the world's knowledge at our fingertips. And what do? We share cat pictures, And I'll tell you what, sometimes the way things are on these hangouts and things, you wonder if those aren't the smart people.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But almost over, I think.
Me too. I'm convinced of it.
It's one of those double-edged swords. And it's, biblical as well, where even the Apostle Paul lamented about how he wasn't sure whether it was better for him to die and go to be with God face to face or to stay here and help the churches. He was struggling with that idea. And we have the same struggle. We're thinking, for us, it would be much better to leave and be in heaven where all the suffering ends. But at the other hand, we think of so many people who are going to miss the boat. And we wanted to stay just a little longer to see how else we can get, the last few stragglers and pick up the pace so we can reach that number of people. Because there is a number.
Right.
Now, a lot of people don't know there's a number. It says until the full number of the Gentiles comes in. And the terminology in Greek is like nautical terms, where they talk about how many sailors you need to set sail. And that there's this number that has to be reached before God will return back to Israel, and turn his attention back to Israel and finish things off. So that's kind of a motivation if we know that. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, the earth is
Trolls
not a
in the
ball.
hangout. What's up, Arcane? Go ahead.
No, that was for the trolls. Yeah, the earth is not a ball.
Yeah, we got William out there. William's very new to the concept, it seems. He's asking some very new-like questions. And you got to come with this. If you're going to come to the Flat Earth Hangouts, bro, you kind of remember that if we think the Earth is flat, that means that everything that you believe in on the subject is irrelevant. So you have to stop pretending that you can mix your pseudoscience with real science. And on that note, actually, Preet has entered the building. So the Doubting Peasant has made it. What's going on, Preet?
Hey guys, how are ya?
Good. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, you ladies are taking over. What's going on with you tonight, Preet?
Nothing much. I just want to say hi to everyone. I haven't spoken with everyone here in a while.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hey.
good to see you.
Hey Teal. Hey Knowledge.
Yeah, I don't think we've been on
And
a
Arcane.
long time.
Yeah. Lots going on to talk about. I have to say that.
Yeah, how is your march of truth going when it comes to exposing our political leaders, Preet? How's
Oh,
that been going
dude,
for you lately?
I'm being called an anti-Semite.
Good. That means you've made it. Congratulations. All right. Give her a hand, everybody. She's finally made it.
Confetti, bows and ribbons. Yeah.
And it's so hard to like get people to understand. Just because you criticize the state of Israel and its agenda and what it's trying to do in the Middle East, that in no way means that you're an anti-Semite. I mean, for goodness sake, the Palestinians are Semites. Am I against them? No.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not
Well,
anti-Israeli either. I love everybody in this chat right now. What's up, Eve?
Oh, I love the Israel citizens. I don't believe a lot of them have any clue what the hell their government is up to, just like the U.S. citizens have no clue what the hell their government is up
Right,
to.
but they're everywhere. God's children are everywhere. They're so confused. They think God's children. God's going to put all of his children in one little spot. Sorry, dude. They're everywhere.
A lot of Jews oppose what the state of Israel does. A lot of them say, don't do this shit in our name.
the citizens, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
if I don't like Trump, am I anti-American?
exactly. I mean, just because Bibi is not the face of the Jews.
Right. Well, and I think people, when Christians act like you can't criticize the government of Israel and the government state or whatever, I think that do they forget that there were always faithful and rebellious Jews in Scripture?
Exactly. I mean, look at what Stephen said to the Pharisees before they stoned him to death. I mean, not to mention what the Lord, Jesus Christ himself said, but even, the other martyrs and the saints after him said about, those who were not faithful, those who were not following Christ or did not even, want to pay attention to what even he said when he was alive and after he left, what even the apostles were saying.
Yeah, I mean, it was going on all throughout Scripture where part of Israel would rebel. There would be a few that wouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean...
Well, there's even a scripture that says that God says point blank to Israel, I didn't choose you because you were so awesome or big or anything. I chose you for exactly the opposite reasons so that
Exactly, yeah.
my glory. But we have to be careful. I think there's one extreme is, just absolutely anything Israel does is cool. And the other extreme is everything they do is wrong. And
everything, yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
God is the only one who knows who the real Jews are. I'm going to trust him to figure that out. And all I know is that for whatever reason, there is a land of Israel in that spot in the world, that it is a fulfillment of prophecy.
I believe that too. Yeah, no, I'm not anti-Israel in that Israel shouldn't exist. No, Israel has the right to exist. It was restored, I believe, for a reason. But what I am anti is the Israeli government's agenda of going after the oil that is buried underneath Golan Heights and killing the Syrian peoples to get it. The Syrian Christians, no less.
Well, and in my opinion, Syria, if according to Scripture, I believe Syria was a part of Israel, wasn't it? Or at least part of Syria was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I agree with you that Israel is going to be in prophecy, that's for sure. But my eye is on the whole Middle East.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, amen.
There's people I know, prophecy teachers that are decent thinking people that believe that that they were told to keep their eye on Syria. And there's Psalm 83, I think it is, that talks about Damascus being a heap of ruins, and that
hasn't happened yet.
Right, and it certainly is. I mean, Damascus, from what I'm told, if I'm told the truth, is already almost a heap of ruins. But I think
they leveled Aleppo, which was a Christian city.
Yeah, and so the thing is about Israel in prophecy is that they are there to finish their judgments. They have 7 years left of the judgments that are due them for their unfaithfulness. Well, they have to be there in unbelief in order for them to be judged. So here they are,
I do have to. One thing that does sometimes irritate me is when Christians will side like what you just said, Teal, which you were absolutely right in saying. I believe that is in the Bible, and that is a prophecy that is to come true about Damascus. But I get annoyed when Christians think that it's somehow okay if the U.S. is a part of leveling Damascus to a ruin where so many Christians live.
No,
Right.
that's totally unbiblical. I mean, Christians
That's what I believe. It's like
Yeah.
just because it's prophecy, just because, like how the Lord's crucifixion was prophesied, that doesn't mean we have to be the ones supporting and cheering on the people who are crucifying him.
right, exactly.
That makes no sense to me, and that's really what like kind of annoys me at times with a lot of Christians. They think that just because that's in prophecy that it's okay. No, it's not okay. You're not supposed to support that, especially if there's so many Christians in Syria.
Well, you talk to like a full preterist or whatever. They used to bring up all the time about the Romans passage when they were warned when you see the Romans, pretty much military action against them, then they would know that their judgment has arrived or whatever. Well, all Christians have to do is look at that. That was a fulfillment. 70 AD was a fulfillment of prophecy, but we don't, get on the side of it, of the action of murder and war and killing.
Just because it's in prophecy doesn't mean we're supposed to be rooting for the side that's destroying countless lives.
Right. But I do think that temple needed to fall, needed to be a physical sign of the fulfillment of the old covenant system.
Yeah, no, I believe that it was meant to fall. Yeah.
Well, that's what they were talking about. That they brought up at the Jerusalem Council in Acts 15, where they said that God would, turn to the Gentiles and make Israel jealous, and then God would return and rebuild David's fallen tent. And so
I have to say there has been a lot of harvest in Israel towards, recognizing Jesus Christ as the Messiah.
Yeah, they're absolutely still where they were when they took their own Messiah. They're absolutely there, which is exactly what I would expect. I expect that because God halted the prophecy, that it's going to be pretty much the same conditions when they pick up again. So I think there's going to be a temple that has to be rebuilt so it can be desecrated.
I absolutely believe there is a very lively remnant in Israel.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that there's going to be a third temple with the animal sacrifices and stuff.
Yeah, I think that they are going to try to build Ezekiel's temple, which is a different priesthood and a different system than the one that they had in the first century. But that is the millennial temple. They're going to try to build it, but they're not going to be in the will of God when they do, just as they had still a temple 40 years after they crucified Christ. It took 40 years until the temple was destroyed. In the same way, I think that there will be a time when they put up this temple and start the sacrifices, and then it is cut off by the Antichrist, with the abomination. And so
I have a question about that for everyone. Sure. Now, a lot of people have, I've heard a lot of Christians speculate about this, and I have speculated as well, whether or not the Antichrist or, what the origin will be. I truly, I held a different position, but I'm really shifting towards a newer position, which is that I'm starting to feel that the Antichrist will be of Jewish origin.
Well, there's two main figures in Revelation. Most people
are the false prophet, or one of the two.
Yes, I believe the false prophet, because the Antichrist, it gets confusing. The terms are unfortunate, and I try to use either the beast and the false prophet, or the false prophet is also called the second beast. But beast and false prophet does a good division of who these entities are. And
Yeah. At first, I thought it was going to be, I was really convinced that perhaps it would be of a Muslim origin, but I'm really starting to think it's going to be of a Jewish origin.
I think it almost has to be. I never got
Especially considering the term synagogue of Satan.
right. And those who say they're Jews but are not. There's all sorts of things that figure into that. But
Well, and
Exactly.
also it would make sense anyway because God chose the Jewish people to present truth to, and then it's kind of like I can't, I don't know how to explain it. I hate it when I can't explain my thoughts. I'm sorry.
that never happens to me.
I kind of know what you're alluding to, Teal. I'm gonna hark back to Apostle Paul right now when he says, he's not a Jew who is circumcised on the outward, but who is circumcised of the heart, and there's neither Jew nor Gentile. Like, I truly believe that the origin of this, or how this thing's going to escalate, has to be of a Jewish origin, especially when you read Revelations.
Well, when you read even just the gospel, I mean, Christ
Yeah.
was going after the Pharisees. Like I said, there was always, it seemed, Jewish people that were faithful and some that were rebellious and not faithful.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. And a lot of, this almost seems like, I don't know, some people act like it's like sacrilegious to talk about, this sort of an interpretation of it. But I don't believe it's out of, it's out there. It's not crazy. It actually makes more sense.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things going on in prophecy that my opinion is as to where the other like preterism and historicism, amillennialism, all the isms about prophecy came about because Israel was so thoroughly destroyed in 70 AD that they never thought it would come back, and so they had to reinterpret the prophecies to match, because they felt that these couldn't be literal ever. And yet now we have an Israel in unbelief in their land. So that is telling me, if nothing else would, except, the fact that we have all the Old Testament prophecies about the first coming of the Messiah that came true literally, that the rest of the stuff is literal as well. There are things like, for example, in Revelation that are clearly signs and allegory, or not an allegory, I don't, that's the wrong word. Symbols. But they are often explained in Revelation too. Like, for example, we have the woman riding the beast, and then John asks about her, and the angel explains what everything in the vision represented. Well, we can't take that explanation and then allegorize that or symbolize that.
Right.
A symbol of a symbol doesn't work for me. But so I take it as literally as possible. And I'm going to get into Bible interpretation methods, my next hangout that I might do Monday, my single topic hangouts, and take more time.
Also, the other reason why I'm veering towards that understanding of it is because I'm sure, as you all have read, when it reads in the New Testament where Jesus Christ was talking about the end days, where he said, if possible, even the elect will be deceived. Now that I really step back and look at how much of, I don't know how much in the East, I don't think it's nearly as much, but Western Christianity is just so inundated with this idea of protecting the nation state of Israel.
I'm not sure as pervasive as it might appear to be, because I do know, especially in the more mainstream high church denominations, that they are not. They tend to be more politically liberal, and they don't support Israel. And it's just maybe a matter of perception. I'm not sure what the actual...
In evangelical Christianity, it seems as if it's very prevalent.
Yeah, I would say so in evangelicals, but I wouldn't say so in all the branches.
No, not all the branches. Just evangelical Christianity seems like it's like almost like an unthinkable thing to, like, we're not going to have a president who's not pro-Israel and Israel number one first.
Yeah, I think my mom's been, convinced of the political agenda for Israel and everything up until recently. Like me and her has been discussing it, and I brought up to
Yeah.
her, that the borders were larger in Scripture and everything, and she's like, "Yeah, you're right. We should just be watching all the nations over there."
And
So
it's interesting, some of the other prophecies, like the one that comes after Psalm 83, where the immediate neighbors, I mean, they list the nations, and we have a pretty good idea of who those match up to now. And I have this in my prophecy document, which I can post here in a bit when I'm done talking, so I don't lose my train of thought too soon. Which I think I just did. Okay, this prophecy, Psalm 83. And then what happens is those nations are defeated, and then Israel's borders expand, and then it's the nations in the second ring, which is largely going up into Eastern Europe, that attack Israel for a different reason. The first group immediately around them are the ones who say, let's wipe them off the map and forget that they ever existed. This is the mindset of the Muslim nations around them right now. But later, Gog and Magog comes down and say, we're going to attack a nation that just recovered from war, that feels safe finally, that has a lot of good stuff to plunder, like that Golan oil fields. It's a setup. I mean, it's a perfect setup. If you wipe out the nations immediately around Israel, Israel gets bigger and has a lot of loot, and which provides the motivation for the second invasion from the Gog and Magog war. So it's all
that would that would make sense regarding how the elite works anyway. That would make perfect sense.
It's a Rothschild thing too. I mean,
It almost sounds like Israel's going to bring its own demise, so to speak, because of its greed. Because truly, I mean, right now I'm convinced and when I talk about this, I'm not referring to the citizens of Israel. I'm referring to the nation state, the government only. The government of Israel is so motivated by greed. It's unbelievable. Like this was awakening for me, because I honestly thought Syria was one of the bad guys until I actually started looking at their side of the spectrum, and their side started understanding it from that perspective. Because honestly, would it make any sense if, let's say, for example, Japan wanted to know, what the American president was like, and they started, talking to China about it. Hey, what do you think about the guy who's running the country over there? That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. The true objective opinion of what a country is running like, or what a leader of a nation is doing, is the nation's people themselves. So if Japan wants to know what Trump is doing, or what any other administration is doing, and how the people are being treated in the land, they should reach out to the citizens of the land, which is you and I, us here. Our opinion would be the objective opinion of what our government is truly like, not friggin' China.
Right. And that's exactly, in my opinion, what Russia appears to have been doing, where they are acting more like the moral high ground lately, which is ironic, which, is part of their strategy, which is a better strategy. If you're going to defeat your enemy, you will do the war in their minds, in the minds of the people, and tell them what's wrong with their own government, so that they will want yours come over. Yeah, it's just a smarter strategy.
And
he also
from what I've seen,
Christianity, by the way.
Huh?
Putin also appealed to Christianity. He was basically saying us, our nation has fallen because we have lost our Christian roots, which has some truth to it, but
it does.
He was playing on that.
Right.
But also, I have to say, when it comes to, after what happened with the Soviet Union and the decimation that the Christian church experienced in light of that, was absolutely horrendous. The churches were decimated. Everything was just desecrated. The priests and the pastors and everything were taken out in the streets and killed, in numbers, in masses. After that, Putin has been a very great support to the church there. Now, I don't know if there's ulterior motives or not, but as far as I can tell, he has been very supportive of them.
Well, there are some leaders that want to appeal to the people. I mean, the people are important to the leaders. They have to,
Sure.
they have to get their support. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust anybody that's in that high of a position, including Assad.
True. Yeah.
But I thought it was completely unjustifiable for what Trump did. I could tell you that much.
Because what turns out to be the story actually is there was a British journalist who actually was there and investigating the whole thing. What actually happened with this whole chemical gas attack thing is the rebels, al-Nusra, who is a rebel front who is being aided by Israel and the Saudis and the Turkish government. Al-Nusra, they call them rebels, but they're not really rebels. They're actually terrorists. They are Al-Qaeda and ISIS, but they go under the name of Al-Nusra and White Helmets. They are funded by our tax dollars and the UK.
Right.
And they have in the past and currently do have been known to have chemical weapons. And so what happened was the Russian government aiding Syria because they're the only two fighting ISIS and Al Qaeda right now. Nobody else is. They found out that this warehouse, they were keeping gas, chemical weapons. And so in order to destroy the facility, they targeted the facility and the gas leaked out. And the White Helmets used that to their advantage and proliferated that even more so to cause, destruction, and then display that to the audience, make film, make footage or photographs, and then leak that to the UK. There was an NGO based in the UK, and the White Helmets based in Syria, funded by US, and they've leaked those footage and those pictures to the US in order to propagate this whole narrative that, Assad did it on purpose to his own people. But that's not what really happened.
Well, I happen to think that our government is behind a lot of what's going on over there.
Absolutely.
From what I've looked into, I think that there's...
Trump's sucking up to the Saudi royalty right now.
Yeah, the Saudis they've been behind an awful lot, and nobody notices them, and there's a reason for that. They get left out of almost all the discussions of what goes on in the Middle East. There are human rights violations. They behead I don't know how many people for stupid things, and they're very oppressive to women, and they are just treated like a modern Western nation with full rights, and it's a sin of omission, kind of. It's a thing out of sight, out of mind. They just stay out of the news. It's just something that's always concerned me, but what can you do? But pretty soon, I think I'm going to have to get some sleep. It's been
I have to jump off here as well, so let's get...
Yeah, me too. I just wanted to drop by and say hi to everyone. It was awesome talking with you all. And if you're free tomorrow night, I'm going to have a hangout. So if you want to drop by.
Sure. If I check my notifications and things, I should see it, but that doesn't always work.
Awesome. I'm gonna add you guys to it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, have a good night, y'all.
You too.
Right, later.
God bless.
Same here.
Night, everybody in chat, because I'm leaving too.
Good night.
Alrighty. See ya.
Have a good night, ladies. Thanks again. Appreciate you big time. Station identification, ladies and gentlemen. It is 841 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. Give or take a couple music. Let's see. The moon is a crescent in my northwestern sky right now. Looks like we got some trolls in the chat. Victoria, Kathy, 444 Truth out there holding it down really well. We're still awaiting a couple people to show up. If anybody wants to join, of course, please let us know, and we will send you that link. Knowledge Scavenger, you sticking around? No,
Maybe
you're leaving.
for a minute or two. I
For a
should
minute?
get But yeah, I got a minute if you need to.
You got 17 minutes.
Well, sometimes I talk to my family before I go to bed.
No, we can't let you talk to your family. That'd be too easy. Let's use this. We got a William character. We're going to give William his 10 minutes of fame. He decided to get on the internet at his parents' house and, of course, question why people are on Flat Earth Hangouts. Wow. And if you look at William, with the interesting questions that, of course, he presents, how come we don't fly over the edge of the Earth if it's a flat Earth? Really intelligent, thought-out questions. Or, if gravity's not real, how come I can drop something and it falls? Big thinkers. Big thinking questions in the chat out there. And he keeps saying, I'm not a troll, but you couldn't tell by the questions. I mean, I guess some parents let their children use the computers late at night when they're not paying attention and stuff like that. Stuff like this can happen. I'm sure it's not the first time. You just got to be careful out there. I know people in the chat are trying to help this guy, but man, just the questions alone just show you how lost people are. It's just embarrassing. Just the questions that they ask. It's so pathetic. And you could give them 1,000 years. They couldn't come up with one excuse for anything they're even asking because they're claiming a lot of knowledge as they ask, if you notice.
Yeah, I just, you would think in the internet age that people would first go and research something and not jump into a Hangout chat to learn about something,
right. Right. Does William know? Does William know they haven't taken down Google yet? You can still do internet searches to try to find out what you're talking about.
No way.
It is crazy knowledge. Believe it or not, Brian, knowledge guy, you can still use internet search engines and actually look stuff up. It's pretty cool. It's called the internet. It's been around for almost 25 years or something. It's this crazy thing that all these kids are using. But sometimes we get lost on the way here. We stumble a little bit with all the distractions, of course, on the internet. We get very confused about our priorities, and we start thinking, how do I convince everybody actually no, they're wrong? Let me just spend the rest of my life telling everybody else they're wrong. What a wonderful resume. Brian, what is going on with you?
Not much. I'm waiting for William to come on and try to explain how the Earth's a ball. That's all.
I would like William to just actually, if he wants, to just tell us where he got his information from, because he's making a lot of claims. I don't even need him to. I'm not even asking for evidence, Brian. I just want to know a source of information. Is he going to say, "Duh, school," or the Discovery Channel, whatever it is? I'm just always curious to see what they're basing their information off of, Brian, because when I was first presented with this topic, I couldn't find one single source from the 30 years of knowledge experience that I had to justify such an idea. So, and I guess I just must not be that smart. So if he's so smart, I'd love to know the sources of where we can find our magical ball pseudoscience evidence, including, of course, gravity and my favorite, dark matter. And of course, the best one of all, actually, how do you keep an atmosphere next to a giant vacuum that's endless? Because that's obviously extremely easy, and anybody can do that. But let's look at, how about this question? Well, who had all the money to build the dome? I mean, come on, let's get a little bit serious now, William. Yeah, I'm thinking, who built this dome? Let me think about it. Maybe the same guy that built the Earth. Just a hint. That's a crazy guess. I'm gonna say if the Earth was probably made. If you don't, if William thinks the Earth made itself, I'm gonna guess this. Here's my guess. William thinks the Earth made itself, and then a giant race of aliens made the dome. If he wants to believe that, that's fine. And I just want to know where he gets the information from.
Oh, is that why aliens want our gold? They got a loan to pay off.
Yeah, alien. Yeah, the most advanced technological super alien races in the existence of the Nebula Galaxy. Of course, have to dig for coal and gold on Earth. Still, yeah, they got here with ionic positron colliding, 0-point energy manipulating force field machines. But we need to dig for coal. Well, that sounds legit. Where do I sign up for that pseudoscience religion?
Yeah, because they use fiat currency wherever they're from, right? So you got to pay off the interest.
Yeah, I mean, why not just escape your home planet? I mean, you're gonna have to go back and pay them off. So why not take the goods from here? It makes way more sense, Oh dear Lord, Brian, do you see that guy in the chat? What else is he saying? I can't go back and forth. If I go back and forth, this thing's gonna
Go ahead.
glitch out.
Well, if you guys are gonna wait for an answer, I think I should go to bed. because I'm not staying.
Okay, okay, we won't hold you any longer, Paula. We'll let you go early. Go ahead and say hi to your family for us. We'll see you later.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Good to see ya. We'll see you probably tomorrow night somewhere.
Have a good
Thanks
night,
very
Paula.
much, Paula. I appreciate you.
All right, you too. God-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Red October portion of the Hangout. Since Rand Campbell has now retired to bed, you're going to have to deal with me for a little bit. I hope you can handle it. We have a special guest right now, Brian Verville, giving me a screenshot of the chat right now so I can read the lovely comments in the chat. And if you would be so kindly, Brian, please blow up the right side of that screen if you want.
I'll do it one better.
So I can see a little bit better. Let's see what we got right now. Cool. Thank you. Yep.
I got to mute for a second. Just go ahead. No, roasted is like a good thing when you compliment your friends with messing with them. That's a roast. This isn't a roast. But I'm glad you're having fun with it, William. What's funny is most people that mock the flat earth and other conspiracies that are actually conspiracies, I guess you'd say that one. Most of us actually woke up and we were on that side of the fence. So now we woken up and it is what it is, you know? You got the floor.
Yeah, I'm on. Let's see what's going on here. Yep, there's Willie out there. Doesn't make any sense. So he's just the questions don't make any sense, William. I mean, let's think if we can think of a very
18 years to get through school. So I would suggest that it's probably going to take him somewhat of some time to get out of that being doctored like that, you know?
Yeah, Willie, is this going to take you 18 years to figure out what a straight line is? Because we don't have 18 years, buddy. If you're not sure what a straight line is, I mean, it's 2017. You can Google a straight line if you need to figure out what a straight line is, William. Please Google that. Let's see. We have any questions in the chat for William from other flat earthers. There's Multi-Tom. What's he doing? Okay, he's messing. I believe the Earth is a globe. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, some geocentric people, a lot of them, when they call themselves geocentric, usually that still means they believe in a globe, yeah. Now, here's William again. He just can't help himself. Look at it. It just seems unnatural. The Earth is flat. He just can't. It seems unnatural to William. Well, yeah, William, that's the point. Yes, it should seem unnatural to you.
He's about 21, 22, right?
Right. Listen, if I went to a glober and told them the Earth is flat and they said, oh, that's natural, I'd probably have a problem with that person at that point. They might not be thinking correctly. It's probably not going to seem natural to people that think they're on a magical ball, William. Just so you know.
Hey, William, I know you got a lot of questions. And
like William, if somebody said,
you know what I'm saying.
The question is too. It's too complicated, bro. This is way too complicated of a question. Where do you get your scientific information from, William? Now let's just play the Jeopardy theme music and some crickets because we know we're not going to get an answer.
The same people who brainwashed him.
Right. I just would love to my main goal in life, Brian, now is just to see if globers actually have the ability to have a cognitive answer of anything, just to see it. Like, what is your name, William? He probably can't say William. Like, he's gonna have to beat around the bush, for about an hour. They can't answer anything. So, William, are you a male or a female? They would say, oh, I don't think that has anything to do with this. Like, they just can't answer anything. Like, I just want the person. I want one single glober, just to be able to answer one question. Right, like Glober, how old are you? And they go, I can't answer that. Okay, what can you answer? Is there anything a Glober can't answer for us? I want to see if there's anybody in the chat that has any questions. If I see someone in the chat asking a Glober a question, I'm going to continue to ask that question for that flat earther. Uh-oh, hold on. We got the Baptist Dave here. Baptist Dave made a big mistake. I guess he hasn't read Job or Isaiah or Genesis. In Job 38:5, it says,
You're in
God
trouble,
stretched the
Dave.
line. Yeah, God stretched the line over the ball. No, God stretched the line over a flat earth. You can't stretch a line over a ball, Dave. Plus, there's about 100 other mentions in the parts of the Bible that mention the earth not moving. It's fixed, it's immovable. The foundations of the earth shall not be moved, Dave. So I'm not sure what Bible you're reading. You can even read a poor translation and get these facts out of it. But start with Job 38:4, 5, and 6, because it is reiterated with specified detail that the earth is not moving and has a cornerstone. So that would be a good start for you. 444 Truth,
Kobox, what is
please ask a question about.
the earth is immovable? How does it go?
Oh, it's immovable, it's fixed, it's fastened. These are all different descriptions of the earth. Fixed, fastened, immovable. Fastened it is in Job 38:6, I believe. Fastened. Who fastened it? He's asking Job. Who fastened the earth? God did. The same guy that built that dome, William, just in case you're confused. Look at William. William can't barely get out of his mother's bedroom, but he's talking about parallel universes. That's probably not the right route for you, William. If you're having trouble answering the most basic fundamental questions, like where you get your information from, you're probably not ready for the dark matter pseudoscience cartoons,
Right.
I'm going to guess.
Here, I'm going to send him a link so he can go check out some good flat earth stuff
Yep.
from good flat earth people.
Well, oh, yeah, exactly. Very good, Brian. But Baptist Dave is now saying those scriptures are talking about a geocentric earth. Well, they're not just talking about geocentric, they're talking about the shape or non-shape. That's why God said line. A line is a shape. It's not curved one way and it's not curved another, because lines don't curve at all. So when God said he stretches the line over the foundations, that's because you can only stretch the line over a flat surface. So clearly stating the earth is flat. Not only that, though, how about the fact that in Joshua 10:12 through 14, the sun and moon stopped? The specified details, not only that they stopped, but over two specified locations, Gibeon and Ajalon. When this is reiterated over and over again, it even says, is it written in the book of Jasher? So there's no excuse for this, Dave. Listen, this information isn't for everybody. If you want to come up with excuses why you don't accept the Bible, that's fine. But you're not going to make any brownie points here. In fact, you're probably going to get eaten alive. I'm just letting you know. These Christians are trying to be, these real skeptical Christians that know they've been lied to, Dave, aren't interested in people ignoring the Bible. I got to be honest with you. These people have woken up to this truth, and if you don't like it, that's fine. But you don't have anything to. Oh, I just got a message from somebody. Hold on, I'll read that in a second. I don't know. I think that's from Teal Summers. It's not for everybody, Dave. There's countless parts in the Bible where it destroys the idea that it's a ball. I bet when your mother made pancakes for you when you were a kid, she didn't tell you those were flat either. And does that mean because your mommy didn't tell you that pancakes are flat, pancakes really aren't flat? Well, that's the argument you have right now. When I call Domino's Pizza and order a pizza, do I have to remind them to make it flat? No, because it only comes one way. Well, when God makes a creation, he makes an earth and he makes it flat. If it only comes one way, why would he have to continue to reiterate the most obvious thing that we can all see with our very eyes? What's the point of telling us the shape? That's like, well, God didn't say cats are furry. So I don't know if cats are really furry, Brian, because God didn't tell me they were furry. I don't know. I mean, I need to look at your cats again, Brian. I'm not sure if those cats are really furry, because in the Bible, I don't remember God telling me that cats are fuzzy. So that's not a good argument. I'm sorry.
That means my squares are really rounded.
Look at William right here. William, I'm going to actually give William his words right. He goes, "You don't believe everything you see on the internet." Yeah, probably not, William. So where do you get your information from? Take your time. We'll let you have some time with that answer. Whenever you're ready, William. We're not going to pressure you. I won't turn on the Jeopardy music. I don't want to make anybody upset.
William, it's kind of funny. It's most of us went through this and we heard of flat Earth and we thought, what a joke. This has got to be a joke. Okay, that's seriously how it works. And we spend about a year, 2 years, some of us a little bit longer, some of us a little bit shorter. But
look at this.
Go ahead.
Brian, look at Dave in the chat. I just gave him the passage, and instead of reading it, this is a lesson for everybody right now in the chat. Look at Mr. Dave here. I just gave this guy Job 38, 4, 5, and 6, and now he's saying again, show me where it says it. I mean, how many times do you have to tell somebody? It's like you're talking to robots. Like you have to re-input
man. You can only
it's like I got to re-input the information, Brian. How many times do I got to tell the robot no? Or how many times do I got to insert Job 38, 4, 5, and 6? Please reciprocate this information and process it, my dear Lord. What's the next excuse, Dave? I just told you. Look at this guy. Dear Lord, somebody help him. Victoria, help this guy. Thank you, Victoria. There's another one. Proverbs 9:27-9. But again, I'm just talking about Job 38, 5. Brian, is it really difficult? It says, who stretched the line?
Right. William,
stretch the line I mean, this is just, if I'm stretching a line over the foundations of the earth, how do you stretch a line over a ball? I just want someone to tell me, how do you stretch a line? Because a ball obviously has no straight lines, right? You know, the definition of sphere is without straight lines. So again, the Bible makes it too easy. Plus, like I said, why does God have to hold us by the hand? If people are really this ignorant, does God have to tell us that the sky is blue? Well, God didn't say the sky's blue, so I need Victoria and Brian and 444 and the way. All these Christians, you got to show me, prove to me that the sky's blue, because God doesn't tell us the sky's blue. So I guess it's not blue. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you want to do that, Dave, if that's the way you're thinking of things, I suggest you do some more Bible studying or find something else to do, because you're going to get in the way.
Well, that's kind of like
these Christians know what they're doing.
School, they taught you that there, you look out and you see, they tell you there's a curve there, and you're saying, well, there's no curve. I see a line. Well, that's just your eyes playing with you. Listen to us. And they just continue to do it the whole way through. You know what I'm saying? It's trying to make you disbelieve what your eyes tell you. And that's
exactly
right.
Well, thank you, Dave. You seem like you have a change of heart. And Dave, that's the one I always use, Dave, because for the last 2 years, I've had obviously a plethora of Christians continually ask me, well, show me in the Bible where it says the flat earth. And well, I finally found that a few months ago with a friend as I was researching it. And I'm sure other people have found it, but I prayed about it. So I took it very personal. I was very happy to find that. Okay, William, whenever you're ready, just let us know and you're able to answer a question.
William, no, we're not stating, there's some people that believe it's a dome. Some people believe it's infinite plane.
Yeah, well, hold on, Brian, right. Here's the excuse that he has, though. William, I don't know if you can read, but it's not called dome earth. It's called flat earth. And notice not one time have you addressed the shape of the earth, which is amazing. And what a coincidence, as we always see, any noob glober troll can't address the shape of the earth, because the second you adjust the shape of the earth, it's flat and there's nothing you can do about it. So continue, William, to paddle through your own pseudoscience and your imagination. When you're ready to answer a question where you get your information from, please let us know. And we got Dave again. MG, it's because you're okay.
Well, a lot of people try to put us all in one category, and they don't realize that a lot of stuff that we look at as fact, and then I can't say there's a dome because I really haven't been there. You know what I mean? So we can't all say it's there. It's kind of like us with satellites. We can't prove they're out there because, well, we can't go out there. So sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, if I create a fictitious place and tell people I put a bunch of what if I say this, Brian? I created a fictitious place. I took a bunch of cars, so I can tell all the Christians in the chat, Kathy and Victoria, and all these ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to tell them that I own Ferraris and Lamborghinis, but they're at a place I can't let them go, and they have to trust me. So
right, exactly.
I'm the owner of Bentleys, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Dodge Vipers, and a bunch of other sports cars, Brian, but I just can't show you because they're too far away. But you have to believe me. Plus, I'm taking millions of dollars from you each year, so thanks for helping me buy these sports cars that I can't show you.
Ding.
Yeah, Dave, I apologize for sounding a certain way. That's, God uses us in different ways. I don't fake it. I'm a realist. I tell it how it is. When I see something, I call it out. If I don't know, I keep my mouth shut. That's the difference between, us Christians in this war and the guys on the sidelines. Like, if I'm not sure about something, Dave, I'm not going to say it. I know the earth's flat, period. End of story. I'm willing to put my life on it. And there is 30 years of experience that has led me to this point. And that really doesn't matter. I shouldn't have to give my resume. The fact of the matter is what I know now. It doesn't matter what I did in the past. It matters where I am now, right? It doesn't matter that I was a sinner. It matters that I'm saved, right? It matters that I turn to Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. It matters that I read the Bible. It matters that I preach the Bible. It doesn't matter that 20 years ago I didn't. But the fact of the matter is that not only does the Bible clearly show us that the earth is flat and stationary, so do your eyes. And so does 5,000 years of ship travel, 100 years of photography, 100 years of air travel, flights. There's only 100 years of consistent air travel, and none of the flights work on a ball. They only work on a flat earth. Let's see what William's saying. I guarantee William still hasn't answered the question. Let's see. It's like the tire is only flat at the bottom. Yeah, we'll see, William. Yep, it's like a giant flat tire, William. And you're on the inside of it. Yep. That doesn't. Baptist Dave, well, if it said the world was flat, you'd probably have an excuse for that too. The problem is, if God says he stretches a line over the foundations of the earth, I would like you to explain to me how he stretches a line over a ball. So again, if I guess God didn't say the sky is blue, then I guess, all these Christians don't know the sky is blue either, because, we can't tell it's blue. God has to tell us it's blue. I mean, if God has to hold people by the hands and force them into knowledge, that's not real knowledge. That's not a real relationship. That's like God forcing people to love him. That doesn't work either. That's like God making you do things to get to him. It's not going to work that way. What's the point? If you can't just read the text and accept it, well, then that's your problem. The difference is that flat earthers, specifically Christian flat earthers, accept the text because all the texts support a flat stationary earth. None of them support a spinning magical ball rocket that's going into helix formation at 150 million miles an hour around the great attractor in your imagination. So you can either choose God's word, or you can believe in pseudoscience and the largest group of mass murderers in the history of mankind. So it's not going to bother me one bit.
I got to step up for a second. Give me a minute.
Well, Dave, the reason is because you're fighting me so much. I would say it's the action of people trying to say it doesn't say something and to say, prove it to me, when you already have that attitude. See, I didn't have that attitude. When people came to me, Brian, I was like, wait a minute, I better find out what's going on here. And I wasn't going to turn to any human being and go, now show me. I wasn't going to turn to a man and say, prove to me my worldview. No, I turned to God and I read the Bible. Then I looked at my own evidence and I said, holy crap. It's a flat earth. Now, God, what do you want me to do? And that's what I'm here to do, is I'm here to help you understand the flat earth. There's no evidence against it. If there was an argument, Kathy and Victoria and the ladies and gentlemen in the chat would know it by now, but there is nothing to know from the opposition. There is no information to counter this truth. That's the nice thing about something that's true, is that it's true whether you believe it or not, right? Well, that's what flat earth is, and it's not for everybody. I certainly can't force you to accept this truth. The Bible clearly describes a stationary earth probably over 100 times. And how many times does it have to mention that the sun and moon stopped? It never mentions the earth moving once. How many times does it have to say that God stretched the line over the foundations over the earth? If he said it once, that's good enough for me. I mean, where does it say in the Bible that the that the moon isn't made of cheese? So I guess if God doesn't tell us what the moon is made out of, I guess it could be cheese. So you can pick and choose whatever you want to believe. But if you want to just do it right, accept the words for what they say and be able to just say, you know what? God knows better than me. I accept his word. And that's all it is. That's all I have to worry about. That's the first thing I did. What do you think, Brian? Yeah, Brian, keep refreshing. There you go. It looks good now. Oh, no. Let's go back to that, Brian. Let me see the screen. You made a big mistake right there. What you're doing right now, Dave, is my point. You're saying it's not important that God tells us he stretched the line over the earth. You see, that's my point, is that now you're saying that it's only important to believe in some parts of the Bible. And that's exactly the evidence that I wanted you to give me, which is why are Christians so deceived to say that only some parts are important? That is absolutely borderline psychotic, Dave, to say you're basically saying God wastes his breath. When God says he stretches the line over the foundations over the earth, that's it. When he says it, that is it. He does not have to repeat himself, and he did not stutter. So when God says that he stretches a line over the foundations of the earth, that means it's flat. You know, when you look out your window or from an airplane or from your car or at the beach, when you see the horizon, you're always going to see the same horizon no matter what altitude you're at. And if you don't think truth is important, Dave, then being in the body of Christ or being a vocal part of the body of Christ might not be for you, because you have to care about all truths. You can't just say, I'm going to believe in some, and then I'm going to let man dictate what I believe over here. That's not going to work. Yeah, and Arcane Logos is going to be in there to help you out. He is actually one of one of my best advisors, if I would have to call him anything. So yeah, you're going to need some help. Arcane's going to help you out with these facts, but it's a big deal. And the fact that, you know, you're trying to ignore it is more evidence for me, though. If you would just accept it and say, okay, the earth's flat, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. The point is, if you can convince somebody of a stationary earth, that's one thing. But if you can convince them of the Bible being absolutely true and not having any errors because we're on a flat earth, that's a whole other world they are literally about to wake up to. And that's why this is far more important than just teaching some of the Bible, Dave. The difference is that people like Arcane Logos and Rose Patton and Rand Campbell, they are going to teach that the whole Bible is true, not just some of it. And that's why they are preaching for Jesus Christ. That's why they're part of the body of Christ, and they are part of the mouth of Christ. They are the ones preaching for his creation because they know the whole truth. You see, Dave, if you stay with that mindset and you say, oh, no, this part's only important, then you don't even have a right to talk about the subject. God says you have to keep your mouth shut. Proverbs 18:13, if you're not sure, you don't get to say anything. So that's the fact of the matter. So you can stay quiet. That's fine, Dave. And if anybody else isn't sure, that's fine. I'm not asking anybody else to I'm not telling you have to believe the truth. But if you don't know the truth, I'm suggesting you don't talk about it. Because there are some other parts in there about Jesus Christ telling us what he thinks of you if you lead his children astray. Not that I need to go into any details about this, but this is a war. We're not just fighting over lives here. This isn't just your life. This is not your flesh and blood. This is your soul, people. This is much bigger than just your flesh and blood. This is much bigger than your friends and family too. And if you're not willing to put your friends second and truth first, well, then the truth isn't for you. Well, Dave, you got to realize I can read between the lines, though. I can see what you're not saying, and I can see by what you are saying that you're assuming and that you're claiming certain things. You don't even know what you're claiming, Dave. That's the thing. This truth is so big, but for some reason you're trying to counter this truth. So my first question is, why don't you just accept the Bible face value and believe in Job 38:5 that the earth is flat? Because you can only stretch a line over a flat earth. Why would I look past that? Why can't I just accept the Bible? Let's see. Nothing is more important than the next about flat earth. All is important. That's right, Angel Icon. Truth is absolutely important. Why does Jesus Christ say, I am the truth? That's the first way he described himself. I am the truth. Man, if Jesus Christ is the truth, I am not going to mess with the truth. In fact, that's all I'm going to care about. And I don't care if it takes my life. I don't care if they torture me. They've already tried to kill me a couple times. I made it this far. I'm on free time as it is, guys. I don't know about you guys. I've already had one lifetime. So for me, this is just a gravy train. This is just all downhill for me. I already did all the hard stuff, and I made it. And I for some reason, I'm not 6 feet under. And I'm here to speak the truth, guys. And if you don't like it, this isn't for you. I'm sorry, Dave. Well, you're still ignoring the fact. That's my point, Dave, is that instead of just accepting the text, you're trying to find ways around it. I mean, do you have to come up with an excuse for the rakia, the firmament as well? God tells us water's right above us. God tells us the sun and moon are right above us as well. So I mean, you want to just believe some of it, that's fine. Again, this isn't going to be the last time you talk to a Christian flat earther, though, Dave. So you're going to have plenty of time to do it afterwards. Oh, of course, Brian. Yeah, they're trying to get us. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, Angel Icon. Listen, that's the thing, Dave. You can't understand how big this is until you know the truth. That's the point, Dave. You don't understand the truth yet. How could I expect you to understand how impactful and how moving the truth is? This truth, I've woken up more people to Jesus Christ in the last 2 years as a flat earther than all of my 33 years combined before it. And as much as that time that I was a Christian, I never even got close to convincing people that the Bible was true until I was a flat earther. So it is absolutely one of the greatest salvation issues for non-believers. In fact, no one can show me one subject that would turn the hearts and minds of an atheist or an agnostic in minutes compared to this topic. If I can convince somebody on the street corner, you name it, if I can convince anybody that's a non-believer that, guess what, you're really not on a magical spinning ball. They lied to you about everything. Your government is a bunch of satanic, blood-drinking, perverted criminals, and you're on a flat plane of existence, and the Bible said so first, and that person opens up their mind to that one fact, their whole life has changed. Everything about them has changed. Not only their lives, but their families' lives. I personally have converted a family of 4, well, 5 with the dog, to Bible-believing Christianity over flat earth. I have converted 4 human beings. This was 2 years ago. This is early on, a year and a half ago. Because of flat earth, I changed an entire... So I've seen it firsthand, guys. So you can play games and you can talk on the internet all you want, but there's a different deal going on here in real life. This isn't just going on the internet. This is all over the world. I meet people all the time that know the earth is flat, that put me in check. Like the other day, I went to the store and there's this nice lady behind the counter and she said something about my shirt. And I said, don't worry about that. She said, oh, I'm going to Google that shirt. I said, no, ma'am, listen, if you're going to Google anything, you need to Google flat earth. And she goes, oh, I already know the earth is flat. And I was like, what? Is this lady trolling me? And I thought I was getting trolled in real life at the convenience store. No, she then questioned me. She goes, "Are you trolling me?" And I said, "Oh my, no." I said, "No, I'm a flat earther. No, I'm a Christian flat earther. Trust me, I'm pillbox." And she actually questioned me as if I was trolling her. She didn't trust me. So flat earthers are everywhere. This is an awakening like a giant tree that's mentioned in Daniel. It is stretching across the entire plane of existence. There's nothing like this in 2,000 years, and it's not for everybody, guys. So either way, like I said, Dave. What I need you to do, Dave, is take a moment, stop what you're doing right now, put your hands off the keyboard, stop what you're doing, Dave, take a deep breath. I know this voice is annoying. Trust me, I can't stand my own voice, Dave. And realize that you've been lied to, as you already know you've been lied to about most other things by your government. And then ask yourself, how do you know that you're on a ball in space? And if you're able to be honest with yourself, Dave, you will absolutely know that you don't know that. And then just do some research. There's only about 150,000 videos made in the last year and a half on the internet. If you do want to stay on the internet and research this, there are limitless videos, information, experiments, and historical accounts and information regarding this topic. So it is second to none. If you want to do some research, you'll never be able to go through 5% of the flat Earth information on the internet, let alone the flat earth fact in real life, which of course would entail you to get into a plane and look at your flat horizon, which is only possible on a flat earth. You see, a few hundred years ago, about 500 years ago, guys, it was very difficult to get up into a 747 and see the flat horizon from 40,000 feet, probably because 747s didn't exist then. But nowadays, there are something called airports. We are still, shockingly, in the New World Order, it is still legal to go to a satanic airport and fly a plane and see the flat earth. I would take the opportunity while you still have a chance, unless you're afraid of flying. But everybody can see the flat earth quite easily. So this isn't something like they can hide from you. The fact is they've told you what you're seeing is not what you're seeing. They never hid anything from you. In fact, when they hide something from you, what do? They put it right underneath your nose, right? Well, that's what they did with this. Not only did they put the flat earth under your nose, they said, by the way, that thing under your nose is a ball. So if you do notice the something under your nose, just realize it's a ball. Oh, poor William. Very good chat for timing the troll out. It's probably not, let's be honest. We know your name's not really William, but that's okay. So it's still legal to go up into a plane. And you know what? There is some good information about how military weapon systems work. You'd be surprised how far out to the horizon our technology works. And as far as what we can detect and see via radars and laser systems on the water, and of course on land. There's a big one in Russia if you guys want to look up radar systems. But the fact that radar works at all, even just a few hundred miles, destroys the heliocentric model. Radar would only work for literally probably 100 miles, maybe on a ball. And then after that, we're talking about thousands of feet of missing land or missing air that I can't now detect because we're over the ball, you see. But I know that many people that believe in the ball believe in magic as well anyway. So they believe magically radars and bullets and literally bullets and lasers curve over the magical planet. So if you believe that, I mean, if you want to believe that things that are designed to go perfectly straight curve, then I can't help you. So I'm not going to be able to help you. What was that, Brian? Who said something? Yeah, let's see here. Okay, well, Baptist Dave. No, the point is Baptist Dave. Let me read what you're saying. I'm not defending ball Earth. I'm telling you, Christian flat earthers, that your emphasis in the wrong place is in the wrong place. No, that's not true, Dave. The difference is that we're waking up people to Jesus Christ. So when was the last time that you did that, Dave? Maybe you've done it. But we're doing it like every day now. That's what we're doing. We're doing this every day because the atheists, the agnostics, the non-believers, you name it, the people that don't like God, that hate God because he's not real or whatever, those are the people we're trying to change. We're not talking about changing the minds of Christians anyway. We're talking about changing the minds of people that hate God, that are Satanists pretty much. I mean, because I admit I used to be a Satanist 15 years ago, and I would never have admitted that then. I guarantee if somebody would have convinced me of this a long time ago, I could have led a much better life. I hate to admit that. I still take responsibilities for my actions of my past, but I could have made a great amount of difference. Yeah, William, let us know and you can give us a source for your information. Don't worry, we won't play the Jeopardy music. Let's see. Solo Cat has entered the building. Solo Cat, how you doing? Da-da-da. Arcane logos. Yep. Oh man, I'm not gonna. Hey, can you scroll down, Brian? Baptist Dave. Andrew, how many times does the Bible say? I didn't get that question. Baptist Dave. Andrew, I do that every week. I go out and give people the gospel of Jesus Christ. I did that too, Dave. I gave gospel of Jesus Christ for years. Years and years and years, and I also used to destroy atheism and naturalism, uniformitarianistic principles, and I always studied my science books. Because I read what was it, Sun Tzu, or study your enemy's books, and this and that, and Art of War, all this stuff. Trying to figure out how to preach the Bible correctly, of course, and I preached the Bible as best I could for years. I never even touched 1% of the people that I have touched now, with the fact that now when I teach the Bible, Dave, I can actually explain what the earth is. The point is, Dave, you can't. Dave, when somebody asks you what the shape of the earth is, you have to say, I don't know. Arcane Logos and Kathy and Solo Cat and Brian even, and many others here don't have to say I don't know. They get to tell people the truth, which is it's a flat earth. So I get to preach the entire gospel, Dave. That's the point. You only get to preach some of the gospel, Dave. And this topic is so big, it leads everybody to Christ. There is nothing even to compare to this as far as waking up non-believers to the Bible, which is my main goal. Well, flat earth is that key. That's why flat earth is the pepper spray of truth, like Rand Campbell calls it, because it automatically destroys every single deception they've given us in history. Okay, Baptist Dave. The 10th time I'm asking you, how many times does the Bible say the world is immovable versus how many times does it imply that it's a ball? Well, first of all, it's 0. So it's right now you have the comparison is infinity. Dave, the comparison is infinite. It never says it's a ball, and it says it's many times immovable, and it never says it's a ball. So infinity is your answer. Okay, that was a good question. Shanna, this is the devil's playground. Yes, that's true. The internet is the devil's playground, I'm sure. Okay. Kathy Dudley. Yep, that's right. So Shanna, I'm assuming you're talking about because this is Satan's world. It never comes up. I knock doors with gospel of Jesus Christ every week. It comes. Yeah, well, Dave, that's my point is that, yes, you're lucky it hasn't come up, because if it came up, you wouldn't be able to answer the question, Dave. Well, for me, for some reason, the subject just comes up all the time. Guys like Arcane and myself, we can't help but talk about this truth because it's so impactful. So again, Dave, it's not for everybody, Dave. You don't have to do it. I mean, we're certain. I don't think Victoria and Kathy are gonna hold a gun to your head if you don't preach the flat Earth, Dave. I'm sure you're gonna be just fine. It's not for everybody. It's only for honestly people that can understand this truth, Dave. If you can't understand this truth, I certainly don't want somebody talking about something that they might pretend they might know. So I want to make sure that everybody knows what they're talking about. Let's see what the troll says. Here's William again. Good. Oh, William just proved our point right there. A perfect troll right there. That is a good job, Will. Thank you. And let's see. Well, yeah, Dave, I'm just saying, if you don't know it's flat, though, you can't even answer the question. If somebody asks you, is the earth flat? I get to say yes, because I understand the Bible and I've read that and I've confirmed it with my own eyes. That's my point, is that I have the ability to answer to these questions now. That's why God tells us things. The more we know, because Jesus Christ says he's the what? The truth. So the truth is very important. I don't care who you are out there. The difference is right now, the topic on everybody's mind is the flat earth. It's not talking about those other subjects, Dave. This is the battlefield at hand. This is the battlefield that God has given us to play his game on. So either way, it's biblical, so there's no way around it. Yeah, Dave. Okay, we got it, Dave. We're trying to help you too. That's why I'm trying to tell you the truth, right? Okay, so I'm trying to help you, Dave. Okay. Solo Cat. I had 2 thumbs down, another hangout by Internet Planes Society, Infinite Plane Society. Yeah, he's a total shill troll, Solo Cat. Infinite Plane Society is a perfect example of diseases within flat Earth. Just another psyop, Bible hater, Antichrist. That's fine. They'll be dust in the wind within a few weeks or whatever. They'll be history like the rest of them. No, good for you, Shanna. Yeah, her husband brought this up to you, and yep, it's an amazing truth. I mean, that's the thing, Dave. I mean, you don't want to be barking up my tree. If you want to talk to people and tell them that, this might not be the right thing, you can go ahead and tell Shanna and Victoria and Kathy and Solo Cat and these people in the chat. You can tell them, hey, this is whatever it is, but oh boy. I mean, if it wasn't a big deal, Dave, I don't think all these ladies and gentlemen would be so excited about the fact that they know where they live now. That's the point. Now with the foundation of knowledge, now all of the other puzzle pieces that these people have accumulated with education and experience within their entire lives now makes sense. That's one of the greatest things about flat Earth, is that now you can go through your entire life wondering, what is this for? Why is this the way it is? What is going on? Why did I do that? And then all of a sudden you come to flat Earth and all of these things just come together. And now you finally see the portrait painted right in front of you. Well, Dave, it seems like you're very proud of yourself, which is, I guess, sometimes good if you have a goal in mind that takes some self-motivation. But see, that's the thing, Dave, is that my proof is in the pudding. And I've been here 2 years, and people know me, and people don't like me, and people do like me. And the fact of the matter is I'm here now doing this. This is my job, and I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to go to you on the street, Dave, and start telling you you're not supposed to be doing what you're doing. Well, that's kind of what you're doing to me right now, Dave. So I'm just letting you know this is my job. I'm not going to go to your work and tell you not how to do your job. Come on now. Let's see, Shanna. I'm sure you know the gospel of Jesus Christ, Dave, right? You preach it all the time. Remember, you're very proud of yourself, which is very good. I'm very proud of you. I give you a pat on the head. But if you're having trouble with flat Earth, Dave, that just means you have a few issues. I probably can't help you with those issues either. It's just like when there's one cockroach There's always another, right? If you turn on the light in your kitchen at night and you see one cockroach, that's not the only cockroach that you know exists in your house. That's just one. So if you have a problem, Dave, that's fine. I'm, as far as my position right now, I don't think I can help you with that problem. I guarantee if we were on the street corner right now, and maybe we could do, I would love to have a live hangout on the street with some other Christian preachers. And trust me, I can help you guys all out all day long in reality. But when it comes to the internet like this, it's too difficult to help out one person when you got a chat going and when you're on a live hangout, Dave. But either way, Dave, this flat earth is huge truth, and that's all we're trying to tell you. And it makes it much easier to actually accept all of the Bible. So that might be important to you, it might not be. It's kind of a individual process. If you're not interested in being able to understand all of the Bible, then okay, that's fine. My goal personally was kind of important to me. I wanted to know as much as I could, and the flat earth kind of sealed a lot of gaps. So too easy for me though. Let's see. I know you're still stuck on it, Dave. You're not listening. Whoever said you had to know the flat earth to be saved. You know what I mean? Oh, here we go. Well, anyways, Dave, when you're ready to accept all of the Bible, this will make sense for you. That's the point. If you're not interested in accepting all of the Bible, you're not going to be able to understand this. So, like I said, Dave, it's not for you. It's not for everybody. I'd avoid the topic until you were absolutely ready to put your life on it, because that's what I'm willing to do. That's why I get to talk about it. So let's see who else we got here. Yep, that's right, Brian. And let's see, Shauna, yes. Yep, that's right, Shanna. Right there is another testimony. Look, Shanna tells us it hit the gold mine spiritually. I think she's talking about flat earth. I don't have time to read all the comments here, but let's see. This entire time ignoring these Christians here. Let's see. I appreciate that, Callie. Callie Chango, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, that's the thing, Dave, is that we've been discussing these topics for a long time here. Like, I guarantee that we know what it takes to be saved. The problem is that there's a lot of non-Christians out there, Dave. And that's really nice of you to go speak to a bunch of people that maybe already believe in God, or you can go door to door and they can say hi to you and they can smile at you and take your pamphlet. And the moment they shut your door, Dave, they're just glad you're gone. They're glad you're off their property, because that's how most people treat Christians preaching. And I'm sure you're doing a good job, Dave. The problem is you're missing some key points that could help you greatly. I can't force you to want to be able to do the whole thing. If you just want to be a partial Bible believer or whatever it is you want to do, bro, I'm not going to change that. So this is an individual walk. Each individual in this chat right now did not find out this truth by asking other people on the internet to tell them the truth. I guarantee every single one of it either went to themselves and then went to God. That's what I did. I only went to two places. I went inside my mind, rattled around for a little bit, maybe a couple hours, looking for evidence of a globe. How do I possibly believe I'm on a globe? And I'm going through filing cabinets of information in my brain like the guy on Dreamcatcher going, how the hell do I think this? I don't even have information for it. That was my first realization, like, oh my dear Lord, you're telling me I believe something and I have no evidence for it? I knew right away. It took me 45 minutes to go, oh my God, it's not a globe. And then I had to figure out what it was. And see, that's my obligation. I have to go out. It's up to me as a Christian. I have to prove it to myself, because what does God say? Prove all things. You know what I mean? I know, Dave, you're triggered. I don't know what happened, Dave. I would seek some internet research, maybe question your authorities a little bit more. I don't know why you're triggered, Dave. I can't just talk to you, Dave, this entire night. I've got to move on with people that actually are interested in the truth, no matter what happens, no matter how much it hurts, Dave. Yeah, the truth hurts so much, Dave. It's just, I tell people all the time, it's not for everybody. If you're a sensitive person, this might not be for you. So. Well, Tom, that's a good point. We're probably dealing with, well, the usual, so. There you go. I mean, there we got OBL music. Flat Earth, how could the devil offer all the kingdoms of the world to Jesus if we're not on a plane? And two, the devil didn't own all the kingdoms on earth. So, I mean, right at the bottom. Why would I have to go on top of a mountain? But because, of course, being on the top of a mountain gives you a better vantage point to see at distance, you know, which makes sense. That's why they went to the top of the mountain and they looked at the four kingdoms of the earth, because it's flat. Like I said, your mommy did not tell you that she was making flat pancakes, did she? But I bet they were still flat. You see, your mommy did not have to hit you over the head and say, you know, your pancakes are flat, little Davey, don't you? Because you probably could have figured that out by looking at it, Dave. You know, when's the last time you called Pizza Hut and said, make sure my pizza's flat? I guarantee that none of you who have ordered pizza, assuming every single person in the chat right now has ordered pizza, I'm going to put some money on a limb here, Brian, and say not a single one of them has said, make sure my pizza's flat. What do you say to that, Brian? Oh, one of my favorites. There's Chow Yun Cat. Look at that kitty picture. Man, that is a destroyer of Satan right there, that kitty picture. I love that picture. Bam.
Sorry,
That's
bro.
what I'm talking
I'm
about.
outside for a little bit. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, bro. OBL music, yeah, I'm on. I don't know what Dave's saying, but I still see Davey in there upset, still typing away. Okay, I'll read this one, Dave. Let's see what he said. That's why I say you Christian flat earthers put your emphasis in the wrong place. Right, our emphasis is believing in God's word, Dave. So what went wrong with you exactly? Something's wrong with you, Dave. There seems to be a serious issue within you. And this is our point. This is why we get really annoyed with Christians that say only some of the Bible is important. That's pathetic. If everybody in the world is talking about one topic and it happens to be in the Bible, what do you think God wants us to use? This really isn't a difficult question. I'm sure a 6-year-old kid could figure out the answer. If God makes a creation and puts the information in the Bible, and the entire confused world is talking about one subject, that means he wants people to go to the Bible to help people with that subject, Dave. And I'm sorry this is too complicated for you. Like I said, it's not for everyone. Being in the body of Christ and actually being proactive and actually wanting to know the truth is not for everybody. I mean, if you don't want to know the truth about this, then I guess you're not going to. It's that simple. These problems solve themselves, Dave. Find something else to do, buddy. That's right. Shanna says it right there. All of the Bible is important. Why would God write something, the most important book in history, and there's things inside of it that are pointless? Really? Come on, just try to think a little bit more, Dave, instead of pretending that you know something I don't. Yeah, Jesus said to preach the gospel, right? Yeah, when people need, how do you turn people to the gospel? You preach about everything. That's why Jesus says, prove all things. Why would Jesus say that? Well, apparently, Dave, Jesus was wrong. According to you, Dave, I guess you could have wrote a Bible better than Jesus, maybe, you know. So go ahead and patent yours, and we'll get the Dave Bible. I'm sure it has all the answers. Oh, no. Well, there's Seth. Oh, boy. I don't know if we have enough troll room for Seth tonight. We'll see how that goes. That's absolutely right, Solo Cat. Getting the truth out about the flat earth to people will expose the Vatican's agenda and do great harm to Satan's plan to prevent people from believing the scriptures and getting saved. Okay, so for some reason, Solo Cat gets this. It's not too complicated for him. He understands. Okay. Yep, we preach the gospel, Victoria. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do, right? The difference is, Victoria, when that little girl or old man asks you, well, what about the shape of the earth, Victoria? You get to answer them. You get to say, yes, right here. The earth is flat. See, the sun and moon are moving, not the earth. Joshua, Job, Isaiah. I mean, that's the difference, is that we get to answer these people. It's one of the greatest blessings I could ever ask for, is being able to answer these seriously important questions, these the very foundation of what we're standing on is in question. Well, Dave, that's the topic right now. And apparently you're not interested in being able to answer the question. So you've already removed yourself from the topic, Dave. So what do you want me to do about it? 444 truth. That's a good one. Rob Skiba is one of the best flat earth producers I've ever seen, and he is a Christian. Yeah, Baptist Dave. Did you learn straw man from the Bible, Baptist Dave? Okay. Oh, bring it back, Brian. Thank you very much. Yep, Joshua asked the sun and moon to stop. And not only does God tell us the sun and moon stopped, it gives us 2 specified locations where the sun and moon stopped over. Well, Dave, is that not important, Dave? We shouldn't worry about that? So we'll just move. Well, that's not important. Joshua 10, that was just a waste of time. Only if thousands of people died during the battle, but who cares? I mean, obviously, we don't need to worry about that. That's just a stupid battle. God was just joking anyway. Let's see. Well, listen, look how much you care about it, Dave. You've now spent 30 minutes crying about something you don't understand. So obviously you had to care about something to put so much effort into something that doesn't matter, obviously, as usual. But that's okay, Dave. Listen, it's not for everybody. Okay, Jenna says, Dave, I see you. Point of view, awful lot of FE. Come to knowledge of the Creator, but stop at Jesus. Yeah, that's the thing, is that Jesus says he's the truth, the way, and the light. Nobody comes to the Father but through him. So Jesus is the absolute end of everything. Jesus is our Lord and Savior and our Creator. But when he tells us to do something, which is, be able to answer to things and preach the gospel, I kind of like being able to preach all of it. I don't like limiting myself to anything. Anything I've ever got involved in, I didn't do halfway. If I'm either interested in something and I'm going to master it, or I don't care about it at all. And I'll never master the Bible, but I sure do love the fact that God has given me this information, because it is the most powerful tool I have ever had in my entire life. Literally. It is an absolute, it's like a weapon. It is literally like a weapon of knowledge. So anyway, if you had something to replace it with, I'd love to have it, but you won't. There's nothing that can replace the information about God's creation. So that's that. Absolutely 1000% right, Callie Change. He says, excuse me. I think they don't want to be made fun of, so they'd rather believe in a bunch of satanic, known as NASA. Yeah. You spell about as good as I do. Callie, I don't spell well either. So yeah, that's just it. Exactly. They're too afraid to be embarrassed, Callie. They worry about their friends laughing at them, or their sister, or maybe their boyfriend, or their wife. I don't know. People just get so afraid of seeming like they're stupid. I've seen it so many times. I'll have a Christian convinced. I'll tell this Christian friend of mine, yeah, look at this and that, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, and then they'll go away and talk to some of their other Christian friends, and oh yeah, actually, yeah, I don't know, and then, well, how does the sunset work? It's like, okay, oh well, I guess you really weren't thinking the first time. So yeah, don't change your title, guys. Don't go back and forth. Remember, just like there's no such thing as you used to be a Christian, there's no such thing as you used to be a flat earther. I haven't seen one yet. And yeah, none of the people that went back and forth count anyway, because they've already admitted they really weren't flat earthers. So that's another easy argument. Oh, here's Seth. Let's see what Seth says. He's one of my favorite trolls, actually. He's a nice troll. Arcane doesn't give him any time, though. Let's see. Okay. So afraid. That's why we're here, trying to have a conversation about it. Okay, Seth. Seth is here to save us. It's a good thing. Seth is not a troll. Okay. All right, Seth. If you're not a troll, don't troll. Okay. And I guess we'll just take this moment real quick for station identification. This is the Red October radio portion of Rand Campbell's Flat Out Elected Hangout. Today is April 29th, Saturday. This is MG42 Pillbox speaking to you from the beautiful Grand Canyon state of Arizona. the greatest wonder of the world, in my opinion, the biggest remnant of the flood of Noah. And we are south of the 33rd parallel and one of the biggest deserts in the world with all sorts of interesting evidences for God's flood. If you ever want to see evidence for the flood of Noah, please come down to Arizona and you will be in awe. 444 Truth tells Baptist Day, please go in the hangout and talk to Pillbox. He will put you straight and level. Well, 444 Truth, that is a possibility. We will see what happens. There's Millennium. Can we get his legs? I don't know what you're talking about, Millennium. I'll move on here. Oh, here we go. Oh gosh, this guy. Madonna. Yeah, this guy Madonna. What a nice guy. Oh my gosh. Look at Listen, I'll let the ladies in the chat handle you, Madonna. I already know you have a problem with women. I saw 2 ladies the other night beating the heck out of that guy. That was embarrassing. Oh, boy. Here's Shanna. Yep, it's crazy how people react. My mother told me to tell, not to tell anyone else because it was ridiculous. And it made, and it made me sound like I was stupid. Yes. Yes, Shanna, you have that flat earth bug and you tried to tell somebody else and they were not having it. That must hurt when it's your mom, Shanna. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, some of us are extra blessed. Sometimes God blesses us so much, he gets rid of our family first, and then we don't have to worry about convincing them. So I feel a little extra blessed. I don't have to convince any of my blood relatives. But yeah, that's a hard deal. I don't know what it's like for you guys out there that have siblings and a mother and a father. Man, that's got to be tough to try to convince them of something, especially coming from their children. You know darn well that your parents do not want to hear you tell them they've been lied to their entire life and that their kid figured it out. That's so tough. I've seen it. I've seen that firsthand. Like I was discussing about the family. We'll just call them the Foxtrot family. When I moved to Sierra Vista a year and a half ago, and their whole entire family was changed, of course. I remember the gentleman then speaking to his father, and it was like pulling teeth. And his father was like, "No, it's not. The earth spins on an axis, and I'm trying to help you out, but this guy's," the guy, the guy's dad was so mad that his son had met Pillbox, because that dude met Pillbox in real life. So that dude wasn't going anywhere. Once I put my hand on you, I'm sorry, I'm not letting you go. You are going to know the earth is flat if I meet you in person. I am not going to let you out of my sight until you are a flat earther. And I absolutely convinced him and his entire family. And then, of course, his mother and father were not happy. But God bless the Foxtrot family. God bless them. Yep, it seems that Dave is still having issues accepting all of the Bible, which is all we're asking. We're a lot of these people, not every flat earther, but most Christian flat earthers, the ones that I know, have made it very clear that the only thing that really matters is God and his word, which is the Bible. So, but then of course, they have to get it twisted because they get so butthurt that we know something they don't. They have to have these temper tantrums. Oh, no, here we go. I'm going to read Seth now. So I'm just going to leave if this is just going to be Pillbox reading comments and not answering tough questions. Seth, when was the last time you asked a tough question, Seth? I just want to prove there's a tough question. Von Helton, there he is. There's no link in my Gmail. 444 Truth asks Seth McMullen, any of your family Christian? That's a good question, Seth. That's probably a question even Seth can answer. I'd like to see that answer, Seth. So there's Madam Kermit. Oh man, poor Madam Kermit, man. Kathy Dudley. Yep, Kathy flies. Kathy used to fly all the time, never saw a curve, but Madon knows better. What did Seth answer that? Half of them. Okay, so Seth actually answered a question. That is amazing. 444 Truth, how did you do that? So Seth has a family half full of Christians. Okay, I know. I'm so proud of you, Seth. You answered the question. That was good. Here's Millennium. I stopped off and listened to. I can't. What is this? This is so tense. Chris Rock last night. Anything that helps you reflect is good. Okay. There's the imaginary globe. The biggest proof of flat Earth is we have proof of no curvature. That is true. The globers have no proof whatsoever. That is 100% true, the imaginary globe. Poor Madonna Kermit. Listen, bro, I'm sorry this hurts, buddy, but you have been tricked by the white devils, buddy. I'm sorry if their lies are more important than biblical word, Madonna, then I can't help you, bro. You did. I had Eve real. There was Candy. I don't even think Knowledge Scavenger wasn't going to waste her time because she knows better. But you had how many people trying to help you out for an hour and a half, Madonna, and you ignored biblical verse after biblical verse for over an hour and a half. Madonna, please, nobody is believing that BS. I would suggest getting some acting lessons, Madonna, that might help out with whatever you're trying to accomplish, or maybe actually researching your own religious belief in the heliocentric model, because it would be nice if you could answer some questions instead of saying that clouds are the sky. Because everybody, even most children that can barely talk, know that there's a difference between the blue sky and the white clouds. Solo Cat 1980 has been added to the Hangout. Brian, thank you very much. Yeah, Brian's in charge of the door, I guess. He's the doorman right now, pulling security. So I apologize if we don't let anybody in. So Vaughn does one in. Now, Brian and I are going to have to first debate if we want you to come in, Vaughn. We're going to have to flip a coin. Or maybe, what did we do last time, Brian? I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. All right, we'll get him the link then, Brian, if you can. Well, that's up to you, Brian. If you don't like Vaughn, I can't stop you, but we're going to try to get you that link.
I just got back to my computer. I'll check and I'll see what I can do.
Take your time, Brian. There's no rush at all. There's absolutely no rush. The earth is still flat and it ain't going nowhere. But the stream has actually been working well. It's a little tiny, but you can't make it any bigger because it'll be too fast. So it's as good as it's going to get. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, ask these people about soul winning in reality. When you're talking to a group of people and you start talking flat earth and they don't have any answers, which they never do. I mean, you got guys like Charles Flat Earth Pseudoscience, and that dude, he's been on here a year and he still can't answer for anything. All he does is say, well, I've actually made the measurements. Well, I have the math and I've measured it. And we have the math. I mean, that's all he says about everything. And this guy's supposed to be the pro anti-flat earther, and he has nothing to offer. So when you go out in public after dealing with idiots on the internet, like these ladies and gentlemen have been doing that are in the chat, when they go out in public, they are putting on the armor of God that other people just can't do because they're not willing to accept this truth. So they go out there and they don't have half the tools. Yeah, that's fine, Brian. They don't have half the tools that a flat earther. When you're a flat earther, you have weapons you almost wish you didn't have. It's almost too embarrassing how stupid you can make people feel when you ask them, okay, well, how fast are we spinning? Oh, okay, what are we spinning around? Oh, really? What's the sun spinning around? Because they don't have any answers anyway. Do they know that the sun, and do they know that some of the calculations, I mean, again, this should go to Dave. I mean, your calculations for the heliocentric model probably say 666 countless times. I mean, 666 here, you got 66 here. This is 666 degrees. This is 33 degrees. I mean, that's your heliocentric model. We took an axis, trust me. Yeah, the oceans are controlled by the moon, but for some reason my glass of water isn't. If you want to believe that, bro, that's okay. But you'd be surprised how many people you're really turning to truth, though. I mean, you go to that door-to-door service and you're a Bible believer and you go door-to-door. Well, once those people shut their door, they're just throwing your pamphlet in the garbage anyway. You're just looked at as another Jehovah's Witness, another Mormon, another person on a bike going around the neighborhood. Well, if you're going to do any of that, you need the armor of God. You have to have the knowledge. And that's why these people have chosen to care about truth over everything. So these people have that ability. They have those weapons because they chose truth over everything else. They chose truth over their families, and they chose truth over their friends, and they realize it's more important. I guarantee most of these people have lost friends and family to this topic, and that's part of the sacrifice. That's part of the deal. So it's not an easy lesson. It's certainly, I can imagine for other people, it's got to be an extremely difficult lesson. For me, it was extremely easy. I don't expect most people to, I expect it to be difficult for other people. I finally got something easy in my life. It was the flat earth. That flat earth was the easiest thing I've ever had to do in my life. And that's what I'm doing. We're doing flat earth, and it is so easy. There's nothing stopping it. Let's see what we got here. Yep, that's right, Kathy. Everyone has their own path to follow. Right. It's just like trying to teach an atheist. How am I supposed to teach an atheist how to walk with Jesus Christ? It took me 10 years of walking with Jesus Christ to even know I was walking with Jesus Christ, even figure it out. I mean, so I can't help anybody understand that. And I certainly can't force you to want to know the truth. That's the first step. You got to figure that out first. Do you want to know the truth? Well, then you're going to find it. There's no stopping it. There's no psyop that can stop the truth. And there he is. I'm sure everybody's absolutely sick and tired of hearing me anyway, James. So I think I just saw you rubbing your hands together. What up, James? What's going on with you?
Let me get my
Does your mic work, James?
Here. There we go. There we go.
I hear you, James. What's up? Your mic.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you see me now? Am I working? Am I working? Is everything working?
Sound good so far.
Okay, good. Excellent. Outstanding.
Give us a second. I think we're having technical difficulties.
I come into the hangout and Seth leaves. What? What? Seth, where'd you go, man? Come back to me. Come back to me, Seth. I think he's gone.
Bill left for a minute. He'll be right back.
Oh, he'll be right back. Okay. All right. And that's good. Yeah, Seth, I can't see Seth in the outside, talking in the outside chat, so. See, I was going to add, see that, you know, anybody can do this in the comfort of their own home. You go buy one of them kids' toys, the spinning top that has the handle on the top that you press down to get it to spin fast, right? You get you one of them spinning tops, the kids' toy. You crank it up real high. You just put it down on the ground and get it spinning. And you take some water, a cup of water, and you pour it over the spinning top. What happens to the water? It goes flying everywhere, doesn't it? Yeah. Why isn't gravity or centrifugal force or whatever holding the water onto the spinning top? Supposedly, it holds it onto this earth that's spinning on an axis going hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. But for some reason, it can't do the same thing for the spinning top. That's not how science works. How science works is that if a thing is working for one thing, it should work for the other thing, as long as those situations are equal. All right, well, the Earth is spinning on an axis at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. The spinning top is spinning on its axis at, I don't know, 10 mile an hour, whatever it is. And so the conditions are the same for the two objects. Therefore, when you put the water on the spinning top, it should cling to it like it does supposedly the Earth when the Earth is spinning on its axis. But the truth is, it doesn't. When you pour water on that spinning top, it goes flying in every direction, which means it should do so on this planet as well, but it doesn't. And the reason it doesn't is because we're not on a globe. We're on an infinite plane that stretches in all directions ad infinitum. As above, so below. Heaven is an infinite plane that stretches forever. Therefore, the earth is an infinite plane that stretches forever. Simple as that. Simple as that. And then there's water's natural state. What is water's natural state? Water's natural state is to stay level. All right. That's its natural state, is to find a level surface, create a level surface. So heaven and earth are not infinite. I disagree. So look at heaven and earth are indeed infinite. They do not have that. Show me anywhere in any religious text where heaven, summer fields, Valhalla, you name it. Show me where they have a beginning and an ending. Now, granted, there is the pearly gates, allegedly, so you could theoretically say that's the beginning of it. Okay, but where's the end? Show me the end. There is no end. There is no end to it. There is no...
Vaughn, can I have you turn your camera off just for the smoothness of the hangout? It's kind of killing everything.
Is it killing everything?
Just,
okay,
just the camera, bro, because it's... I don't know why. I'm all glitching. Maybe it's me, but I can't operate. Brian, was I lagging?
You must be lagging or something, dude, because it's smooth as silk on my end. It's smooth as silk on my end.
Right, when his camera's on, like my whole thing is like...
Really?
Every once in a while, I might do that. That's Google.
Yeah.
That's Google.
That's Google, bro. That ain't me. That's Google.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's not you. I'm sure it's Google.
I've seen some sketchy all the way across.
Look at Madonna. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I gotta talk to them about the trolls real quick. Look at this guy Madonna in the chat. If it's infinite, that destroys y'all ice ring and the fake don't.
No, it doesn't. Oh my God. No, it does not. Why would you say something
he doesn't?
that
You
silly?
gotta speak slowly. You gotta speak slowly to Madonna, Vaughn. Let's see who else. I don't want to waste too much time on the idiots. Come on, let's keep the chat rolling.
You have got to be kidding me. Really? I mean, come on,
Vaughn,
dude.
listen, God can't do that. God is limited, okay? If people like Madonna know that God can't do anything.
Apparently. I mean, like I said,
he can only make balls fly around.
All right, Madonna, Madden Kimmett, or however the hell you say your name. All right, let me ask you a question, okay? Can you show me a beginning and ending to Valhalla? How about show me a beginning and an ending to Summer Fields? How about show me a beginning and an ending to Hades, for that matter? Show me a beginning and ending. As above, so below. Show me a beginning and an ending. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Well, but while we're waiting, listen, Vaughn. While we're waiting for that, let me remind you, this is the same guy that said clouds are the sky and that the clouds are the windows of heaven. So before you put too much time into this guy, just take a seat back and realize you're talking to people that have gone cuckoo. Okay, they're cuckoo and they think they're monkeys on balls, bro. So.
Okay, well, all right.
No, I wish I was joking.
No, I'm pretty sure the clouds are not the end all, the be all of the atmosphere. Pretty sure of that. But you're free to believe what you want,
Poor Dave. Hey, Brian, look at the chat. Look what Dave. Oh man, Brian just left. Look at this guy in the chat. James, this guy Dave. This Davey guy is a Bible believer, but he's real angry at flat earthers. Well, he can't figure it out why. But now he's claiming that I won't go toe to toe with him. Aren't these guys so brave?
Well, I mean, you can come in anytime you want. I don't care.
Brian, get this guy a link. Listen, Brian, we'll risk the hangout. Give this Davy Jones guy. He's talking a big storm. Let's give him a link. He expects me to focus the entire. He's one of these guys. He claims he's a Christian, but he thinks the entire heliocentric. Listen,
Dave or
listen. This
Baptist
guy Dave thinks.
Yeah.
This guy thinks the
Give me a second.
heliocentric model revolves around him. He's all about himself. He talks about how good he is and how proud he is. So let's get him in here. Well, let's get him in here and see what he has to offer. He says, I can't go toe to toe with him. Well, this isn't toe to toe would be in real life. And we know he doesn't want that. So let's get him in the hangout real quick and we'll see what he has to say. But yeah, Brian, put the chat back up.
Dave, put your email out there and I'll send you a link.
Baptist Dave, we need your email.
Yeah. We'll make the hangout interesting. So, so Paul, the only thing I'm going to do for you, James Paul, is just make sure that from a Bible, pretend you're on my team just tonight, and that we're only scriptural. So, like you know, if he brings up scripture,
that's what I thought, multi.
Right. You're going to have to say no, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to pretend you believe in the Bible like me tonight, just for the sake of argument purpose, because he's claiming that he does. So that means you get to hold his feet to the fire. We will see, and we will put his name to the test.
That'll be fine. That'll be fine by me.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, I've had a lot of people think they know more about the Bible than me, and they got proved wrong. So we'll find out. Let's find out.
I don't know about that, Madonna. You think? Well, why don't we? Let's ask flat earthers. Let's ask truthers if I'm a reprobate. I doubt that.
No,
Madonna.
you're not. No damn reprobate. Holy shit. No, you're not.
Yeah, I bet I put my mouth on more corpses than you in my entire life. I've been trying to revive dead bodies my entire life, and I don't mean figuratively. I mean literally. And when's the last time you did something? When's the last time you tried to wake up a dead body, Madonna? Besides yourself, you can't even wake up in the morning, man.
Oh, God. Hey, look at my avatar, fool. Who do I look like? Who did I look like when I was in my 20s? Look at my avatar. Who did I look like when I was in my 20s? Would you believe?
You look like the white Jesus.
I've had 90% of the people that I ask, who do I look like? They come back, you look like Jesus, man. All right, so quit your crap, okay?
Okay, I got a question for Dave. Watch this. I got a question for Dave because he's probably not going to show up. If he shows up, that'd be nice. But Dave, all right, Dave, what is the shape of the earth? Let's see if Dave can answer.
I
promised them. I promised I wasn't going to do that, Mom. But we're going to do Jeopardy music. I know. Well, no, because he's going to say, what's he going to say? He's going to say it's a spheroid. Is one option. Spheroid. Brian, let's scroll down, Brian. Is that the latest text, Brian? I can't see.
That's the latest.
Is it locked up or is that me?
That is the latest. No, I'm sitting here watching it. It's moving. I'm watching it. No email. I haven't seen an email unless it scrolled past me. I didn't see it. I'm still waiting on that email. Let's go, Baptist Dave. Let's have your email there, buddy. You want to come in here and set us straight? Well, we need your email to do that.
Look at this. Now Baptist Dave is asking another Christian, what's your point? Of course, he asks other Christians, what's your point? Hey, Baptist Dave, we're asking if you want to give us your email. We will send you the link for the Hangout since you were making, obviously, interesting claims. So we wanted you to come by and we could have a nice chat about it.
That's right.
Hey, Bill, if this gets shut down, I'll just restart it on my other one just to let you guys know.
Yeah,
it's all good. If it gets shut down, guys, it's all good. Then it's God's will. Everybody have a good night, but it is what it is. We're just going to let this go where it goes.
Hey man, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. I'm live and I'm loud and I'm proud. So come on, get in here, Dave.
Look at Madonna still going crazy.
Be right back.
I look like a psycho? Oh man, come on now. Don't be talking about JC like that. Come on, that's awful. That's awful, man. Don't be doing that.
Yeah, that's your game answer. I mean, Dave, what is the shape of the earth? Let's see if Baptist Dave can. Now Baptist Dave has now ignored me. He challenged me. As soon as I start talking to the guy, now he's talking to 444 Truth, and 444 Truth is clearly making my case for me. I mean, it's pretty easy. This is a one-sided ass-kicking contest.
We can't let you do that, Dave.
Yeah, Hal. That's if he gets his orders from Hal, the robot.
Yeah, Hal.
Hal and freaking up there. It was 2001 Space Odyssey.
Yeah,
Madonna, Dave, and the Alvin in a chair.
Whoops, and we lost Pill again. Come on back, Pill. We can't let you do that, Dave. The Mountain Dew guy. Yeah, I like Mountain Dew. So what? What's wrong with Mountain Dew? There's nothing wrong with Mountain Dew. There's nothing wrong with Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew's good, man. Keeps
Watch
you
this.
awake.
So is Baptist Dave just full out ignoring every question now? Is he just
Well,
ignoring everything
he's
we're asking
laughing.
now?
He did laugh at our 2001 joke, so he's still alive. He's on life support, but he's still breathing.
Yeah,
so.
he's he's on Davy Jones is on life support out there in the chat. Oh, poor guy. Well, I mean, if he knows how to, if he knows how to just put his email. I know this is very complicated. Well, I'm going to talk really
It
slow.
must be
If
complicated.
you just put
I've
your
been waiting on
email,
it. It must be really complicated.
Yeah, we're
I'm sitting here waiting on it.
yeah. If Dave supposedly, I'm going to start calling supposedly Baptist Dave. If he can put his email in the chat. But he can't even answer 444 truth. So I mean, the guy's got some cockroaches. He's got to exterminate before he can probably even approach onto us. That's the point, Vaughn. If this guy can't even approach onto me, who does he think God is? I mean, that's kind of scary.
Well,
You start realizing these people are scared of people on the internet, and they're calling themselves Christians. Dear Lord.
What about me? I mean, I'm supposedly this evil heathen. I mean, he doesn't want to come in here and smite the evil heathen. Come on. What's the problem here? Come on. I'm an evil heathen. Get in here and smite me. Come on. Do it to it, Pruitt. Let's go. Get a move on. Or get your groove on. Get your groove on. Come on, get in here, Dave. Damn. What's the problem? I don't have a mic. Oh my God. Half an hour and you finally say you don't have a mic. Oh my God. Really? This is 2017, dude. This ain't 1970. Okay? This is 2017. You don't have a mic. Oh God. You can't get a $2 mic at Walmart? Come on. A $2 desk mic at Walmart. $2. You ain't got $2? Give me a break. Excuse me.
Hey, tell Bill I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. Just don't leave, because if somebody leaves, then the chat will.
Yeah, not the. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, guys. I didn't have a single problem. Not that I'm going to kick you out, Vaughn, but I didn't have a problem until you came in. I think it's the number of users. I think if there's only 2 or 3, it works a lot smoother. But either way, it's having all kinds of issues now. Because I didn't even get kicked once, and I was blabbing. I was preaching for probably a whole hour.
Yeah, but
I was able.
Are you on a mobile device?
Yes, but it only happened as soon as you came in. Well, I know, but I was perfect.
Well, yeah, no, Google usually happens when you get 3 to 5 people. That's when it starts kicking.
Exactly.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, but now if Dave comes in, then it'll be 3 to 5 people again.
Oh, I'm just gonna laugh. When Dave comes in, that would be the problem you'd want to have. Trust me, that's not gonna be my problem.
Oh gosh.
Look at 444 Truth. This guy's a warrior. He said, "I'll give you flat Earth for the sake of the argument. Don't sound like you're spreading truth. Can you do that?" That's right, Dave. Excuse me, 444 Truth, holding people to the fire, hold their feet to the fires. I mean, they talk a big game. You're going to tell me you want to preach gospel. Well, let's preach the whole gospel. Let's talk about the whole entire book of the Bible, which says that we're on a flat earth and there's nothing you can do about it. So as soon as you can accept the whole entire Bible, not just some of it, I will take you more seriously, and you won't even have to give me your email. I'll just send you all the information you want, but you got to at least have the credentials of wanting to know the truth. That is my first qualification.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave. You know that the Bible says that the earth is unmoving and unchanging, right? Did you know that? It's in there. Google it. The Bible clearly states that the earth is unmoving and unchanging. All right. So when somebody comes to you and says the earth is spinning on an axis at 100,000 miles an hour, you can point to the Bible and you can say, no, the Bible says that the earth is unmoving and unchanging. All right. So you either A, do not know your Bible well enough, or B, you choose not to believe your Bible. Okay.
Look at this, Vaughn. But look what he's diverting to, Vaughn. Look how his personality has changed. Now he's attacking 444 Truth and asking
Right.
ridiculous questions that even an idiot wouldn't even think of.
Right.
Look
I
at these
see.
stupid. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. This is how I know the flat Earth is the greatest truth revelation in 2,000 years, because of people that act like this.
Exactly.
This is the greatest evidence I could ever ask for.
Well, it's interesting that
Noobs.
you can go through antiquity and you can see where the whole world knew. They didn't just believe. It wasn't just a belief. They knew the Earth was flat, and they drew maps and they had dissertations, and it was literally carved in stone even on one occasion. So the idea that we're on this spinning globe is actually a fairly new phenomenon. All right. The flat Earth has always been, and it always will be. And the globe is a lie. I'm sorry, but the globe is a lie. And like I said, the Bible says that it doesn't move. There's many pagan writings that says it doesn't move. Unmoving and unchanging, man. I mean, how much simpler do you get than that? It's not that hard. Not that hard to
Right,
figure.
and then what the guy will do, and this is what all supposedly non-skeptical, I guess, worldly Christians do, is that they'll first ask about it, and then they'll just start asking these psychotic questions like, well, where does it say that you have to believe in a flat Earth to be a Christian? It's like, who said that? Are you
Nobody said
retarded?
that.
We're saying we're preaching the whole Bible, the whole truth, God's word.
That's right. I want the whole truth.
We're
Man.
actually preaching the entire gospel. We're not just picking and choosing some of it. Dear Lord, wake up. This is exactly my point, though. As long as people continue to act this stupid, I know this is exactly what I'm supposed to be talking about, or else people like you wouldn't be acting this stupid. Yeah, everything's fine until you say flat Earth, and then people like Dave go bananas. And then the next thing you know, they're this tough guy. They save all these people. They're the hero of Christianity, but they don't have a microphone to show up to a hangout. There's the hero of the world here, but he doesn't have a $3 microphone from Walmart. My first time, what the first night I was called out 4 years ago, before the flat Earth, James, 4 years ago, I was challenged by a very large group of atheists. I didn't even have a camera or a microphone. That night, I went out and bought my camera and my microphone and came back. And long story short, those atheists aren't even on the internet anymore, but that's for another time to explain that. And that's what I do. When you put your money where your mouth is, then I can tell you're for real. But you don't even have a microphone, noob. What could you possibly offer? Bro, there's like 10-year-old kids that come on here illegally, but you can't. But the guy who's got it all figured out can't do it, bro. Yeah, can't do it.
Exactly. Well, exactly. I mean, like I said, man, this is 2017. Okay, this ain't 1970 or 1980. All right, this is 2017. Most devices have a microphone and a working camera these days. But I mean, even if your computer didn't come with a microphone, $2 or $3 at Walmart, and you've got a microphone. It ain't the best microphone, but at least you get out. You'd be able to speak. So I mean, you come to a medium who prides itself on interactivity. All right, let's review what we're doing here. Okay, we are on an interactive media. What does that mean? That means that you talk to me, I talk to you, you see me, I see you. All right, interactive media. All right, so you're coming onto an interactive media, but yet you don't have a camera, you don't have a microphone, and you're unwilling or unable to do so. Why are you on an interactive media if you don't do those things?
And it's always the guys that are so tough, and they have all this information. They have all these. They have this large resume that when they unfold, it just goes down the street. This line of paper, a scroll just open. That's their resume. And then when you tell them to get on a microphone, then you get to tell them to get on a mic. All of a sudden, they left a baby in the oven.
Well,
dear Lord.
I mean. Well, maybe he's afraid. I mean, look at what I've lost. I've lost my marriage. My wife was driven insane. I've had my kids abused under foster care, and so maybe he's just afraid. Maybe he's afraid that.
Wait a minute, was that a personal testimony, Vaughn? That's what happened to you?
That was personal testimony, yeah.
Wait, what happened? Why did that happen, though?
Why did that happen? Because I have legions of haters on YouTube that absolutely despise me. And so they called the government in and said, yeah, come get his kids, take his kids away, abuse them under foster care. Come, let's drive his wife insane. And so that, he'll be forced to get a divorce. I don't even believe in divorce, but I had no choice. They literally drove her insane. She's in the mental ward of a women's shelter as we speak. And so maybe he's afraid. Maybe he's afraid that, Von Helton can take the hard knocks, but Baptist Dave cannot. And so maybe that's what it's all about, man. Maybe that's what it's all about. Maybe he just can't take the hard knocks. But you know what? I'm not going to let anybody silence me, man. I'm not going to let anybody silence me.
Yeah, it's just confusing because I meet these Christians. Oh, go ahead and mute real quick for the echo, Vaughn. I meet these supposed Christians. I mean, I'm assuming they're not lying to me. I'm assuming they're part of the body of Christ. And then they start asking these questions, and it's like, oh, well, if you don't know, why don't you just look what the Bible says? And then you show them what the Bible says, and then they change their mind. Now it's not important. Well, wait a minute. You said that it wasn't true. Now you're saying it's not important. So you're telling me something that you just admitted you were wrong about is not important. Maybe you need to admit something else to yourself, buddy. And this is the principalities and high play. These demonic forces can still influence you after you've woken up to some of the truths. If you're not willing to wake up all of the truth, that means you're still of this world, which is Satan's world, and that's who's influencing you. And I'm sorry, but that's the cold, hard truth, guys.
Well, what does it say in the Bible? It says that man goes and gets his house cleaned, and then when he gets his house cleaned, the demons see that his house is clean, and he goes and gets 7 of his buddies, and he comes back again. Now, what the Bible says, yeah, it's in there. Google that.
Yeah, that's what we're witnessing. Yeah, we're witnessing many Christians. I would say more than half of the Christians that I've ever met online have lost their minds because a lot of other Christians have woken up to the fact that the Bible is the original flat earth book, and they just can't stand that, and it just drives them crazy, especially because they didn't think of it first, Vaughn. So they're really upset about it. So I'm sorry guys, but if you're still worried about your ego, this isn't for you.
Well, I can tell you, man, Leif Erikson, he was going around on this planet long before anybody else was. And if Leif Erikson says it's flat and he has the maps to back it up, then I'm going to go with good old Leif Erikson, okay? And if you don't know who Leif Erikson is, please Google that shit, all right? But yeah, I mean, this dude knows what he's talking about, all right? He literally traveled most of the known world, and I'm gonna listen to what he has to say, and he was convinced it was flat. And then, of course, in more modern days, we have Auguste Piccard, a very famous and very well-known scientist for his day. Now, nobody knows who he is today, but back in his day, he was very famous and very well-known. And Auguste Piccard went up into the stratosphere numerous times in a metal sphere, and every time he went up, he cataloged his findings, his observations. He had somebody in the sphere with him. They logged their information too, and every time, yeah, the Earth is flat. In fact, not only did he say the Earth was flat, he seemed to indicate that it might be bowed up at the ends a little bit, but definitely flat. He never saw no curvature of any kind. And folks, we've even got good old Neil deGrasse Tyson out there, who finally admitted that no matter how high up in a plane you go, the Earth will still look flat. We even got that out of Neil deGrasse Tyson's own mouth. So there we go. So I mean, if you want a source, there's your source right there. Neil deGrasse Tyson himself said that. So yeah. There we go.
Look at this! Look at this super troll. What's his name? Thunder Chicken.
Thunder Fried Chicken.
Thunder Fried Chicken. I mean, look at this guy. This guy couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag on a rainy day. I mean, this is a perfect example of how stupid people are. You gotta
Barack
prove,
Rothschild, yeah.
Right. I have to prove 5,000 years of empirical science to a internet hero. Yeah, I don't think I have time to. I don't think I'm going to have all the time to prove what a straight line is to somebody who believes cartoons are real. I'm sorry, this is not for you, buddy. Yeah, that radar isn't a hoax. I want to tell you that it's a real thing. It actually works. I know that that's shocking, but radar's real. Straight lines are real.
Lasers are real.
Lasers. Gosh, I hate those lasers. 4,000 years of ship travel and history, documentation, circumnavigating the flat plane of existence. Yeah, I mean, wow, this is so difficult. How about 100 years of photography? The fact that there's not, and all of history, the last 100 years of plane flight, they couldn't get one plane to even fly over the North Pole, let alone the South. And you're still asking where our evidence is when that's every single piece of evidence regarding the topic proves a flat stationary plane of existence. But I guess apparently, nobody had technology until we knew we were on a ball.
Well, it was actually the commercial jet flights that really got me, because I mean, I took these commercial jet flights that were on the internet, and I got my globe down. I got a globe up there on the rack there. I took my globe down, and I actually decided, okay, I'm gonna follow the flight path of these commercial aircraft, right? It didn't make a lick of sense on a globe. None. It made no sense on a globe at all. But when I took the flat Earth map and I did the same thing, I followed the path on the flat Earth map, it made perfect sense. It was absolutely correct.
It's not even close, Vaughn. I mean, it takes 5 minutes of research to just go to any of these separate topics, and none of them help the globe. They all destroy the globe model. And then, of course, once they go through that, then all they'll do is talk about the stars as if that changes the shape of the Earth. They have no choice. Oh, then what's the moon made out of? Right, because it's because it's called Moon Cheese Earth. It's not called Flat Earth, Vaughn. It's called Moon Cheese Earth, right?
Moon Cheeser, yeah, there you go.
That's what we're doing here. It's not called. And notice they'll never be able to address the shape of the Earth if their life depended on it. It's phenomenal. Ask them to show one thing of the shape of the Earth. Show us some curvature.
Well, exactly. Like I said, Neil deGrasse Tyson even admitted that no matter how high up you go, it's still going to look flat. Okay, so I mean, when your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson lets you down, I mean, that's pretty sad, dude. Yeah, pretty sad.
Let me quote Bill Nye, the science lie. Let's quote Bill Nye, Vaughn. The Earth is a closed system, and you can't leave it.
There you go.
Whoops, that was an accident. I bet he got.
They know the truth.
He got in big trouble for that one.
They know the truth, but they're paid. They're paid actors. Bill Nye is on IMDb. So is Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're paid actors. They're paid to come on and lie to your face, and they usually do a bang up job of it. But every once in a while there'll be a Freudian slip like what you just quoted, where they'll let you know that they really know what's going on. But yeah, it is flat. There is no question it's flat. Like I said, you've got Auguste Piccard, you've got Leif Erikson, you've got all these people all down through antiquity telling you flat out to your face, yeah, it's flat. All right, but you're going to believe some elitist families telling you that it's actually round and that you're hurtling through space at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. Bull. Come on, man.
And that's fine. Like we're saying, Vaughn, I'm not telling anybody that you have to know the shape of the Earth or the non-shape, and I'm not even telling you that you have to talk about this topic. Right. But what I'm telling you is that what I know is an absolute fact, or I wouldn't be telling you in the first place. Like I said, this isn't for everybody. There are only a very small group of people on this flat plane of existence, the Victorias, the Cathys, the 444s, the Ways, the Teal Summers, the Rand Campbells, the Vaughns, the Jibbies, the Rose Pattons, the Arcanes, that can handle this truth. And that is not for me to decide. If you can't handle the truth, then I guess it's time to move on to something else, please.
Yeah, and it's really sad too, because the evidence is overwhelming. When you've got the United States Navy, who shoots a laser from one ship to another ship, hundreds of miles away, and hits the target, no less. Sorry, we're not on globe. I'm sorry. Lasers don't bend. They just don't. I had some idiot that was actually going to argue that lasers bend. I said, dude, I kicked him. I had to. That was just so idiotic. I had to kick the guy out. But yeah, he was actually going to argue that the lasers bend. I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Yeah, you can't fix this level of stupid. That was the first thing I noticed. Just the amount of stupidity that came from the mouths of these heliocentric slaves was like the biggest shock I had ever seen as far as intellectualism not working in Western culture. I had never seen so many stupid people in my life, and that's exactly right. They really make these insanely satanic, just idiotic, psychotic.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. All I know is that, I anybody can go out there and
they even believe that bullets curve.
Well, bullets, the farther the bullet travels, the accuracy and the alignment does degrade somewhat. But that's not because the Earth is a sphere. It's just simply because the bullet is losing its momentum. But
yes, bullets fall.
Yes, bullets do fall. That's right. Ute is here. Hi, Ute. Ute's here.
That's why when you adjust for the fact that your round is going to fall, you have to aim higher.
Correct.
I hope that isn't too complicated. That's why you aim higher. You're not shooting over the curve. You're shooting so that the bullet, by the time it falls, it's going to fall into the target. That's how this works.
That's right.
We only have a few hundred years of cannons and artillery to prove this point.
Well, see, that's the that's another thing. Okay, if the Earth is a sphere, how come artillery pieces don't adjust for that? Hello. How's come if the Earth is a sphere, why don't artillery pieces adjust for it?
Why don't planes adjust for it? Why don't rockets adjust for it?
Well, exactly. I mean, if you're flying a Cessna, and the Earth is a sphere, you would have to constantly keep nosing your aircraft down, or you would eventually end up in the stratosphere, or you would eventually stall. All right, so you would have to constantly keep nosing the nose of your aircraft down if we were indeed on a sphere in order to maintain level flight. I'm sorry, but there's absolutely no record. I am a World War I fanatic. I love World War I aircraft. And if any of them guys had to keep nosing down their aircraft, they would have wrote that down. Okay, but there is not one World War I fighter ace ever wrote in their memoirs that they had to keep nosing the plane down to keep it at sea level. No, not one. Not one. Not Eddie Rickenbacker, not Manfred von Richthofen, not Werner Voss. None of these World War I pilots ever said, "Yeah, man, I got to keep nosing the stick down in order to stay at level flight." Not one of them ever said that. Not one. Show me.
Well,
give me a link.
It gets even worse than that, Vaughn. Let me help you out even farther. Let me mute you real quick just for the echo.
Yeah.
Let me get that. And when I was a kid, I was studying to be a pilot. Like as soon as I could walk, I wanted to fly. So I was studying to be a pilot from my earliest memories. And I had done flight simulators as a young kid. They used to make really realistic ones. Electronic Arts got together with James in the mid-90s and came out with some really fantastic flight simulators. And that's all I used to do as a kid. And eventually I went to the military and yada, yada, yada to figure out other things. But well, I remember as a kid looking at the maps in flight simulators, and I would often detail the maps, and I'd want to kind of look at them from a bird's eye view before I fly them, right? Well, I remember backing away from all the maps in these flight simulators, and I'd back away from them, and they were all flat squares. And I was like, why are all these, I remember thinking, why are all these maps flat if it's supposed to simulate that we're flying over a ball? I used to just dawn. What is that? And I just never thought too much about it. Like, wait a minute, why are all flight simulators flat? Well, that's because they have to simulate the real world, Vaughn, because it's a flat Earth. Even all the flight simulators show flat maps, ladies and gentlemen. They've not known this or known it, I don't know, but even the flight simulators themselves have to emulate how things work in reality. Well, every flight simulator, every military realistic flight simulator I've ever seen in my life, as I was trying to be a pilot, showed that the map was flat, even in every single flight simulator. So why do even flight simulations, military simulations, also have to have a flat Earth in the simulator? Don't you think they might want to change that if we were on a ball? Well, that's because we're not on a ball. So I'm sorry, guys, it's a flat Earth.
Plum Fury says, it's a flat map so you can carry it around better. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Dude,
I know.
dude, we're not talking about sticking it in your pocket. We're talking about flight simulators.
Right, we're talking about
those...
the map. Right. Do you think we have enough room on the computer, Vaughn?
Oh my God. We're not, dude, we're not talking about a map you stick in your pocket. We're talking about a flight simulator. You know,
It's
this
called a map.
humongous, a flight simulator, dude, is a humongous piece of electronic equipment, okay? I'm pretty sure you can't stick it in your pocket either. Holy shit. I mean, no, dude, sorry. We're not talking about maps that you stick in your pocket. We're talking about a flight simulator that you climb into and you fly it around to simulate actual flight. All right. And
yeah, they're called maps.
And not one of them simulates a spheroid. Not one.
They can't do that because if you simulated a sphere, it wouldn't emulate what's in reality of the flat Earth. So they can't do it. That's what's so, and nobody knows that. Go look at a flight simulator, a realistic one. In fact, find a flight simulator with a ball so we can see how high we have to go to see the curve.
Exactly. Yeah, how high do you have to go to see the curvature, guys? Come on. Let's go.
Okay, let me I'll give you their answer right quick. Here's how they're going to answer. Well, you can actually just go to the ocean to see the curve because in a plane that's not high enough because you have to be in space. I swear to God, I've heard that question at least twice. I've heard that answer twice, Vaughn. I wish I was kidding.
Now, like I said though, their own homeboy Neil deGrasse Tyson blew him out of the water because he's on record saying, "Yeah, man, no matter how high you go, it's still going to look flat." So you know, their own homeboy Neil deGrasse Tyson blew him out of the water. So you know, they're pretty much done right there. Let me go get another Mountain Dew since Dave hates Mountain Dew. I'm going to go get another one and drink it. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Well, I guess we'll take a moment for station identification. It is 10:35 right now, west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. You're listening to Flat Out Elected. This is MG42 Pillbox. I'm chilling with Von Helton and Brian Velville on the beautiful flat plane of existence. And another flat earth Christian has entered the room. This is one of my favorite flat earthers on the youth side of it, a very young man by the name of Flat Earth Dude. Thanks for joining the hangout, sir. How's it going?
It's going well, my friend. How are you?
Chilling on the flat earth, bro. Nothing is better than knowing this truth. And as you can tell by the comment section or the chat, you can see that not everybody likes this truth.
Yeah. Well, it's not for everyone to like, so it's okay.
Yeah, this isn't a popularity contest, just in case they're kind of confused, dude. This is not for likes and money and fame and fortune. And no, this is for truth, guys. And we will weed out all the chaff with this truth. This is the greatest tool of separation Jesus Christ has ever given his sons and daughters.
And they can call us whatever they want, you know?
Oh, if they're not calling me names.
Yeah, they all call names. It's okay though. I'm okay with that.
Well, I have a problem
I'm sure I've been called worse.
Yeah, they're not getting upset. If the people that disagree with me don't hate me, bro, that's when we have a problem. So as long as they're upset, then I know I'm doing my job right. And that's the proof is in the pudding. Yep, I'm just trying to preach the Bible, bro. So why are Christians asking me why I'm talking about this when I'm preaching the Bible? So just because they're not interested in being able to preach the whole Bible, that's not my problem. I want to be able to talk about the whole thing. And when somebody, some young child or some old man or some old lady asks me about the shape of the earth, the difference is I can answer them. You can't. And that's why I'm doing this job. And that's why you haven't been chosen for this job. You see how it works? It's that easy.
The Bible says, let me try this again. The Bible says that the earth is unmoving and unchanging. And in fact, it says the earth doesn't move in several books. says the earth is unmoving. All right. So you've got a choice. You either believe the Bible or you believe the the 13 elite families that currently, unfortunately, control this planet. You know, that's only two choices you get. All right. Because the Bible says numerous times that the earth is unmoving. All right. Whereas the elites are telling us, oh, no, no, no. The earth is spinning hundreds of thousands of miles on its axis and it's hurtling through space at hundreds of miles an hour. Okay. One of the two things has to be the truth. All right. Either the earth is not moving or it is moving. And those are the only two choices you get. And the Bible says that the earth is not moving. All right. So you're going to have to make a choice. You are going to have to choose if you're a Christian. However, just because you can sit there and say, I'm a pagan, sorry, that's not going to help you either. Because in pagan writings, it says that the earth is flat and unmoving as well. All right. So
and those writings aren't on the table right now. What the topic at hand is the Bible anyway, so it doesn't matter what the pagan books say.
Well,
we're talking about the Bible.
I'm just saying if they want to go there, if they want to go there and say, well, I'll just, I'll be a pagan because, paganism probably doesn't. Well, sorry, paganism does too. Paganism does too. In fact, every ancient document says the earth is flat. That's the truth.
Oh, but they were just stupid goat herders. Flat Earth dude, how was your dinner with the girlfriends and friends? How'd that go?
It was awesome, man. I went and I got a huge thing of nachos and cheese and a lot of ground beef on it. It was great. And I watched some boxing matches.
Yeah. Oh, did you see the Vitaly Klitschko fight with get beat by Joshua?
I have horrible vision, so like I couldn't see who was fighting, and I'm not like that into boxing. I just like watching it when I go up.
Oh yeah, just for the record, Anthony Joshua retains his heavyweight title as the baddest man on the plane of existence, which is a great title, and he defeated Vladimir Klitschko in the 11th round with a referee stoppage. So God bless him and his family, and hopefully both those fighters have not gotten injured too badly, and they can make a safe recovery.
Amen to that. What did he get him with?
Oh my gosh, he got him with the combo after combo after combo, and actually Joshua went down the 6th round, came back and crushed Vladimir in the 11th, and that put him away. That's 19 wins, 19 knockouts for Anthony Joshua.
19 wins, 19 knockout, man. That's a bad man right there.
He is the baddest man on the plane of existence right now, but there is a challenger, another champion who will take that title, I believe, and his name is Deontay Wilder, and he is
Deontay Wilder. Yeah, he's a bad man too.
He has got to be the scariest, biggest monstrosity of a man I've ever seen in my life, and he's got the worst.
I don't want to get too off subject, but the Andre Ward fight. What do you think that they're doing a rematch with that? What do you think about that?
Andre Ward versus Wilder?
I can't pronounce his name.
Ward versus Wilder?
No. He's a Russian man.
Not one of the Klitschko's.
No, I don't think so. It was his last fight, and it was like really controversial. I can't.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who it is.
Yeah, but anyways, they're doing a rematch with that, and I don't know. I'm fearing for Andre Ward because he didn't look too good at the end of that other fight.
Yeah, fighters don't know when to quit. Sometime, obviously. I mean, most fighters are very prideful. It's hard to say. It's hard to say when you're done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I look at my grandpa for that for sure, and that's kind of why like I kind of stopped going competitively. And sometimes I get the urge to do it, but like my grandpa, man, like he's lost it. He just stutters his words. He just, you could tell he's kind of punch drunk, and I don't know. I just don't ever want to be that way.
Yeah,
and
Chuck
I've already
Liddell
been punched in the head a lot.
Chuck Liddell went that way overnight.
Yeah, they all do, man. They all do.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop out. I'm beta testing some software, so I'm gonna hop out. But y'all have a good one. And
right on, man. Thanks for stopping by, Vaughn. We'll see you later, bro.
No problem. Have a good one, guys. Bye.
Have a great night, man.
Thanks, man. God bless you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let's see. Brian, you still there? Oh, Brian got the chat back up. Let's see what's going on. Brian in the chat. Millennium, having fun out there. Yeah, 444 Truth. If you want to be heard, go and hang out. That's absolutely right, 444. We certainly have an open door policy. Anybody is allowed in the hangout as long as they can maintain a little bit of humanity, not go full germ monkey on us.
Don't get
Let's
crazy.
see. Yeah, I don't want to go too crazy out there. Let's go, Shanna. What is going on here, Brian? Why are the words smaller, Brian? What happened? This was bigger earlier, wasn't it? I already had trouble reading it. I got to squint. Yep. Shanna's, yep, don't be a hater. Huh? They're going to hate you, Shanna, because they hated him first. So that's what's going to happen. Oh, there we go. Plump Fury wants to hear more Bible. Okay. We're probably going to make that happen for sure. Yeah, Baptist Dave is still out there crying about why we're preaching the Bible, I guess, or why we're talking about this part of the Bible for some reason. That Dave guy is not happy with flat Earth. I don't know what happened to him or what's wrong. Oh man.
Why doesn't he come talk about it?
We we offered him. We asked for his email so that we could send him the link. I don't think we ever got that opportunity. Then, of course, we got an excuse later that he doesn't have a microphone. At first, he told us that he was the hero of preaching the Bible and that's all he ever does and that he does it all the time. And then he said he doesn't have a mic. So, so I guess that's not going to work. John Smith. Good to see John Smith in the Hangout. There he is. Let's see what
He
John
can
Smith
always
thinks.
ask questions from the chat.
Yeah, just as long as they're sane questions. Let's keep the sanity high, level of high sanity, please.
I agree with that.
Let's see, Dave. I believe we are all saved by Jesus at the cross. It is a gift from God, but it requires we conform to Christ. We are in Christ and have to honor Him and glorify Him in our being. Absolutely right, John, and that means everything. That means all truth. That means all deceptions exposed. That means all answers given. If we can give an answer, that's our job. So when someone asks, well, the Bible says the earth is flat, I get to go, you're right. It does say it's flat and stationary. So I love knowing the fact that I can answer that question. If you're not interested and able to answer that question, that's none of my business. It's not my problem. So why are we the one falling behind knowledge of this world when God warns us against it? Good question, Shanna. Why? Why are we all hailing? Yes. Failing. Falling? Falling. Yes, falling. You're falling for the knowledge. Yes, you've all fallen for it. So pick yourself back up, dust yourself off, and accept the Bible. That's it. Why is this so complicated? It says it right there, doesn't it? You had the issue. Remember when you were a kid and they all told you, oh, there's a gap theory. And really, actually, there was a pre-Adamite civilization. Well, guess what? That turned out to all be wrong. You all adjusted. It's all good. We moved on. Okay, we figured it out. We put down our beliefs, and now we picked up a new belief system. Well, that happened again. It turns out the earth is flat. Remember when, all the Christians thought, oh, no, actually, evolution is how God did it? Well, you were wrong. There is no evolution. There is no speciation of one family of creatures bringing forth a new non-compatible family that's a different kind or phylum. Of course, it's all been destroyed. So why can't we just accept all the Bible? And we have Teal Summers now in the chat. She can help you out too. She knows a little bit about this subject. Good to see her. Brian, can you make it 1% bigger? Maybe. You don't have to, Brian. I appreciate your work. Actually, Brian, doing a good job. I'm not gonna look my gift horse in the mouth. I don't know. There's Baptist Dave yelling about something again. If he wants to come in the chat, he is invited. It takes a cell phone or a laptop or a computer with a microphone.
Yo, I can't hear you, man. Yo, can anybody hear anything? Yo, Brian, you there? Yo, what happened?
Man, dude, I had a good connection earlier. I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know. I had a great
I
connection
think
earlier. When Vaughn showed up, it ruined everything.
I don't know, man. My thing went out too. I guess I don't know.
No, I still heard you. I checked real quick on the chat, and I heard you asking if we could hear you. So I heard
Okay,
that.
cool.
It was mine just gets shut off for some reason out of nowhere. It was fine earlier for a long time. Then it just started acting up. Yep. Enoch. Take a look. Flat water, flat earth. Yep. 444 truth. A lot of good research out there of things outside of the official Bible, the book of Enoch, the Apocrypha, I think the book of Jeshur, which I haven't really got into a lot yet. I am a noob when it comes to a lot of those studies. But just using the accepted or generic, whatever accepted Bible by itself is very myopic on this topic, though, guys. It's one-sided.
Yeah, I use audiobooks. I just got it on audiobooks. I've been listening to it, so whenever I'm done, I'll listen to it again and probably then make my assumption. And because those books are so complicated, and I heard whenever you read like Joshua that you get kind of sad, and it's just like it's a really deep book from what I heard. All of them are really when you really listen to them and what they're talking about. So I've just heard that it's just because it talks about all of those books, man. The Apocrypha, they all talk about pretty much the end times. I believe that those books were meant for the people in the end times, pretty much. Like that's what I'm, that's pretty much what the beginning of Enoch says. It's pretty, this book was meant for the elect and the righteous.
Wow.
Right,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put some more time into them. I haven't put any time into them at all, so I'm gonna have to get going on those.
Hey, well, if you just want to, like, I don't know if you've ever looked into it, but look up the luminaries. It's like the path of the luminaries, the heavenly luminaries. It's in like I think it's like chapter 72 or 73 of the book of Enoch, and man, it tells you like the exact paths of the sun and the moon. It tells you that they're the same size. It tells you that they're the same size, but the sun is 7 times brighter than the moon.
I did see that. Yes, 7 times. It also says that somewhere else, and it mentions the. Yeah, it says the 7 times brighter. The moon, and it said she will not emit her light. Things like that. That was interesting. I remember that. Look at this guy. Yeah, Teal Summers. Sometimes you got to hold their pacifier for them, and these noobs. I feel so bad for these Globers that try to harass these Christians that are awake because they have no idea what they're going up against. They're just getting slapped around like a rag doll by these Christians, and these are lady Christians, but these Christian ladies they know what they're doing. They're tired of being lied to, and it's just not going to end well for you guys trying to harass Christians. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man, and us guys can just sit back on the sidelines, man. These girls, man, they got it, man.
I know. We just let the girl. It's pretty embarrassing. We just let the girls handle all these noobs, man. That's humiliating. I got to be honest with you.
Hey, I think they could handle some of the big shots too. I think we should give them some credit.
Okay, Plump Fury is asking, so I'm just going to say it real quick. It says it's flat in Job 38:5. That's why God says He stretched the line. Where are for the measures? I stretched the line over the foundations of the earth. You see, a line is straight. You see, I hope that's not too complicated.
Hey, Pillbox, and also a cool thing about a line is that if we believe the earth is flat and circular, a circle, the difference between a circle and a ball is a circle is bound by one line. It's bound by one line. A ball is not, a sphere is not. So, that's confirmation right there.
That's right. And there's Teal Summers bringing up Proverbs 18:13. Yep, that's right. You better do your research first before you make a claim, or it is a shame unto you. Yep. John Smith, Jesus is the truth, and He requires that we teach with understanding. Not many of you should become teachers, my brothers, for you know that we who teach will be judged. Yep. With a greater strictness. Absolutely. John Smith. Yep. Certainly need some qualifications for that job. Teal Summers, test the spirits.
I think you just need a thick skin and a thick spirit.
Exactly. Teal Summers, test the spirits by the word. Yes, by the word. How does it mean it's flat? Well, Plump Fury, do you know of a line that's not flat? I would surely like to see that. How do I stretch a line over the foundations of the earth if it's not flat? That's what would be my question. Not how does that mean it's flat. I would like to know how that's possible with it not being flat. You see, that's what a true skeptic thinks when they read words. See, words mean something. I don't know if you guys know this, dude. This might be a shocker to some people, but words have meaning. So when they say something and you're able to accept the meaning, that's how we get the information. You see how it works, guys? It's really easy. Oh, the sky is straight. I absolutely agree. How do you get Can I have a straight sky and a ball, please?
Yeah, the horizon line is flat. To me, it looks like there's a dome over my head.
Yeah, and the horizon doesn't change. That's when he says he stretched the line, that's all I can think about is the horizon, because it doesn't matter if you're at the ocean or inside of an SR-71 Blackbird at 120,000 feet or higher. It's still the same exact horizon, and you just look out to the side and there it is, no matter where you are on this plane of existence. So that to me screams the line.
Well, that's because it's bound by one line. That's the
Exactly.
circle. It's bound by one line.
Absolutely.
You cannot have that on a sphere. You just can't.
Well, look at this guy's question though. He's saying sky is straight, therefore it's flat. I don't know, Plump Fury. If you want to show me something straight that's also a ball at the same time, I guess that's always an option. If you want to make that attempt, I'd love to see that experiment. And you can use anything in the world that's also straight and a ball if you want to. I don't even know how to put that in the same sentence. So if you want to try to do an experiment and put something flat on top of something that it has to conform to that's not flat, I would love to see it. I'm assuming, dude, that most people.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
think that the dome is flat. I don't think that he said so everything is flat, sky, ocean, earth, all flat. Well, no, we have mountains, we have valleys, all that type of stuff. And then I think there's a dome over our head. Well, I know there's a dome over our head. There's a firmament. That's what the Bible teaches. I mean, in the first 8 verses, Baptist Dave. And I no, I mean, we have valleys, we have all that. Is it completely flat? No. Is it flat on the ocean? Yes. Is the ocean flat? Yes. There's waves, but that's just you nitpicking.
Yeah, let's look what Teal Summer says here. Yeah, Plump, you're making yourself look foolish if you misrepresent positions. It shows you haven't really. Whatever that word is, I can't even see it right there on the right side. It's getting cut off, Brian. But you haven't investigated it. Yes, that's absolutely true. I don't understand. I mean, what are our options? If everything else is flat, why would we assume something?
You cut out again.
Why would you imagine something else? I'm condescending because I'm being lied to. Oh, I fell out again.
Yeah, I was just gonna read what John Smith said. He said Job 38:14. It is turned as he said it is turned as a clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. Well, if you look what a clay seal looks like, whenever you press it down, back in those days, they would press it down with their ring into a clay mold, and it would leave a little encryption on the inside, like you would think on a flat Earth, and it would leave a little ring around it with upturned edges, and like a wall. So that's what the Bible's saying. It's giving you a literal description, a figuratively literal description.
Right. People in the chat are trying to answer these people's questions, and then they continue to move around the answers and then restate their question, reform what they were talking about, moving the goalpost as usual. Again, this is the evidence I need. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Why are so-called skeptics harassing truth and then moving the goalpost and then changing their minds? And then, you know, I mean, John Smith right here, he already answered your question, Dave. And he's right. You're being obtuse. Well said, John Smith.
Jesus is the truth. Get with it.
Right. I mean, Jesus wants us to be able to answer questions, you know? So this is kind of a big deal right now. I don't know if they know, John, but there's only 50 million people in the last year that got involved talking about this subject, probably for a good reason. What do you think? Probably no good reason, or maybe a good reason that it would change the minds of millions of people. What do you think, John?
No, it's a horrible reason.
Oh, man, it's got to be horrible, man. It's got to be. It's got to be. Yeah, it has to be.
Well, it's because it's the truth.
And what's this Tom Gay song? Everyone once knew there was a creator. Now, many believe that there are happenstances without responsibility. We need to know where we live if we are to believe the truth. Absolutely right, Tom. How much simpler can it be? And who in their right mind would think that knowing the truth is bad? I mean, what is wrong with you? Please, somebody tell me why we wouldn't want to talk about this truth, especially if it's in the Bible.
I don't know. That's a good question.
There's another link. There's another link. Teal Summers gives another link that nobody will look at because you guys aren't even interested in actually researching it. You just want to continue to pull excuses out of the back of your body because you have nothing to show for, and you'd rather just, of course, get your kicks off harassing people about something you don't understand. So,
what up, Dim? What up?
there he is, Dem. Yep, there he is. Somebody add him if he wants to come in. Yeah, of course they are, Teal. They're trolling. They have no choice. What are they going to do? Open up their minds and actually think for themselves? They got their Pokemon collection they got to attend to. They're not interested in truth. They just want to have fun trolling. It's okay. It's normal.
Hebrew scholars will tell you that that was their conception. That's the Bible's conception of the world, is that it's a flat and motionless plane. The Bible is a flat earth book. Fury. Plump Fury.
And look at this poor guy. Came to the wrong place. Kill me. I can't sleep. Well, this probably isn't the right hangout for you. I would say if you want to be killed by a hangout, go to Earth discussions and listen to them for about 20 minutes. And if I don't think your mind could continue to function after that. So,
I mean, we could just. I mean, if we want to think, if we want to debate globe, Earth, flat Earth, we can kind of put that to the side just for a second and debate. Let's look at the phallic symbol in the monument in Washington D.C. Let's look at all of the worship of Baal and all of the worship of Satan, Lucifer, in our capital city in America. Let's look at the Illuminati. Let's look at all of these things. Let's break them all down. Let's look at NASA. Let's look at all of the lies, corruption. Why should we believe a single thing any of them have ever said to us?
Yep.
It's all a lie. It's all a lie. And if we sit there and we just bow our heads and say yes, master, to the devil, to Lucifer, then we've already lost. And that's what people do when they just accept facts for what they are. They just bow their head and say yes, master. And that's not what I'm going to do.
Exactly, bro. And every single one of those hoaxes and scams and deceptions that you brought up is destroyed with this flat earth knowledge. And this idiot, right? I mean, look how stupid this guy is. This guy thinks he claims to be a Bible preacher, and this Baptist Dave says that the flat earth isn't that important. How stupid can you be? You're saying God's word isn't important? The foundation beneath our feet, the greatest piece of the creation that we are given, isn't that important? I'm sorry, but you've just gone into full retard mode, Baptist Dave, and you never want to go full retard. And you just crossed the line, buddy. So I would say that I would certainly suggest You might want to have some serious time with yourself, some spiritual thinking, maybe a couple prayers, because you are absolutely lost and deceived. And right now, I'm going to have to bet that you have spiritual influences that are dangerous in your life right now, Baptist Dave. I'm sorry, but that is very evident by that claim. So that's the reality of this, dude. You give him enough time, this flat earth truth will drive the demons out from even the supposed nicest Christians. I'm sorry, but that's the reality.
Well, I mean, Baptist Dave is sitting there saying, yes, the Bible does imply a flat earth. And I don't get.
But it's not important, really?
Yeah, I just don't get it. So, Baptist Dave, do you believe in the Bible?
Well, I'm already frightened for the guy because he's already claimed now more than once this is not important. Now he's made it very clear. He's reiterated it and basically said that this isn't what we should be doing. So I just think this is more evidence for me, dude. I got to be honest with you. This is exactly what I'm talking about. People losing their minds and now saying parts of the Bible aren't important anymore. But I'm a Christian, but this part of the Bible is not important. Not buying it, buddy. Sorry. I can smell that BS a mile away. Sorry.
Yeah, me too, for sure. I don't get it. Does he not believe in the Bible?
And look at this guy, Mac Buzz. Was it Muzz Buzz? I can't see his name.
Muzz Buzz.
Muzz Buzz is absolutely correct. We will not repeat the words, but he is right. He is absolutely correct, and that is a reality. Not that we're going to claim that all the time, but that is what you will. That is the information you will get from these people, that they are gone. So, John Smith, I think God has given us this opportunity to break the boundaries of NASA. Yep, Christians and the world is stolen from them by lies. Yeah, exactly. That's the point, John. They've lied. If this one lie encompasses 1,000 other lies, not one of these idiots right now that is trying to condemn this message could show us one thing that would even hold a candle to this truth. Not one thing. All of these other scams, like you just mentioned, the list that you just gave us a few minutes ago, Flat Earth Dude, is exactly what the Flat Earth by itself annihilates. And that's, again, why this is such a big deal. That's the whole point. With this one topic, I can destroy 100 years of psyops and literal mind control from your government. And one topic.
It's the biggest deception ever. It's the biggest deception ever.
Absolutely. One topic. One topic destroys all of these hoaxes right now. One topic. And you're telling me this is not a useful or essential, or it's whatever you want. You can insult it all you want. You're just digging yourself a bigger hole. I'm sorry. I have literally seen people go from Satanists to Christians overnight because of this topic, and I guarantee you've never seen that. So find something else to do, Davey. I'm sorry this isn't for you.
The Vatican and the Jesuit order created the globe as a religion. Catholic means universal. Look up universal pictures from 1930 on YouTube. You'll see the spinning globe program. That's from the imaginary globe. Yeah, you're exactly right. The Catholic Church is, in my opinion, Mystery Babylon. I don't think the USA is. I think it's Catholic Church. They are the great deceivers. That is Lucifer itself. I don't care what anyone says. The Catholic Church is evil. The Pope is evil. They're all evil. It's just evil. It's not the Bible. They don't teach the Bible. They're evil. I don't believe, and it's not just the regular Catholic going people. I believe regular Catholic going people might be decent people, but I know a lot of Catholic people, and it's just like it's not it's not Christian. It's just not Christian. It's Catholic.
Right, look what happens now. Let's look at the byproduct. Let's look at the fruit. Now the guy that, of course, was attacking me in a sense at first is now basically, he's been forced now to attack other Christians. Do you see my point? How this doesn't make any sense for these people to do this, because now they're just digging themselves a bigger hole, and now he's got to fight everybody that knows this truth. Now he's going to start attacking in one sense that, well, you're not doing your job right, and he's going to be fruit inspecting, and it's basically like a kindergarten kid going up to 8th grade and telling the students that they're not doing the job right. That I can't compare it to anything else.
Baptist Dave, I haven't seen you preach any gospel. You haven't been preaching any gospel. You're sitting there saying that the Bible implies that the earth is flat. Does it imply that it's a globe? So why would we ever even think that it's a globe? If it implies that it's flat, it's flat. That's what the Bible implies. That's what it is. I don't know why that's so hard to grasp. I don't get it.
Okay, I'm going to try to read this, even though the text is, it looks like I'm looking at microbes on my phone right here. Let me try to say this. Teal Summers says, Baptist David, the Father is hidden by a deception involving his creation, is that he'd be clearly seen in how it can expect the unbelieving to investigate the Son and the gospel. Right, so it all ties in together anyway. I don't understand how they're missing this. 444 Truth, what do you have to tell me and others about the gospel? It's a good question, 444 Truth. I'd like to know what he's trying to say too. I'm waiting for a point here. He's actually admitting that the Bible's the Bible's basically a flat earth book, but it's not important. I mean, this is just another good example of, a little bit of cuckoo. You're telling me you're a Christian, but this part of the Bible is not important. Actually, you're telling me about 300 parts of the Bible are not important. Joshua 10, 12 through 14. So when God is talking about, when Joshua calls to God, says, sun and moon stop, and then the sun and moon stand still, and God reiterates this information, and they are absolutely able to be saved, and the children of Israel are avenged, the Amorites are defeated. I mean, this is a battle of thousands of people, but apparently to these people, it's who cares? We're talking about one of the biggest battles in the Bible, and the sun and moon stop, but these people are going to tell me that does not matter. Just go back to handing out milk and cookies and smiling, and that's what they think a Christian is. And I'm sorry, but that's not what Christ wants us to do. In fact, Christ is going to come back to divide. He is going to put people in their places, and he is going to part the sea of people. And you're going to see everybody go to one side or the other. That's what's going to happen when Christ comes back. He's not coming back to hand out milk and cookies, guys. I'm sorry. Some of you are in big trouble. That's right. We are to be the salt and the light in a dark world. Teal Summers, yes. Well, there's, okay, Porky, bye-bye. Okay, I never even saw you come in.
Baptist Dave, I'm going all caps for you, Pillbox. I like you, bud.
Yeah, Baptist Dave, all you got to do is like a microphone. You could actually come in here and make your case. They're about $3 at Walmart. So,
or if you just have a pair of headphones with a microphone on it.
Yeah, does your friend or family member have just a little pair of headphones or something? I mean, we know there's a will, there's a way. Just letting you know, Baptist Dave, there's a will. You can make this happen. You can get on here and you can speak your mind. We'll allow you. So, why is everything so weird? I don't know. I think everything's beautiful.
Beautifully weird.
Okay.
Beautifully weird.
Okay, so here's Baptist Dave. Joshua 10:13 proves stationary Earth, not the shape. Well, I don't know who claimed it was the shape. We were talking about the sun and the moon, Baptist Dave. So you might want to realize what the sun and moon are, because that's what it's describing. It's not talking about the Earth. It's talking about the sun and moon. Look at Brian. Brian's going to tell you right now. Teal Summers, truth is truth, and we are to be the lovers of truth, ambassadors of truth, and fight by speaking the truth. There it is. And then some people are going to say, no, you don't need to worry about that truth. We don't need that. We can just
Brian,
let the...
Sorry, Philbox.
No, it's okay. We only need some truth. We don't need to worry about being able to dismantle 500 years of satanic indoctrination. Nah, we want all the children to be indoctrinated with the heliocentric model. So this truth doesn't matter. Let's hold this back. We don't need it.
Yeah, man. I think that, people just don't even understand that, like, everything they do is pretty much just worshiping Baphomet. It's just like, it's crazy because, like, I wasn't even aware of it, but like everything you do, the money in your pocket, the cash, everything you do, the music you listen to, your favorite, your favorite bands, your favorite movies, they're all worshiping the same exact thing. And it's the same thing that every single cult, every single, evil religion pretty much worships. It's the sun god. It's, it's Ra, it's Baal, it's Baphomet, it's, Nimrod, it's whoever you want to call it, it's Satan, it's Lucifer. And that's what everybody's worshiping now. He has dominion over this earth. And I don't know. You just can't, some people just aren't going to be saved, and it's, there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, sorry about that, Baptist Dave, but you might want to at least pretend you care or have the slightest amount of respect for other people in the chat. Not a big deal, though. Yeah, Tom, everything is infected. That's absolutely right. But for some reason, people only want to talk about some of the problems instead of just taking care of maybe all of the big ones at once, which is what we're trying to do. This flat earth destroys all these other psyops you people are wasting your lives on. Okay, 9/11, yeah, 9/11 is garbage. 3,000 babies are murdered in America a day. And you're worried about one day when 3,000 people were killed. Every day in America is a 9/11, and you're still talking about 9/11. Well, that's a distraction.
To Baal, too. All sacrifices to Baphomet. All those little babies that are being killed, they're all sacrifices to Baphomet. All of them.
Right, who cares? And some people say, well, 9/11 is a hoax. Well, guess what? It doesn't matter. 9/11 is fake. No planes, CGI, nobody died, whatever. People die every day. 3,000 babies are killed a day. It's probably something like 100,000 babies flat plane wide. You know what I mean? If you really wanted to think about it. I mean, this world is...
Look at China stats. It'll scare you.
Right. We're not supposed to be happy with what's going on here, guys. Your entire world system is the most corrupt, satanic, evil leaders that have ever walked the face of the earth. These are the biggest mass murders in history. They killed 3,000 people, 3 million, they killed 3 million people in Vietnam just because we didn't want them to wave a certain flag. We killed 10 million people in North Korea. We killed probably 100 million. The whole world, hundreds of millions of people died in World War II. Same with World War I. These are all lies that are only possible because of your heliocentric model. All these millions of innocent people being killed, the 20 million people we've killed in North Africa in the last 30 years, these are all lies on the blood of the heliocentric satanic world. So it is a big deal, guys. I'm sorry. Yes, the killing of billions of innocent people matters to me. I'm sorry it doesn't matter to you. Yes, this is important. Yes, it matters.
I think this is the last truth that we're gonna find out, really. And I think once everyone really finds out and everyone gets mad about it, I think they're gonna shut it all off. And they're gonna shut everything off, and then people are just gonna freak out and they're just gonna shut it off. I think
that's right. Imaginary Globe said everything off. Oh, they have to. It's fine. Bring it. That's fine. God's in charge. Imaginary Globe says it's so satanic, it's scary that we know the truth. I agree. It's shocking that this small group of people, everybody here has to realize you are one of the smallest groups in the history of mankind that have actually woken up to this level of actual worldly knowledge is something that can't even be described. That means 99.9% of the people in history are not and will not and would not and could not be in the position that you are in right now. So it can be frightening, but it could also be very uplifting. And you should take joy in the fact that God chose you people to know this truth. In a sense, I think that the free will and all those other things might have something to do with it, but that's for another discussion. Either way, God's on your side, and take joy in it, not pride. Take the joy from God giving you the information.
I'm with you, Pillbox. I say bring it.
Yep, and it's normal, we got the Davy Joneses and the scoffers, and again, we need those people too. I hate to admit it, but those people sometimes light a fire underneath us. I'll admit that if it wasn't for the scoffers that have been trying to kill me for years, I wouldn't have a job to do. If it wasn't for these people hating on me and trying to literally destroy me, and I'm not kidding, they have tried to kill me and destroy me for years, I wouldn't even be here. So there is a balance to this. We got to be able to take that momentum, take that hate, take the people that are trying to hurt you, and you take that energy and you run with it and you grab that ball and you spike it in the end zone. That's how you deal with evil. And I don't know any other way to do it, but that's how I've been dealing with it my whole life. And I can turn it into something good. So I got pretty good at making lemonade. That's not for everybody, guys. Like I said, if you're squeamish, or if if you're not a tough type of person, if you're not good in battle, or if you're worried about your friends being mad at you, or you really like your girlfriend who is a monkey on a ball, this is not for you. So
Yeah, and one of the best discussions besides flat Earth also is what would happen if they did turn everything off, if they turn the lights off, like what would we do? It's one of my favorite discussions because on a flat Earth, you know what I mean. There might be more land out there. Living here isn't going to be safe. I live right next to a bunch of really nice sailboats, man. So
huh. You might have to hijack one.
I don't know. I don't know if that's very Christ-like, but
well, if nobody's in there and you got to run, you got to go. You might have to hijack a sailboat.
If I'm running from someone, I'm gonna hijack it for sure. Yeah.
Look at this guy. Look at Tom Dyson. Once I found out where I live, the puzzle came together. See? Good, evil, like, dark, me. I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, the truth matters to Tom. He cared, and it mattered so much that it helped him understand all of these other things. So what can you offer somebody that does that for them? Nothing. You can't offer anything because you think that there's only some things in the Bible that matter. So what are you going to offer? Well, the good thing is that people who want to know the truth are going to find it. There's no stopping the truth. It doesn't matter who's out there, who's controlling the psyops and all these shills and hired agents and these detractors and all this BS. None of it matters, guys. Excuse me. Absolutely zero of any of these problems matter because anybody who's going to want to know the truth cannot be stopped. There is no stopping anybody who wants to know the truth. You think, like, if some idiot, because Matt Boylan likes to act like an idiot all the time. Well, Matt Boylan acts like an idiot. That doesn't change the fact that the earth is flat just because he's a flat earther and he acts like an idiot. And anybody who wants to know the truth, if some guy says, I want to know the truth, and then they see Matt Boylan and go, oh my goodness, I didn't know flat earthers were like this. I'm not going to pay attention. Well, then you're not interested in the truth because look at the example I can make about you globe earthers, the biggest group of mass murderers, the history of the world. Yeah, I'll put that up against my, weirdo friend Matt Boylan any day of the week.
Yeah, it's okay to be weird.
For truth, yes, as if we have regulated groups of people that we can and I don't know. Oh, can't see. Okay, can't see. Yes, Matt. Buzz. I can't even say that name right. What was that movie called? The Day the Earth Stood Still? No? Did my mic stop working, Flat Earth dude? Nope. Thank you, Brian. I don't. It seems that the trolls have become dust in the wind. What happened to them? They must have got beat up by the girls. I appreciate that. 444 the truth. Man, he had to say it 3 times in one sentence to make people know that he is for the truth. Yep, the trolls went to bed. A-Life. Yep. Poor guys. Probably talking to their moms right now, crying about this conversation right now. They probably weren't even real people, Brian. I mean, who really doesn't have a microphone right now in 2017? Let's get real. Come on. You got kids in Ethiopia with no food holding smartphones, but I can't get the guy in America to get a microphone. Yes, John Smith, 1951 science fiction movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still. What happened, Brian? You lost the, there it is. Day the Earth Stood Still. Famous in part because of the phrase. I can't even say that phrase, Brian. What is that?
Nikoto, sorry.
Well, I missed something. I might have said something. I lost track of what I was saying. Teal said no. I don't even know why she's telling me no. That's okay. A no's a no. I get a lot of no's.
Yeah, I think the trolls are switching over. You know, they work in 8-hour shifts. So, you know, the one guy's already got their 40 hours, and now the other ones are stepping in.
Whoa, whoa! Look at this testimony, Brian. Who's this guy? Soul Prince 3. The flat Earth shocked me as an atheist, but now I know the Bible is true, and everything else might as well be a. What's that? What last word he says?
Science fiction.
Fiction, exactly. Look at that guy. Went from atheist to Bible believer? No. Because of the flat earth? No way.
And God bless you, brother. I hope that God, blesses you on your journey of the truth. And he will.
Yeah, just don't tell that to some of these other angry people. They don't like that when they hear people turn to Christ because of the flat earth. They get upset. Be careful when you tell that.
Tell it to all of them. Tell it to all of them. Tell it to everyone.
Yeah, they rub it in your face with Star Wars and Star Trek. Look at the names they give the characters. They give the guy Picard's name, rubbed it in your face. They got the guy who sees the flat earth as your captain, and you guys are all space ballers. That's humiliating.
And we're just on a space ball. Kind of like the movie Spaceballs.
I should play that movie in the background.
Yeah, we're on a space ball.
Yeah, Teal Jibby was a big Star Wars fan. I know you talked to him the other night for a minute. I don't know, you probably got that out of him, obviously, since he is the Jedi of the flat Earth. But he keeps saying, "Yeah, I wish it was a ball."
I know. I mean, like, I wish I wasn't lied to.
Well, that's because you're not as crazy as I am, Rusty. I love when I find out I'm getting lied to. I once I found flat Earth, I was just dancing for like weeks, man. I was so happy they lied to me about everything. I really was.
Well, it all made sense at that point. That's why.
Absolutely right.
I mean, I get that, but at the same time, it's like, well, nobody likes getting lied to. It's like, come on, like, you taught me this my whole entire life. My little sister, my little brother, my mom, my dad, everyone believes this. You lied about the greatest achievement of mankind, everything.
Oh, that's okay. Joe Rogan said, those aren't the same people now. It's, we went from an untrustworthy government militarized military industrial complex organization to, of course, a trustworthy military industrial complex organization. So it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe Rogan, man, he's out there.
He literally said that, yeah, Eddie Bravo, it was the greatest thing Eddie Bravo ever says. Like, oh, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, now they're a trustworthy part of the government. Oh, that was so hilarious.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo is awake. He just needs to read his Bible, man.
He'll get
imagine
there.
If Eddie Bravo was in the Christian movement, man. He'd be a powerhouse.
Oh, they'd probably kill him. If he becomes a Christian, they'll probably kill him, I would assume.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, how many Christians do you see out there at all at anywhere near that level? You see zero Christians at that level. Rob Skiba, who's a big Christian right now in the flat earth? I mean, Rob Skiba, is he the biggest Christian in flat earth? You know what I mean? It's like you can't combine the absolute, biggest deception conqueror and Christianity. If you do that, you're going to be on a list.
Yeah, we're all about to be on lists, because as soon as the flat Earth gets big, everybody's going to be like, oh well, these guys were talking about it, and then we're going to be like the head targets, unless they want us to know about the flat Earth. Who knows?
Oh, big props. I guess that didn't work. Big props to Cali Chango. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Soul Prince, yeah, I was looking for that one thing to convince me of this creation story. Once I realized space is fake and the earth is not moving, I realized they were trying to hide God. Well, dear Lord, these people must be all crazy. I mean, they're just insane, waking up to the flat earth and finding God. Man, there must be some sort of brain disease going around, apparently. How many testimonies do we need to see, though? I mean, how many people are going to come forward and say, I was an atheist, then I woke up to flat earth, and now I believe the Bible? Like, how many times do we have to talk about this and to stop these idiots from approaching me and saying, well, this is an essential issue? Is this really a big deal? I don't think it's that important. Like, bro, like, do you open your eyes, or are you just sitting there watching Teletubbies or playing Pokemon? What are you doing? What is going on? And you're on the internet, so what's your excuse? I mean, like Von Helton, who ignores all this stuff, said that the flat earth just fell on him. Like, and he wasn't even looking for it. Like, how do these people hide from all this information? How many countless testimonies do we need from these people talking? I mean, that's the thing. It's like the greatest thing ever, where you see so many different people coming from different sex walks of life, you name it, and they're all coming to this conclusion, knowing that now the Bible has credibility because the earth is flat. What more is there?
There's nothing more other than our salvation.
Yeah, they have our names. The psychopaths have our names, but the imaginary globe, they have our names. At the same time, that's because they should have your name, because they don't have names unless they hate you. So if you're going to be hated, because remember, they hated him first, you almost want them to have your names. What are they going to do to me? They can't take my soul. What am I going to go through? Am I going to shoot me in the head? Meh. You'll be all right. John Smith, thank you very much, sir. See, look at these people. I mean, where do you see these people at least coming together like this with this comfort? You see the comfort of knowing you're with God. You know what I mean? Like the comfort knowing you have the information. I don't know. What happened to Tom Dyson, Brian?
No clue.
Message retracted? He did that?
Yeah, he must have.
Okay. All right, Tom. I don't know what happened there. But, thought he was a nice guy. Let's see. Imaginary globe. I hope you teal about space travel. Now we know it's fake. Haha. Yes, there is not only is there no such thing as space travel, there's no such thing as outer space. And there also is no such thing as satellites. And that light in the sky that you might see once in a while, it seems to be, if I had to guess, I would say it would be a Yankee Foxtrot 12 SR-71 Blackbird or a U-2 spy plane, and it's usually traveling under, what I've seen, it's not even going Mach 1. And the reason they won't let it go Mach 1, and probably because we have so many smart flat earthers here know this, if you go over the speed of sound, you create something that's called a sonic boom. So if I were to fake a satellite that obviously made a sonic boom, that would make it very obvious that it's within our atmosphere and not in space, because if something does something in space, you're not going to hear it here, right? Everybody can follow. So that vehicle is going about 700, maybe 650 miles an hour. And there's no way it's even higher than 50, 60,000 feet, guys. So as far as saying, I know that people, I've seen the ISS. Yeah, you saw a light in the sky and it is in our atmosphere and it's barely going 700 miles an hour. So you need to have something going 17,000 miles an hour to show me a satellite. Yeah. Show me something going 20,000 miles an hour. Then you have a claim. Teal Summer says it's very sad, but it also inspiring. It seems God is able to give strength to those who trust him. Yep. The imaginary globe. Yes, Teal, I feel comfort of God. We need divine intervention from these psychopaths. Right? Is it okay if the imaginary globe, these young men and women here in this chat, is it okay if they just want to get away from the psychopaths? Maybe that's all they want. So please let them get away from the psychopaths. It might not be important to you, but it might be important to somebody else. Remember, people keep saying to me this, Brian, like, well, I don't think this, I don't think, like, why is it all about you? Like, why, who cares what you think? There's 50 million people that think this is important. Dear Lord.
They're just self-centered, man. It's all self. It's all me, 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 me. I want attention, attention, attention. That's all they want.
And we're talking about so-called Christians, guys. Just let's not get it twisted here. We're talking about the problems within Christianity because those are the only real problems we have. I don't have problems with atheists. An atheist, I want them to go against me. If an atheist isn't against me, they're useless to me. I need them to be against me. What I don't need is obviously Christians being against me. Yep, you can't fly anything in a vacuum, Dem, but these people don't even realize that you can't even keep these rockets on for 20 minutes anyway. They don't even last half an hour. So the whole thing is just so ridiculous. People have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah, rocket science, it's called rocket science to scare you away from it. Rocket science is 60-year-old technology, and it's the exact same way it was 40, 50, 60 years ago from 1943, 42, whenever they were making the V1s and the V2s. The rocket engines work the exact same way today. This technology is caveman garbage. They are the most inefficient pieces of trash that mankind has ever invented. They took this thing that's the size of the Sears Tower, the Saturn V rocket, and it can barely stay on for 15 minutes. And people believe it was able to go to the moon and come back. And it doesn't even exist 20 minutes after launch. It goes into the ocean. So when Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we had enough fuel in the Saturn V rocket to go to the moon and back, the Saturn V rocket doesn't even exist 15 minutes after launch. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, and I live in Florida too, so I've seen rockets take off. It's nothing impressive. They just fly out into the ocean. Seriously, all they do.
I remember when I was really young, in the morning, my dad used to always get up very early. So when I was a child, I'd always have to get up with him, and he had to take me somewhere when he used to go to work. And I remember this must have been the mid to early 90s. There was a missile test in New Mexico, and I was in Arizona. And all the way from Phoenix, Arizona, over to the White Sands deserts, I could see this rocket trail go all the way up. And I remember going like, oh my gosh, that is crazy. And now thinking back to it, the rocket trail was straight up. How is it straight up on a ball? So I didn't think of it then, but I saw a rocket from literally an entire state length away from Arizona to New Mexico. I saw that rocket trail. And it was, I'll admit, as a child, that was fascinating. It was kind of shocking to me. It was the morning sun that lit it up. So most of the times during the day, you wouldn't even be able to see it. And of course, the wind streams at different altitudes were making the rocket trail move in different directions. But I always wonder, why did I see that? There was something about that rocket test they did. And I always try to think about like what was going on there, what really was going on in New Mexico. Brian, what happened to the chat, Brian? Oh, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Just doing a new. What are you doing? You're
switching over my other screens.
Oh, you're tap. Oh, I'm sorry. Topping it off for me.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, my grandma used to manage 3 million acres of land between California, Nevada, and Arizona. and no, California, New Mexico, and Arizona. Sorry, and for the BLM, and she won't talk about nothing. She's like a hardcore liberal too, but she won't talk about nothing.
She must have
Retired
money.
government. Yeah. Retired government. Yeah. Well, all my family's from Washington D.C. except for my dad.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, I'll admit, dude. I mean, this, and I hope you hear me out here, and I hope somebody else hears this. You're only a 21-year-old man right now on this flat plane of existence. You're still wet behind the ears, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Things aren't gonna be really easy. They're gonna be very difficult in your years that are coming before you. The things that you're gonna have to go through are not going to be that easy. And I'm just saying that because when I was your age, I wasn't the smartest kid on the block, but I thought I knew a lot of things. And boy, was I wrong. But at your stage, I'll admit that you are very far ahead of when I was your age. But I will tell you that don't expect this to just by what you told me about your family, man, I can imagine that you have a road ahead of you that is going to be tough. And just realize no matter what happens, God does have a plan for you no matter what happens. But your family's from Washington. You're gonna have some issues, bro.
Oh man, all of them, dude. All of them, man. It's crazy, yeah. I'm from here. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, but they're all from Washington D.C., man. And dude, and you can tell I call them government rats is what I call them. I'm not in the government, man. You can look up my name. I'm not in the government. You can look me up. Ain't nothing to hide over here. I'm as real as they come. But my family, yeah, sure they were. And and I believe me when people talk about the government and stuff and the crookedness of it, I know it firsthand. I know the corruptness and the greediness of people that are in the government and how the government works. And man, Washington D.C. I used to be there like every weekend. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I don't even want to hear about it. I mean, I'm sorry that you have people from. I mean, that's terrible. I mean, again, like I have a different way of looking at things. You know what I mean? I'd rather deal with the problem very early and get it out of my way as quickly as possible. And for some reason, that's how God blessed me. Because trust me, I was tortured by this satanic world for many decades. Flat Earth dude, I was absolutely tortured. I was almost killed multiple times by my own family. The United States Army tried to finish it off for them, and I didn't know. The way I look at it now is I almost knew nothing though until I came to the Flat Earth. So I can't imagine you. I also can't imagine you being so young and pretty much knowing what I know. That's kind of embarrassing for me. Like you're 15 years younger than me, and you already know all this. I mean, man, I just can't imagine what that's like. But what I'm telling you is that there is a road ahead that is going to send you to another level. And I'm just telling you that with your family being in Washington, they're not going to help you. That's just the reality.
No, dude. You know, man, my mom does. I've been on my own since I was 16, bro. I left, man. I couldn't take it anymore, bro. I couldn't take it.
I'll say goodbye to Teal Summers. Thank you very much, Teal Summers, for helping us out in the chat. And we will see you again. Thank you very much. Oh, what do we got here, Brian?
Not much.
We got the kitties. Release the kitties.
Yeah, man, I got out of there as soon as I could, man. I got out when I was 16 years old, and I never looked back. Why would I look back? You know what I mean? It's not, and she claims to be a Christian, and my grandma doesn't claim to be a Christian.
Wow, Aaron Mizimofo. Yep, Flat Earth Unity. There's the proprietor, another Flat Earth guy. Let's see. Yeah, the chat got quiet, man. Earlier it was rocking. We had some scoffers, some tough guys, some preachers, some anti-preachers settling down now. I don't know how much this is going to be going on. I think we're probably about, 5-6 hours in. I don't really feel like doing this all night unless these people want to give me something to talk about. I really hate talking as far as reading the chat here. But if you weren't here, dude, we'd shut it down. So what's the next topic, Flat Earth dude?
I mean, well, I mean, it's whatever. If you want to shut it down, we can shut it down. If not,
Oh, we ain't shutting it down. No,
I
there's
like the
people in the chat.
original. I like the original topic of just Baal and you know how that affects all of us and how the worship of Baal is you know is something that's you know destroying this country and this world, and it has been for centuries.
Brian, I see what you're doing, but last time we tried this, we got in trouble for copyright infringement. Just saying, like it might
It
be.
was the way I did it last time.
That wasn't the way. Oh, because it's so small.
Yep.
Can you just
Bingo.
make? Can you just make it a little bit smaller and put it in the upper right-hand corner?
Yeah, I can do that. Give me a second.
Only because it cuts off some of the text, obviously. Oh,
Yeah.
oh man! As soon as I was gonna read, let me.
You're good. Oh,
I know. I'll wait. We'll wait for the chat to come back here.
Are you
Sorry,
good?
ladies and gentlemen, for this flat out elected technical difficulties. Yvette has made it to the room. Yvette, one of the most controversial ladies in Flat Earth. She gets attacked a little bit too much, so don't be mean to Yvette, you know. So we'll be nice, everybody. We'll all get along.
Hey man, since I've been in Flat Earth, man, I've gotten my fair share of scoffing and people coming at me and saying crazy stuff. I just laugh at them and you know tell them to come at me, you know, because it don't really matter to me. I just you know they'd make my day if they want to come knock on my door looking for a butt kicking. That you know that would make my day.
Yeah, we're gonna try to keep the hang up. Go ahead.
And
dude.
to me, that's not even a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to go out looking for it, but if they, you know, if these little scoffers, and I know they're not going to, they just talk, and it's just they're just little talkers. But you know, I've kind of strayed away from not all the hangouts, but just certain hangouts that certain people get on that I just don't necessarily think are that's not on the same level as me, but we just have different paths in the flat Earth movement, and I just don't think that you know, I think this hangout's definitely more on my path and more on my journey, I think. For me.
Yeah, we had a hard time. We had a very difficult time finding places that we'd want to hang out with because a lot of us have a little bit of a standard. Some of us don't want to be in a pit of snakes, you know, with, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? With, you know, bad language and sexual content. And there's so many things. Listen, guys, I mean, if I could just have people in the flat Earth realize one thing, it's that families are looking for information. There are women and children, fathers out there that are searching for truth, that are at their wits' end, that are not able to make the payments for their mortgages and that are literally crumbling because of this satanic society, and they are desperately looking for truth. So when they come to a hangout that says flat Earth, it could be their first time, it could be their 10th time. We have to at least simulate the possibility in our minds that for the first time someone is coming across this information, and how it's going to be perceived the first time is going to be the most powerful impression you're going to give them. So how we are going to act in this discussion, in this topic, is we are going to be held accountable for our actions. And that the only thing I ask for any truth or any skeptic is that we try to hold ourselves, not always, there's going to be exceptions, but to the most part, to at least a decent standard of quality. And you know, when it comes to the language, when it comes to the content, we have to at least be appropriate. We have to think of the fact that families are going to be able to watch you and read your comments and hear your words. So that's kind of one of the most important things for me. Like, there's not a lot of places for, you know, calm, well-minded flat earthers to meet without it usually turning into something that we don't want it to turn into. There's so many people that are trying to troll. There's constantly people attacking us. You know, and I love people in the flat earth more than any group I've ever been in. I'm just saying that sometimes we need to know, and we need to be a little bit more cordial, a little bit more PG instead of, you know, rated R. And I know we're all upset, and now we're just taking the gloves off and we're gonna, you know, F-bomb all these criminals. But there's got to be a time and place so that we can, for the most part, be cordial about this truth. So that's the only thing I ask for these people. Just try to be nice.
Yeah, and sometimes, man, it's sad, bro. I've had I've had actual like, threats against me and stuff like that, and people have said like some pretty crazy stuff about me, and people have tried to dox me and all that type of stuff. It's been pretty weird, pretty wild ride. But I mean, like, there's nothing they can do to me. There's nothing they can do to me that hasn't been done already. There's nothing that I ain't scared of them. I mean, I fear no man. Um, the only thing I fear is Jesus Christ, my Father, and that's it. I don't fear anything else. And, and that's the only thing I should fear. They should fear my God. You know what I mean? They shouldn't fear me. They should fear my God. And I have my God with me. He's in me. So, um, they can hang their hat on that one. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing, proprietor. Myself and Rand Campbell and the Christians, and even and some of the people that are not Christians that are part of this community, we are fully open door to anybody. And like I've said this many times before, myself and Rand Campbell, and people like to call us hateful, mean, angry Christians. But let me tell you right now, we opened the door and had more conversations with the leader of the LGBT community on the internet and with Satanists and pagans than anybody else. We allowed everybody and their dog to come to our church, to come to our hangouts, to come to our rooms, in order to help people know the truth, so that people could meet in a forum of all beliefs, so that us, the people that are responsible, which is the title that I'm using, because I'm a Christian, I'm responsible. I am held accountable to my Creator, and I've been given certain duties that I have to fulfill. So if I'm going to fulfill those duties, I am then forced to be open to everybody. And it's not just because God wants me to be, it's because that's the kind of person I am. You're never going to meet a more open-minded group of people than this ever in the history of the world. There'll never be a more open group than the Christian Flat Earth community, which, again, not everybody is a Christian in the Christian Flat Earth community. What I'm trying to do is hint to you that the Christians are going to be the ones to give you your room, to give you your platform if you do want to say something. And we're the ones who are going to answer your questions. Because guess what? Nobody's going to anybody else in this world but Christians for answers. The Christians are the only people, including atheists, including you name it, any group out there that goes to question somebody, they question Christians, and that's not a coincidence. There's a reason.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason. There's a reason why so many Christians are being killed all everywhere, all over the plane. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah, we're under attack, guys. I mean, that should be the very first hint should be, wait a minute, this entire world is a deception, and who do they hate? And once you get that answer about who this world hates, that shows you who your creator is, because they hate the creator. That's why every single thing they've done to you psychologically has been anti-Christ. It is literally an anti-Christ. Every single pseudoscience religion, from Darwinian evolution to uniformitarianistic principles to the heliocentric model to spontaneous generation, is all anti-Christian doctrine. It's all of anti-Christ. So guess who your God is? Yeah, guys, it's that easy. Your Lord and Savior, your God, your Creator, the man who built this flat Earth and the dome. If you believe in a dome, that's Jesus Christ, and that's the truth.
I don't believe how you can. I don't see how you can. Sorry to interrupt, Pillbox, but I don't see how you can believe in a flat Earth and not believe in Jesus Christ and not believe in the Bible. I don't get it. Or some, at least some other religion. You know what I mean? Because if you I don't know how you can live in think you live in a geocentric universe and not think there's a creator. Like, what do they think then? If it's just infinite, what is it? Just a matrix, just a paradox? Is that what people actually think? There has to be some sort of creator. Everything comes from something. That is something that we know. So, that's my question, is to any flat earther who doesn't believe in God, then what do you believe? Who do you think created us, and why do you think they put us here?
Yep, those are questions people got to ask themselves. That's the thing about this topic, is this topic isn't about us. It's about you. It's about why you believe what you believe. Justin Bernard has entered the chat. Justin Bernard, somebody give him a wrench. one of our very good brothers in Christ here at the Flat Out Elected community. Justin Bernard, what you got going on? You guys know 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yep. Very good, Justin. Cheech. True, bro. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not actually giving the names of the comments I'm reading. 444 Truth, Yvette, Have Hitch, and Spaceman ready for upload. Real funny.
Hey, Pillbox, I'll be right back, man. All right.
Go ahead, man. Yes, Tom, they have cognitive dissonance, all of them. And it's about them, Tom. It's not about you to help them. It's not about me, Yvette, and Justin, and all these people changing the minds of other human beings. When I wanted to find something out, I did not go to other people. I hate to admit this, guys. It's not because I'm an arrogant, cocky person and I don't trust anybody else. It's because I only trust God when it comes to information. That's me personally. I'm not saying that everybody else needs to go the same path, but I only trust my own eyes in what God tells me. So when it came to me, I couldn't go anywhere. I had to figure all this stuff out on my own. I didn't care what anybody else said, because if you said something, I still had to, if you tell me something, that doesn't mean it's true. I have to go out and prove it. There are many ways to this truth. And all I'm saying is that you have to question yourself first. If you can't question yourself and admit, wait a minute, I might be wrong, you've already lost. So it's about you. It's about finding out what you believe, why you believe it, and maybe you should change your belief system. Aaron Dover died, Justin Bernard. I thought that was a few days ago, right? I don't even know much about that story, but. Aaron Dover and somebody jumped off of something holding hands. That's not a good story. Okay. We're not taught to have that mindset. That's right. You were taught to believe what you're told and to shut up and watch TV and do good in school so that you can be a pseudoscience preacher just like them. And the cycle of Satanism just continues to roll. We're going to raise children, destroy their minds, and they'll become the destroyer of minds themselves. And that's what the society has turned into. This society is a product of Satan. This world is absolutely deceived to the nth degree. This world is not being controlled by our Creator. This world is being controlled by Satan. This is Satan's world. That's why your music, your money, the things you love, the things you get excited about, every single thing that is taking up your time in this world is probably satanic. If you just look at it, there's probably a symbol on it. There's probably a number on it, and it's all of Satan. I mean, I remember in 2001, somebody folded that $20 bill and I saw the Twin Towers on fire on a $20 bill. And I thought, oh man, I'm not ready for that. And I went back to sleep. So I know what it's like to be asleep. I was there. I remember watching the firemen on 9/11, which I don't want to waste my time too much on 9/11, but it just, the fact that obviously we can all agree it's a satanic psyop, to say the least. I remember the firefighters talking about the molten channels of liquid steel running underneath the building. Well, I knew right away in my mind that's absolutely not possible from jet fuel. Right. 2 months later, Brian, right away I was like, oh my God, just forget you heard that. I literally remember telling myself, oh, I'm going to ignore that. In so many words, in my mind. So I know what it's like to be deceived. And I lied to myself, and you are lying to yourself. And I already know because I've been there. You're lying to yourself. And if you can't be honest with yourself, how could you possibly be honest with anybody else? I had the exact same problem, Brian. That's what I'm saying. Brian, I've been there. I lied to myself, Brian. I said, oh, that doesn't matter that there's liquid metal underneath buildings. I'll just ignore that. So it's never been about evidence. I myself have ignored the evidence, Brian. So it's a moot point. Flat Earth Wabbit, huh?
Wabbit.
Flat Earth Wabbit. Yep. Satan created module synths.
Be back in a minute.
Go ahead, man. Modular synthetics. I'm not sure. Modular synthetics, modular synths. What do you mean by modular? Synthetics means actually man-made. Notice in the word synthetic, which means man-made, the word sin is the first part of the word synthetic. Just a hint. What year is my truck proprietary? I'm guessing you're asking me because I don't see a lot of trucks out there. My truck is a 2001 as far as the year is concerned, which is a very good year for me. I also graduated 2001. Synthesizers, dude. Yeah, I like synthesizers. I have a synthesizer. I use kind of a synthesizer. I use an effects pedal for my guitar. I've never really been a keyboard player, but I would say, did Satan invent that? Well, I don't know. Satan is kind of like the music guy, isn't he? I don't know. That's somebody else can answer that question. Yeah, thank you very much, proprietor. That's what I said when I first saw her back in 2002. Man, well, I mean, Flat Earth Rabbit, I sometimes I make a mistake, I'll be honest with you. Once in a while, Pillbox screws it up. You're just going to have to be patient with me, man. I'm sorry. Flat Sabbath, wow. There are many people around here that can certainly help you with that problem. I think the best people to talk to as far as things like that, Flat Sabbath, are just because I'm biased, but I think that what I've witnessed in the last few months and maybe the year or so is that a lot of the ladies in Flat Earth have put so much research into this. One in particular, obviously, I'm going to mention Paula, Knowledge Scavenger, who was with us earlier. I believe she left about 3 or 4 hours ago. But yeah, any of those types of questions at all, I'm not even as qualified as some of the ladies around here, even though I know Jesus Christ is my God, period, end of story. I had to walk with him for 10 years, and I still can't explain to anybody else how I did that. I certainly, if I can't even explain how I found Jesus Christ, I can't help you do it. So there are certain things that I just don't know how to explain. Yeah, I'm on 10-4. Okay, what was so crazy about last year, Yvette? It was crazy. I think this year is crazy. I mean, man, you guys realize this year is almost halfway over? You guys are going into May. Wasn't it just New Year's Eve and you guys had that party and half you got drunk? I mean, it's New Year's Eve just the other day, and now it's going to be May, like in 3 days. I mean, I think God said that doesn't he say that he speeds the time up or he shortens the days? I mean, man, we are in those times. Yeah, Flat Sabbath, I can give you some red pills. I can give you some more red pills if you need some, but they're all very painful. I got to be honest with you. They hurt going down.
We wouldn't even know if it's sped up either. I mean, think about it. God does what he wants, right?
Oh, yeah, you can't tell. You just can't tell, but you're like, my God, wasn't it just yesterday was New Year's Eve? Now it's May.
It just 2 o'clock? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Every night I get on here, I'm like, oh, just 1 more hour, I'll get off. And I look at the clock, and then it's 2 hours later. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought, never mind. Try to get, and if you see Rose, try to get her a link to get in here. If you see Rose Patton, I haven't seen her for a few days.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Disappearance of Tiger Dan. Well, Tiger Dan was confused. I think Tiger Dan was a guy that he liked being, most men have egos. They like being the center of attention. It's always about them. Let's just be honest. Humans are humans. You can take the flat earth back from humanity, but you can't take the humanity out of flat earth. Tiger Dan obviously has some issues, and, that's not your problem, right? That's not our problem. Just because somebody in this group has issues isn't going to change anything. I'm sure we've all had family members that have serious issues, which doesn't mean the whole family's not real, right? So, of course, I'm exaggerating on the points here, but, you're going to see a lot of weirdos flip out and go crazy like that. Sometimes what happens, guys, is that when they, like A4, like A4, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure a lot of people know who A4 is, but A4 is a perfect example of a man, I'm loosely using that term, of a man finding out the truth and not being able to handle it. Psychologically, some people absolutely go crazy when they realize something. I think that happened to Tiger Dan. I think also when Tiger Dan probably lost some friends and he just flipped out. He went bonkers, and that's what happened to A4. A4's kind of lost his mind. He's a flat earther, but he literally just goes bananas and ape dookie everywhere you go. The other night, I just see him attack 5 people in a row that don't even talk to him. Then he attacks Brian. I can't answer for that guy. There's a bunch of bad apples everywhere, but it doesn't discredit the rest of the fruit basket, right? People can't handle the truth. If you notice, though, ladies kind of handle this information very well. Ladies, for some reason, women have a stronger. I got to be honest. There are some parts of the woman is a stronger being. That's why the woman has to give birth. The man can't handle that. So women handle this truth often better than men. In fact, women are more open to it and are quicker to understand it. So Flat Earth Dan, great. We had a black eye. We got to move on. You know what I mean? We can't even say a word or a band right now live. Yes. Ganging up on fellow flat. Okay, Soli79. I'm not sure what you're saying, but welcome to the hangout. John Smith, Nephilim 3, ever become a flat earther? John Smith, wow. I've known Nephilim 3 for years, and he's not a very open-minded person. I remember times where I would discuss evolution topics with him, and he would he would make mistakes, and if you ever corrected him, he'd flip out on you. So I just think based on the personality, it's almost impossible. If you have that type of personality and just you tell everybody to F off when there's a problem, how could you learn anything? I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I've known the guy for a long time. I tried to help him, but I gotta get to people that actually want to be helped. I don't know. Even Johnny KZJ was trying to get to him. Arcane tried to get to him. Many people have tried to get to Nephilim Free. I don't know if you heard that, Sully 79. Go ahead and put some information in the chat for you. I don't know what you're saying. You're kind of tell us if you're a flat earther or a magical blue baller, Sully. Thanks. Yeah, it is kind of late right now. That's true, Yvette, because it's 12:05 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. You're listening to Flat Out Elected. This is MG42 Pillbox. Rand Campbell has left, so this is the Red October radio portion of the hangout right now. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. And if you don't like the next 5 minutes, your next hour is free. Brian, what is going on? That's okay. Take your time, Brian. There you go. Solely 79. Flat Earther, good. Flat Earther, good. That's one of the more important qualifications that I need on your resume. Good. Okay.
Sorry, not that talkative tonight. Hurting.
Don't worry about it, man. It's all good. We're just here because there's people in the chat. If there wasn't anybody in the chat, we would have been done with this a long time ago. I'm only here because there's people in the chat. So, there's no rhyme or reason to this. We're just going along with what people are going to lead me to. So they're kind of leading this, actually. Oh, yeah. The special ed discussion 2.0. Yeah, those earthers. Yeah, interesting group of weirdos. Yeah, I've stopped by a couple times, and usually I'll last about 45 seconds before I get banned. Yeah, nice people. That's interesting, proprietor. I'm surprised there's that many right now. Because it went down to about 20 or so an hour ago. Weird. What do you got here? 3 or 4 people going. One like, wow. Okay. We have a language barrier here, Soli 79. I have no idea what you're saying. Yep. What Yvette just said, do you see right there? We already know. And they're always toxic. They have no choice. I mean, you guys got to realize this truth is the pepper spray of truth. Period. End of story. There is nothing more irritating to the world than saying flat earth. I mean, just look at the way people react. I mean, they don't even look into it. So yeah, that's not a bad watch count. No, I agree. I'm kind of shocked. Just here on the lifeline with the chat here. Yeah, chat party, A-Life, yeah. Upside down Ed? I didn't know there was an upside down Ed. Proprietor, I don't know. There's so many names of these trolls and these weirdos. I can't remember. I can barely remember all the flat earthers and the Christians and the people that are actually not a problem. Philip Weber zombies. Yep, Philip Weber. You're right. They are zombies. They are the walking dead, literally. Flat Sabbath is asking me, Pillbox, can you explain your version of the firmament? No, not really. I've never been up there. I know by all the footage I've seen that it's blue. And I've seen it blue in my life. I can look up. We can all look up and see the blue sky, right? Well, it has to be water. You know, I can only make claims about something I know for an absolute fact. I think the only absolute fact I can make about the firmament is that you can see the water above the firmament when you look into the sky during the day. I don't think I could claim anything else. That's why I don't use the term dome, because I know there's a ceiling, but I don't know that there's a dome. You know what I mean? Like, I know that there's a rakia, that there is a molten looking glass, if you will, like the Bible describes. And I just take it like that. I say what the Bible says, that's what I believe. Now, can I claim that? No, all I can claim is that there's obviously water above us, the sky is blue, and it's a ceiling. It is some sort of ceiling, right? Because if there's water above us and it's not coming down, obviously there is a separation. So there's some sort of ceiling right above us. It's clearly holding water. And when you look at the stars, when you take a zoom camera and you zoom in on those stars, they literally look like they are behind water. So that's all I can claim, is that there is clearly water above us, and the Bible says that as well. And that's about it. I don't claim a dome just because I don't see the edges of a dome, but I see a ceiling above me. Also, when you look out to the horizon, when you see the white line on the horizon, the reason you see a white line on the horizon is because light is continuing to travel outward, because we are on a flat plane. Not that that helps with the idea of the dome or anything, but I don't see an end. I see an endless plane of light when I look out during the day. So that's why I just don't really say dome or use that terminology, but clearly there is a ceiling above us. Yeah, it probably does, but I don't know how God is going to do that. Like, how does it encompass us? I don't know. Does that mean that there's waters? Like, if that means, is this like a Truman Show? Like, I'm going to walk out to the, far reaches of the flat plane of existence on the ice wall, and eventually am I going to hit a wall and bump my head? I don't know. I think it's a little bit more special than that. I don't think there is a horizontal limit. I'll put it that way. I don't think that. Now, I don't necessarily believe in an infinite plane either. I think that these terminologies are not adequate for God's creation. There is only so much we are limited to with words and trying to describe how God does things. It's like God says, you can't even understand the things here. How are you going to understand the things of heaven? Well, we're at that line. We are literally in this conversation right now talking about the line between our atmosphere and heaven. And I'm not going to claim I understand it. You're not going to catch me saying I know how God's firmament works. No, I just know that there's a ceiling above us.
Why does foundation make your skin look worse?
I don't know. I guess I like ugly women, A-Life. I like it when they put their foundation on. They look really bad. Because back in my day, we wanted bad girls. You know, we wanted the tough girls off the street. You know what I mean? So, yeah, all those nasty ones. Yeah. Let's see. Flat status. Hey, yeah, man, I tried. I'm trying to explain something that I can't put my hands on, though. You know what I mean? So that's difficult.
Yeah, it's something we can barely fathom. You know, we don't know. So how can we say? You know.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I always tell people, like, listen, it's not called We Know Everything Earth. It's called Flat Earth. So, not that you guys in the chat are doing that, but, most people, of course, start asking us ridiculous, monotonous, and ignorant questions like, well, explain to me how my toaster works and the bread obviously gets touched by the Coriolis. Like, if you're going to go into this ridiculous psychosis, like questions, and I don't have time for that, but people want to ask questions all the time that have nothing to do with flat Earth. It's like, well, my brother, he sailed from, Havana to Cape Horn. So clearly the Earth's a ball. Well, no, I'm sorry. If I sail around my neighborhood on my bicycle or my truck and I go around and I circumnavigate my neighborhood, does that turn my neighborhood into a ball? Anyway, I digress.
Be right back. I gotta take the dog for a walk. I'll leave this up.
Right on, Brian. Go ahead. So try hypoallergenic. Okay, John, that's everybody try hypoallergenic. I'm not really sure what that is. Hypoallergenic. I stopped getting away from the man terminology of I guess medicines, medicinal things like that. I'm a little foggy on a lot of that stuff, like alkaline and acidic and what types of I don't know. I eat green leaves and red meat, so I don't know about that stuff. Tell me about it though, John. I want to know what that means. Well, that's the thing for pioneers. If there is a dome, I don't think it cuts us short. I think this dome is probably much bigger than what we're thinking anyway. And again, nobody has the right to say that they know. I can't even get these people to understand the shape of the floor. So if you can't understand the shape of the floor, don't talk about anything else. Because
Ask him if he can give us a description or the actual layout of what Coriolis effect is.
Whoa! Look who it is.
Find it's just a name.
Can you hear me, Brian? Brian, can you hear me?
Because when snipers plot their stuff in, when they say they use the Coriolis effect, what's that you plot in to use for that specific thing? It's not there.
Sorry, Brian. Obviously, you couldn't hear me, right? What's up, Brian? Can't hear me now? No? Anybody hear me in the chat, or am I dead still? Brian, you don't hear me?
You back?
You don't. So you really don't hear me, Brian? So Brian doesn't hear me. Can anybody in the chat hear me? I'm gonna guess no.
Giving everybody trouble, especially if you're on phones or tablets.
Let's see. I can't wait to talk about this topic. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Okay, you can hear me. Good. Okay. So for some reason, okay, tell Brian that you can hear me. So tell Brian there's something wrong with you, Brian. I'm so happy. Baptist Dave has returned, and boy, he brought up one of my favorite subjects. And while Baptist Dave brought up the subject, he told a lie. And I'm sorry to burst your bubble, Baptist Dave, but by asking the question, what causes Foucault's pendulum? Okay, first of all, let's go back to the Coriolis effect, because the Foucault's pendulum is going to be even more embarrassing. The fact that a pendulum that has to be started by man proves that we're moving. I'm sorry, that's not a good argument. But here we go again.
Go.
You can hear me, Brian?
I got you now. Go.
I mean, this is the guy from earlier. Here's Baptist Dave, who just basically lied, which is, I love this. He first asks, what causes the Coriolis effect if we're not spilling? Well, when you say that the Coriolis effect is caused by anything, you've already told a lie. It's called bearing false witness. Remember that part in the Bible, Proverbs 18:13? Yeah, it's also relevant to that. So the fact that you're already claiming that there's a Coriolis effect is your first mistake. Your second mistake was thinking about it in the first place. My God. Anyway, there is no Coriolis effect, which is the fact. So now you have to explain to me why you believe in the Coriolis effect, Baptist Dave, and then I can tell you why and what they use to claim the Coriolis effect. But I'd love to know, Baptist Dave, what makes you claim that there's a Coriolis effect? And before you say anything stupid, I've been to a few gunnery ranges, and I went to Fort Knox and Fort Hood, and we shot some bullets and did things like that that should involve such terminology. So don't say anything stupid. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, Pillbox. When you
hold on. Let's look at Baptist. So Baptist Dave now Baptist Dave is admitting that he doesn't know what he's talking about. So again, Baptist Dave, you're claiming you're a Christian, but you're assuming that man's ideas are true, and you're going around asking people, how do things of the man's world lie? Like you bring up Coriolis effect, so you clearly just made the statement that the Coriolis effect is something which is bearing false witness. I'm not getting triggered. You're the one claiming you're a Christian, and you're telling lies, bro. And that's my point. This flat earth is nothing at all, but for some reason, everybody who has to question it has to lie. So I thank you for the evidence. Tell us, Brian, what's going on?
Well, what's the secret numbers they use to dial in for the Coriolis effect? I mean...
Okay, I'll give them to you right now. Everybody grab a pen and paper. I'm going to give the secrets away to the Coriolis effect calculations and the coordinates, okay? So grab your pen, paper. Here's the first number. 0. Next number, 0.0 is your calculation input on the Coriolis effect. Okay, next question, Brian.
I didn't know it was that easy to...
It's that easy. Isn't it nice? Yep, there's no such thing. Let me explain. Let me get a little bit more in detail. Western weaponry, such as AR-15s, 223 rounds, 7.62 by 51, NATO spec, also known as a .38 Winchester, rifles such as the M14, M60. These weapons have a right-hand twist barrel. Okay, all of these weapons on Western culture, most of them have a right-hand twist in the barrel. Let's go to the Eastern and let's look at some AK-47s, Kalashnikovs, AK-74s, and Dragunovs.
Keep going.
Yep. All of the Eastern weapons, for the most part, have left-hand twist in the rifling. So that means when these bullets leave the muzzles of the rifle, they are going to be walking in different directions. You notice I said the word walking. When the bullet travels forward, it spins. It spins right, just like a curveball. The bullet will also walk in that direction, just like a curveball will walk in the direction it's spinning. It has nothing to do with the Coriolis fictitious imagination event in your mind. It has to do with the fact that the rifle barrels have different twists. There's no such thing as the Coriolis effect. But thank you for proving my point, Baptist Dave. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you. That's right, Flat Sabbath. It is the rifling that will make bullets walk left or right. Yep. And when you turn around, though, the bullet's still going to walk the same direction. It's not like they can show you the Coriolis effect and bullets go this direction. They've tried, and I've seen some pseudoscience hoax videos, and you can tell the guy doing it just doesn't know what he's talking about. It's pathetic. But anyway, if the Coriolis effect was real, why don't planes have to follow it? Why don't cannons? Why don't projectiles, Hellfire missiles, AM-65 Mavericks, you name it, Sea Sparrows, Sidewinders, ATOLs,
the rock
AMRAAMs.
I throw.
Nothing in history has to abide by the Coriolis effect except for what, Brian? The imagination of Globers. That's what abides by the Coriolis effect. I'm sorry, guys. It's all in your imagination, Baptist Dave. I'm sorry, buddy. Nobody uses the M60 anymore, but man, you're a noob. They still use it in Navy SEALs, bro. Come on, get out of here. You got to start researching something, Dave. You're just making all kinds of stupid statements tonight. Come on, get a clue. Do some research. Oh, we were replaced with M240 Bravo. I know, because, you know, Dave, if Dave doesn't see it, Brian, it doesn't exist. It's only in his world. It's all about Baptist Dave, you know. Nobody else has a right to say anything. Oh, boy. So whenever you're ready, Dave, let us know why you believe that anyway. Well, proprietor doesn't think the sniper manuals do either. You know, so I don't know why people keep bringing this up. I mean, is it still legal to use Google, guys, out there? You can still do internet searches. I'm pretty sure it's still legal to do internet searches, guys, and you can actually find out these things pretty quickly. Oh man, Brian, now you're capsing, Brian. Who else is capsing? Oh, that's right. Baptist Dave. His non-microphone got his caps button stuck.
Good thing his microphone doesn't have Tourette's. Holy shit.
Yeah, but he was starting to sound like Richard Clark, though, for a second. Can't use a microphone. Oh, here we go. Here's another Richard Clark coming around the corner. Yeah, Aaron wants the Hangout chat. Brian, if you can give it to Aaron, if that's possible, we're gonna add him to the chat. I think it's him. This is him, Aaron, right? Not her. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Red October portion of the radio show. And this is Rose Patton has entered the building. Rose Patton, what is going on?
Oh man, what's going on?
Man, we've been waiting for you for a while.
Really? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hours.
How's everybody going? Oh my god, hours. Wow, that's crazy. What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about noobs and their walk into the flat earth and how we can help people understand what a straight line is. Yep.
Oh my god, you gotta explain what a straight line is now to people? Fuck. How do you get a straight line on a ball?
That's wrong, Baptist
I don't
Dave.
know.
I'm sorry.
I know. Look at this guy, Baptist Dave. I thought you were a Christian. He keeps telling lies in the chat.
False. They got to keep them going in that direction. There's an engine running them, basically.
Okay, Baptist Dave. Have you ever heard of thou shalt not bear false witness, or Proverbs 18:13, or when you shouldn't say unclean things, Baptist Dave?
Ooh, yeah, true.
I mean, the guy's claiming to be a Christian. He just keeps lying to me, which is normal. That's fine. But, he was the guy a couple hours ago.
I'm so tired of these Christians that keep lying to themselves and deny what God says in the Bible that's clearly written. It's getting pretty, exhausting now to this point. It's 2017. If you don't understand what's in the Bible, stop being a Christian. Why are you calling yourself a God follower or a Jesus follower if you can't even read the Bible correctly? What's wrong with you?
Ouch. Oh, sorry, Baptist Dave. Meet Rose Patton, your worst nightmare. I don't know, Baptist Dave. I would ask you, why do you keep making up things as if you know something? Remember, God says that's a folly. That's deceit. Yeah. That's why it's a lie. It says bearing false witness. What do you think God meant when he said bearing false witness? He didn't say don't lie. He said stop.
He probably has a whole different definition of it.
I'm
false
sure he does.
Means something else. Yeah, it means I saw an accident and I shouldn't lie about that. That's what false witness to him is.
Oh man, look at this guy, Iron Cross 66106. This is one of Rand Campbell's brothers right here from the good old days. What's up, Iron Cross, bro? It's been a while since I've seen you. You can send him a link too, Brian, just in case.
How long have you guys been on? I didn't even know this was live.
Unless I have their emails or anything, I can't find them. It's Rand.
Okay.
It won't bring them up for me.
Right. If anybody, who was the last person that wanted in? Iron Cross hasn't requested it, but there was somebody else who wanted in. Oh, it was Aaron.
It has to put their emails in.
Aaron, can you put your email?
How long are we going on right now, though?
Probably at least 4 or 5 hours, I'd say.
Oh, that's it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, bro, chilling on a flat earth, brother. There's nothing better.
Know the truth. There's nothing more better than the truth, and stop being lied to by these evil fucking weirdos that
I
want to
warned
tell
them about
you
caps, didn't I?
the earth is round. We've been to the moon. We've all proved that we've never been to the moon. That's a lie. Show me a real picture of the moon, not a NASA. Not a real picture of them landing on there, because that's all bullshit.
Wait, hold on a second. Who is this? What are you talking? Who are you talking to, Baptist Dave? Shouldn't you be helping your husband? That's how you get. I mean,
Who's husband?
I just don't understand what the. This is exactly what I'm talking. I'm talking about the transformation of someone that 2 hours ago. Listen to me. 2 hours ago, you're telling me you're a Christian. 2 hours later, now you're foaming at the mouth and lying to me and telling women here to go help their husbands. I mean, what's going on here?
First off, I don't have a husband. I don't even have a husband, so I don't know who is he talking to me.
I don't know who he's talking to. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. He's probably not sure who he's talking to either.
Oh, for the next 180 seconds, he's not talking to anybody.
All right, cool.
Dear Lord, these noobs. He brought up the Coriolis effect. This must be his first day.
Yeah.
They don't realize that's the first one we go after. One of them.
Oh my God! I'll be
I
honest
mean,
with you,
one
Brian.
of them is the moon landing. Come on, we all know that's a lie. So if we never went to the moon, there has to be a reason why, and we never been back. It's 2017, and now Trump just gave what $2.3 trillion or some kind of crazy amount, $1 billion to go test the air on Mars that we can't even prove they even do. So they just took that money and put it in some black op operation underground, build a couple more bunkers or something. Come on.
Watch this. Wait till Baptist Dave comes in.
He'll be right back. Oh, they must be both on phones. Good to see one of you back. You're on a phone or a tablet. I can tell you that's why you're bouncing.
Yeah, I bounced out. It's all right. I'm back.
Google's been doing that to a lot of people with phones and tablets lately.
Wi-Fi now. They can't kick me off now. I pay for that shit, and I pay for my phone, but this is more secure, so it's good. So is this our channel Flat Out Elected we're on right now?
Yeah, Rand took off, so this is the Red October portion of the hangout.
Yeah.
All Bible.
Sorry,
no
I haven't
BS.
been on in a minute.
Yeah, we're actually over
I...
7 hours in.
Oh, over 7.
We are over 7 hours in. This is the last 45 minutes of the unprogramming, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, here we go. Let's make it worth it.
So what I was saying is when the genius, what's his name, Baptist Dave comes back in.
Right.
Where is he?
The
Is he
genius.
there yet? I'm looking.
He should be in here
Dave.
anytime.
I'm sure he'll be back. Just ask him why he keeps making blanket statements about things. I just want to know, Baptist Dave, why do you lie, bro? Why lie?
Well, anyone who follows a religion, anyways. Jesus.
Well,
was
he's calling
against
himself
religion.
a Christian. Well, he calls himself a Christian. He calls himself a Christian, Rose. That's the problem.
Oh, that is the problem.
Yes, I want to know why you're calling yourself a Christian. You've told about half a dozen lies. I've had to have, when Teal was in here, she had to reprimand him. 444 Truth had to reprimand him. John Smith had to talk to the guy. I mean, I don't understand. Like, what are you trying to accomplish, Baptist Dave? You're telling me you're this amazing preacher. He tells me he goes everywhere and preaches the gospel all the time. Then he comes to a hangout on the internet and spends 45 minutes lying to me. That's my problem.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's harsh.
Iron Cross, what's going on? Who found something, Iron Cross? Somebody find something? We don't even know what you're looking for, but I want to know what you found. Yeah,
He found the curvature.
Yeah, we want to know whatever it is. I have no idea what you found, but I want to know what it is.
Can you show us?
Yeah, can we see it? What is it? I have no idea what it is, but I want to see it.
Yeah. Fucking A.
Oh, that's right. The full cult pendulum. Yeah, the pendulum that I have to keep resetting because it loses energy because we're not spinning. Oh, yeah, that totally proves we're on a
That's the
magical
only
blue
way
ball.
it would keep going is if it was gaining that momentum. And it
Spinning.
doesn't.
Oh, sounds
Right.
legitimate. Yeah, I have to add energy to something. Yeah, because we're spinning. Yep, that makes sense. Yep.
Fucking ball earthers.
You are correct. Peran is how I say that name. I don't know how else to say it.
Say.
Peran. Nice work. Thanks. And love to all researchers. Very good. Is that Philip Weber? There's Aaron again. Sorry, can you send me the link to the... Okay, Aaron, I'm starting to get worried, Aaron, like you're going to snipe us. Because now you're giving us multiple emails to send the links to. What's going on, buddy?
Tell him to leave a message on a YouTube channel on like Flat Out Elected. All they have to do is leave a message on any of the videos, and you'll see it come up. You can just give him the link like that. Once he gets the link and comes in, you can delete it.
Hey, Baptist Dave, there he is. Of course, now I'm the liar, of course, because I said he preached everywhere, so I don't know what I was thinking. I'm so sorry. .444 truth only takes a Google search.
Keep those locks on, Dave. I'm ready to push
It
the.
only takes a Google search for what?
Oh, I think they're asking what his name means.
Oh.
Look at this guy again, Baptist Dave. You're the one who claims it does exist. So now you have to give us an account to why you think it exists, Baptist Dave. How much time do you need?
I gave him 300 seconds.
Right, it's 12:35 right
Give him
now.
300 seconds.
Yeah, and listen, it's 12:35 right now. Baptist Dave,
You
how
like me
much?
now, Rose?
How like does he need an hour?
He needs 300 seconds.
He needs another hour.
Well, how long is 300 seconds?
All right, Rebel, I'll check it out. I'll send it to him.
Oh my god.
Aaron, I'm sending it out. All right, we're just looking out for each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down, Yvette. I want Aaron to get the link. You know,
Oh, Yvette, what's up,
good.
Rebel?
But yeah, I just
Arnar.
need I just got to say this real quick. When is Baptist Dave going to tell us where he got the information to claim the Coriolis is real? Because he already claimed that the Coriolis effect is real, so I'd love to see the evidence. Baptist Dave, when are you going to show us what brings the Coriolis effect to your imagination? Take your time.
Yeah, take your time. You don't have it.
Yeah,
Unless
it'll be
you're gonna
another
lie to
hour.
us again. Unless
Yeah,
you're
this
gonna lie
hangout will
again.
be over. By the time he has an answer, the hangout's going to be over, guaranteed.
No, by the time he has an answer, the fucking world will be
Message
over.
sent.
Sorry about the
Check your email.
cobwebs across my head. I was waiting for Baptist Dave to answer, and these cobwebs formed on my face. Sorry.
Yeah. More likely to have a zombie attack. Well, no, that we already have that. Sorry.
So there's times I've looked at the clock and I've seen 1111, 1234, and it comes repetitive. Somebody was in the chat talking about that.
Oh, numerology. Yeah, that's synchronicity too. And when you see that, it's giving you a sign that you need to look for with those numbers. And so I would recommend.
So wait, what you mean is like when it's happening, do you think that means I should be looking around to see what's happening?
No,
Or
you need to look into the numbers and the meaning of the numbers.
okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
because the world, or wherever we're at, we really don't have any proof, but wherever we're at is trying to give that person a sign. So
Okay.
a lot of people get 911, 911. They see that all the time, or they'll see 1111. So 1111, 211, 311. So you
Right.
want to look into the 11 of that. You see, what is the
Gotcha.
meaning of 11 in numerology? Because you'll get a
maybe
lot
that
of
coincides with
synchronicity.
what's going on that day. It's telling you
Not
something that
necessarily.
day.
I think it's not just that day. If it's reoccurring, it's something that's happening in your life you need to take notice of. I wouldn't say it was
yeah.
that day. No, not at all. I would say it's something manifesting in your life presently that needs to be addressed, or you need to take notice of, or
I'm sorry, I got to interrupt real
Anything
quick.
is used for.
Can you hear me, Brian?
Yeah, you're good.
Look at the chat. Look at the look at G-Man in the chat. Oh, hey G-Man, do you want to tell that to Eve Real? You know your buddy Eve Real that you scared away to atheism? Well, guess what brought her back, G-Man? Guess what brought Eve Real back to Christianity, G-Man? Does anybody want to give him a guess in the chat? Because G-Man is a so-called Christian, but he's trying to mock us right now.
oh,
And
he's
it's
an
really
idiot.
listen to this irony, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the
Complete
irony.
idiot.
Listen to this. The irony of this is so massive. G-Man, who we've been trying to help for months, used to talk to Eve Real, and pretty much a lot of people thought she was scared to atheism for one reason or another. And of course, you know, they would still talk. And now she's back, and she's not back because of Christians like G-Man. She's back because of Christians that have shown her the flat earth.
He's a fake dude. I remember that one time he was doing a live hangout with Beckel, and they were talking about the flat earth, and he was, and I think Joshua, what was that one verse that came up? He started laughing. He goes, "Oh, I can't read this. Oh, ha, 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 ha." And he's just laughing. And I'm like, you're mocking God's word. You said you only believe anything that's in this book. But when you have to read something in the book that pertains to flat earth, it's a joke and you can't read it because it's so hilarious. But it's in the book you keep tapping and slapping on. And then he asked Beckel to read it. I was like, wow, you're a freaking fake. You're such a fake. All the subscribers are people who laugh at him. All the people who are subscribed and watch his videos laugh at him. He's a joke.
You know that Iron Cross? Just this message goes out to Iron. I just want to say this to Iron Cross because he says praise God. I'm not sure if he knows, but yeah, Eve Real. I don't know if he knows who that is, but she was a very staunch atheist who used to attack us all the time, and now she's a Christian Bible believer because of the flat Earth Iron Cross, and for some reason.
Mail.
What happened, Brian?
Go ahead, Pillbox. I was just telling Aaron to check her mail.
Yeah, and for some reason we're being told that obviously we're wrong, and the Earth. I mean, G-Man, you say the Earth is round because of cartoons and CGI.
Oh my God!
You've been harassing. You've basically been mocking us for some time, G-Man. We came to G-Man months ago, tried to help him, and all he did was laugh at us. And now he wants a Hangout link. I'm just kind of confused. Listen,
programming works. You know why he wants a link? You know why he wants a link? So he can come on here and waste time. Yeah, he's so full of pride and ego.
Wait a minute, G-Man. Wait a minute. G-Man is telling me, okay, everybody in the chat needs you to watch this. G-Man is now telling me to stop mentioning him, but he came into my chat and said, "My Earth is round." But I can't mention him.
Chat. This is our chat, bro. This is our fucking hangout. If you don't like it, don't come in here.
Look at G-Man. This joke will school you. G-Man, we're going to allow you in. Hold on. Watch this.
No. He's trying to take over. He wants to.
Not tonight, Brian.
This isn't the G-Man show.
Yeah, not tonight. We're going to the next when we have Arcane. No. He owes Arcane an apology. So if anybody, he needs to speak to Arcane the next time we have a hangout.
He owes Christians an apology. He owes Christians an apology. Yeah. Real Christians. Unlike himself.
Whatever he does, it's working right now.
Good Lord, idiot. What an idiot. Go back to denying what God says in the Bible when you say you believe everything that's in the Bible. You're a hypocrite. Full
G-Man, watch this. Let's answer a question. So G-Man, in Joshua 10, 12 through 14, and G-Man,
he can't read that. He can't read it. He can't read it. You're going to trigger him now.
Uh-oh. Joshua 10, 12 through 14. Where did the sun and moon stop over, G-Man? Take your time.
You're going to trigger him. You're going to trigger him.
See if G-Man can read that part of the Bible. Last time I asked G-Man to read, last time he said he couldn't read it. Yep.
No, he couldn't read it. That's what made me go, done. You're done,
G-Man,
G.
we're gonna invite you, just not tonight,
done.
bro. Just not tonight, G-Man. We'll get you on here, just not tonight. I need Arcane on here to talk to you.
Genuinely foolish. That's what he is. I remember him too, slapping the Bible. If it
Look
isn't
at
in
G-Man.
here, I'm not going to believe
Look, now we're
it.
getting threats. Now I'm getting threats from a Christian.
Oh,
G-Man, don't
now
make me
Christian's gonna
respond. Don't make me
This guy's
respond.
making me smoke another bowl.
Mm. Oh my God.
Oh boy.
This is great.
G-Man, didn't G-Man just go to New York and have a nice powwow with Fiona Robertson and JDK, and they went and they shared a bedroom together, I think?
Probably from all the money he gets from his PayPal account for talking crap.
The whole $300 a month, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Anyone who speaks the truth for God does not ask for money.
Well,
That's
earlier
why
somebody
Jesus-
asked if we take donations. And I'm like, no. Truth is free, buddy. G-Man, are you not in this chat room trolling? I'm just asking.
Brian?
Yeah.
Brian, I guarantee you're going to see G-Man rubbing shoulder to shoulder with these atheists in order to attack this flat earth truth. I guarantee you in the next week or so. Yeah, the guys in the chat know I'm really scared of you, G-Man. Last time we showed you the Bible, G-Man, you said you couldn't read it. So, I mean, it kind of spoke for itself. And look at G-Man. G-Man, you don't believe in the Bible, though. Remember last time we tried to show you the Bible, you laughed at us? Remember? That's on recording. Arcane was there. And G-Man, your first comment when you came in here, you scoffed. You scoffed. The very first comment you said, G-Man goes, "The earth is round," is the very first comment he gives us. But apparently I'm the troll. And I'm the one who's not
Right.
doing
That's what I'm
the-
getting at. He's
yeah.
sitting there calling us trolls. It's like you just came here
Wow.
and started up.
G-Man, you poor guy. G-Man, you swallowed that white lie so deeply and you are choking on it, bro. I mean, just look at the way you reacted. You
swallowed it.
couldn't even read the Bible when we presented the information from you, G-Man. G-Man, how about this? Give me one good evidence that the earth is a magical blue ball actually regarding the shape of the earth, and I will give you the link. Just give us one evidence and I'm going to let you in. One real evidence that the earth is a magical ball, G-Man. How long is it going to take? G-Man, this reminds me of the time when you used me for one of your hangouts when you pretended to be an atheist and you called yourself the chocolate atheist because I had a bad argument, so you became an atheist. Remember that, G-Man, when you pretended to be an atheist on Easter Sunday, 2014 or 13? I forget what that was. Yeah. But I have no spine apparently. I have no spine, I guess. I don't know. I try to switch people over to Jesus Christ and reality, G-Man. Did you hear Eve Real is a Christian again, G-Man? Do you know why? Oh, man. That's the thing. G-Man was
Here we
working
go,
on...
Dave.
Listen, Brian, this guy G-Man worked on Eve Real for a year and she just became more of an atheist. So I can understand why he's really pissed.
So we're asking you, Baptist Dave, why don't you come up with the actual answer to the whole Coriolis effect, and then we'll go from there. We already talked about it, so do your thing, and I'll give you another 300 seconds. How about that? I'll be fair.
I know. Baptist Dave still can't tell us why he believed in the Coriolis effect. He still doesn't want to answer the question. Remember, Brian, I told you he wasn't going to be able to answer? You see how it's still not there? Man, you'd think I'm a psychic. If you guys didn't know, you guys would just think I'm a psychic, right? I mean, you guys, this is from years of dealing with these people. Like, you know what they're going to say. You know what they're not going to say. You know they can't answer. Like G-Man, I could give G-Man 10 years and every single book he would not be able to answer a single piece of evidence for his claim. He has nothing to show for. Anybody who believes in the heliocentric model, I mean, that's just no, it's too easy, really. G-Man, you're going to have to wait. If Arcane shows up, I'll let you in, or if you can give us evidence for your magical blue ball.
Mother. Sorry.
Oh, man, that's an oldie. That's about 15 years old.
I know, it went off in my head right when I saw it.
That's an old... What band was that? I forgot that. They only had one hit, right? They were like a one-hit wonder.
No. But hold on. Someone else is gonna spit it out before I think of it.
Yeah, it was a weird name. What is that band's name? The Space Lord band.
You know what's really weird is I used to be able to be that guy that name that tune, but since I started doing 9/11 stuff, since almost 9/11, my music is gone. I can't recall most of it.
Wow, looks like 444 Truth wasn't too impressed with G-Man's preaching attempts. Okay, sorry to hear that, 444 Truth. I didn't know it was that bad. But, we used to get along years ago, and then we woke up to some more truth, and he wanted to start making fun of us. And, sometimes you got to bite the bullet. Truth hurts everybody. I'm sorry. It does not. There is no discretion when it comes to truth.
No, if we want to argue about that and stuff like that, we can go to his channel, but we don't want to go there, so he can go there.
Yeah, this isn't a debate. Doesn't G-Man know that Christians don't debate? This is not a debate, G-Man.
Right.
G-Man, when I was on your hangout, you kicked me off, buddy. So who's the tough guy again, G-Man? Yeah, you kicked me off, bro, because you were getting schooled. So thanks for playing, G-Man. You had your chance, bro. We tried to help you, and you just want to make fun of people and, mock us. And that's okay, bro. Yeah, who was helping you out years ago in those hangouts when you didn't know your ass from a hole in the ground? I mean, that was us. And now you've shown your true colors, G-Man. That's okay, bro. I mean, you might eventually understand the truth, but it's not.
You want me to give him some time to think about it?
Let's see. Oh boy, G-Man. Man, G-Man. Somebody got triggered bad. Well, that's what happens when you get exposed, though. I mean, if I was a Christian too and I got caught hiding from the Bible, I'd probably act that way too. You can't blame him. He was one of the guys that flipped out and said, "No, the Bible doesn't say that." He argued with Arcane Logos for like 2 hours, telling Arcane the Bible doesn't say there's a firmament, it doesn't say there's waters above heaven, it doesn't say that there's a rakia, it doesn't say that that the earth is still, it's immovable, it's fixed, and he would just deny it, just like the Madonna guy and what's the other guy's name, Alvin and the Chipmunks, and they don't have a choice. These are this is my point. Ladies and gentlemen, these are so-called Christians mocking the Bible. So I hope you can understand why I'm not really happy with them.
Wow. Yeah. I can't believe you said that. I mean, just look at Genesis 6. It says God created. It doesn't say evolution and Big Bang, dumbass.
No, but G-Man thinks God created a ball. God created balls for us to live on. Yep.
No problem, Rebel.
Wow.
You bet.
No firmament, no waters above waters. Okay, whatever, dude. That's why real Christians would never watch your show. You're an idiot. The only people that watch your show is atheists laughing at fake Christians. They know you're wrong, and that's why they sit there and laugh at you, because they know what you're doing is just like them, denying God.
Well, they like it even more because they know that he's, lying.
That's what I'm saying.
Bring them the other way at work.
That's what I'm saying. He's denying God. He's denying what God said. God said he created the earth. So therefore, he's just like them. He's just like them. And that's why they sit there and laugh at him, because he's one of them. That's why they love to watch him.
Well, I think G-Man loves himself. G-Man loves himself. He loves being the center of attention. He loves talking a lot. He doesn't really make any decent points, but once in a while he'll make one good point here and there. But for the most part, I think he just loves the attention, and he thinks he's like a star or something, with all the atheists giving him all the attention. And that's fine. That's his thing. That's fine. That's not my cup of tea, and I'm not going to say he's a terrible person for that. But there's a reason why you can't understand this information. You're not qualified.
He's not qualified. He's absolutely not qualified, because he's not asking for the truth. When he reads the Bible, he's not asking Jesus Christ for the truth. Instead, he's just whatever he does, and he lies to people. So why don't you try asking Jesus Christ for the truth? Because like he said in the Bible, G-Man, Jesus Christ is the truth, the way, and the life. The first one is truth. Start there.
Well, yeah, we gave him a chance. I mean, again, this is Flat Elected. Rand Campbell, myself, Rose Patton, Arcane, even Brian, and many others here, we're very open. We don't care who you are. If we're going to let anybody talk to us. The problem here is that we have already talked to G-Man and we gave him multiple chances. He didn't just disrespect me; he disrespected Arcane and a few other people.
New. This goes back years. Yeah.
Right, and then he lied about us. So I'm just saying, like right now, I'm just saying, like I mean, these people in the chat. The people in the chat have kind of ruled this hangout for the last 2 hours. So I think that would be a serious disrespect. It'd be very dishonoring to these people if I let this guy who is basically trolling take over this entire hangout when the people in the chat are actually controlling this hangout. Right.
Yep. See, you need to understand what he's doing is like a demon. He's coming in and taking over our live room, making it about him again with his ego, all about G-Man. So when he comes in the room, our conversation is switching to him, and he's getting the attention and the ego fulfillment that he wants. It's a sickness, dude. He's crazy. He's crazy as hell, dude.
Well, I think he just loves himself.
Give him a timeout.
He thinks he's a movie star.
Timeout.
Okay, just use that name. Okay.
Brian, give him a timeout.
Wait, I thought he left, Brian. Is he still there?
Which one?
G-Man. I think. No, that's my point. Watch. Now, let me just show you the example of what just happened in real time. Let me show you what just happened in real time, Brian. Okay, so let's look. Look what happened. Can you hear me, Brian?
I can hear you.
Okay, so what happened was I said, show me this, and look what happened. Crickets. You can't get anything from these people. I even said, watch, you won't be able to answer. I mean, if either I'm a prophet or I know this person. Which one is it? Am I a mind reader or do I know this person?
No, you're
obviously
blessed.
I know.
You're blessed.
So the fact of the matter is,
in truth.
Well, so the fact of the matter is that we are not to cast pearls before swine, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so it's that simple. And I got people in the chat that are not pigs, that are interested in truth, and they can run the chat. Swine. Right, they can run the chat, they can run the hangout. That's it. I'm not going to change this up to let some. We've already talked about it too much. Could you imagine if he was in here?
Oh, no. He wouldn't let anybody talk. It'd be the G-Man show all over again. And that's not going to happen because you're not lying on our channel.
Yeah, he can lie on his channel. He can kick me out of his channel, but that's where that ends. You know,
this is our channel. This is our channel, not just Rand's. This is me, Arcane, and Pillbox. I even came up with a name, Flat Out Elected. That came from me. I did that. This is our channel. And G-Man, you're not welcome. Not on my watch. Maybe you might get in through Rand, but not through me.
No, he's upset a lot of people. See, I'm open to him. I'm very open to him, but the problem is that I'm not going to step over somebody else's boundary. He's just stepped on too many people. Aaron has entered the building. What up, man?
Hello, everybody.
Stepping on the truth.
Yo,
hey, what's up?
What's up? Love hearing you guys
talk. What's up, Aaron?
I love hearing like-minded people talking. This is my favorite.
Awesome.
Well, send me some of that good Paco Lolo.
Yeah, we'll love to, man. Come over.
Right on.
So I hope the chat's happy. We chose Aaron instead of G-Man to come onto the show, so I hope you're happy.
Thank you. I am happy. I don't want to hear G-Man's voice. I'll hang up.
Hey, you know, you guys were talking about something that to me is the biggest deal about Flat Earth, is that it's a, in my opinion, it's a salvation issue, big time. Just like I think somebody was saying that they knew people that didn't believe in Christianity, and then they learned about evolution being false and about the globe being false, and it kind of brought them to it. That's what happened to me. You know what I mean? So look at Brian Mullen, look at all kinds of people, and even the Christians that are out there. It's still a salvation issue for them because they say
a lot of people would disagree with you and say it's not
literally. It is though, because if you can't take it literally,
right,
then you're just like basically an apologetic Christian, and you're just sitting on the fence. You know what I mean?
Ooh,
you have to believe it with all your heart. That's my opinion, and it doesn't mean like they're a bad person or anything. I'm just saying to fully get it, you gotta take the Bible literally.
So let me ask you a question. Since you say it's a salvation issue, do you think you're going to go to hell if you don't know if the Earth is flat or not?
No.
Because that's pretty huge.
Maybe I'm saying it in a bad way because people say. So forget salvation issue.
No, I can listen, Aaron. I'm with you 1,000%. I know exactly what you're saying. Listen, I know exactly what you're saying. Listen, if I can't convince the lost soul, right?
You don't believe the Earth is flat, you're going to go to hell. No. I'm not saying.
No.
Okay. Well, that's what a salvation issue would be.
No, I'm with you. No. But it is a salvation issue specifically for a non-believer. It is a salvation. If you don't even believe in God at all, and this makes you believe in God, guess what? That was a salvation issue. Next, that's how this works.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. That could save you.
I mean,
wow.
I'm an example.
Okay. Pill, when did that come?
I was a Christian, and then I fell out of the Christianity because I started believing evolution and all that stuff. And then once I started
no.
learning about this stuff, I said, "Oh wow!" So it's all been a lie. I think that the flat Earth it's the biggest blessing on everybody's life.
It's the biggest blasphemy to God ever. And anyone who believes in God needs to stand up and say, this is not right. This is not right. It says he created. It's the biggest blasphemy ever to God.
Well, everything about this modern day science is the exact opposite of what God says. I mean, science
Absolutely.
says the sun was created before the earth. The Bible says earth was created before the sun. It says that
Right.
we're motionless. They say we're spinning. It says,
Right.
you know what I mean? It says we are
It's
created.
it's always the reversal because they're Satanists. They worship Lucifer, which is Satan, his duality halftime part, and what they do is everything in reverse. Whenever they say we don't want to go to war, means we want war. When they say there was no weapons of mass destruction, means there was weapons of mass destruction in 9/11, and there wasn't. It's always the opposite. Always the opposite.
Or when they say women's rights and they make women.
It's really taken away rights. Everything is always the opposite, mirroring. It's all Satanist, all of it. It's awful, terrible. So they're gonna do everything.
Hey Brian,
opposite,
reload the
like you
chat real
said.
quick.
We're not spinning. They say we're spinning. They say there's space. God is saying there's a firmament. We are domed.
Job 37:18. Job 37:18.
I think we're now still live, right? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
I think so.
Yeah,
we're still live. But yeah, it's always the opposite. Always. And and to follow God and follow his word is to realize that and have discernment and see what they're doing. This is the biggest lie ever. I've been studying conspiracy theories for 16 years. This is the biggest one.
Oh yeah.
Biggest one. You can't touch it, man. This is where we live. This is where we stand. This is where we breathe. This is everything we know. And you want to lie about that too? Yeah. Really? Yeah. Out of all the things you want to lie about, you can lie about JFK's killing. You can lie about, Vietnam. You can lie about chemtrails. You can lie about 9/11, Sandy Hook, Boston bombings. You can lie about all that crap. I can care less. But you're talking about where I live and where I stand and where I breathe. This is the biggest one. This is a flat earth, people. We've been lied to. Wake up. Wake up.
Hey, people are waking up, though.
Biggest. Thank God, because it's all about control and power. If I can control everything you believe everything I tell you, come on, man. Yeah. And then what do? You get it passed down from generation to generation. Everybody's mind controlling your family. So when you tell them, hey, you know what, we're on a flat earth, they laugh at you.
I don't think it's happened.
You get no support.
I don't think it's happened that long. I don't think it's
propaganda at its finest.
Because look at 500 years ago, Galileo was put under house arrest, right, for claiming that the Earth was a spinning sphere, right? So that means that 500 years ago, at least, people were kind of up in arms about it, right, saying, no, we're not going to listen to this.
No, you used to go to jail, or they'd kill you if you told them the Earth was not flat. That you would get killed. They would kill you.
Yeah, and now we kind of understand why you would think to yourself, like, why would they do that? Well, you can't deceive, and that's the trick. That's what they did. They got us to believe the Bible's not true with evolution, with the ball, and all the lies. But I think it's beautiful. I mean, the flat Earth is the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm able to look at Earth with a real perspective now.
Yeah, me too. And it was the hardest one to come around on. Out of all the things I've worked on, this was the hardest one. I denied it. Didn't even want to do research on it. I just flat out denied it. And I laughed too. Somebody asked me, are you a flat earther or a round earther? I didn't even know there was an option, to be honest with you. I really didn't. I just automatically thought it was round because that was what I was taught. And I laughed.
Yeah.
Look into it. And I didn't. I didn't for years. I didn't even look into it. And I had it brought up again. And I laughed. And I was like, round? Like, what the fuck do you mean? But you know, and then I started looking into it to disprove it because it kept coming up in my life, like the synchronicity people were talking about with the times, the 11, 11, 11, 9, 11 on your phones and stuff, and all the clocks, everything
No
is
such
always
thing
the same.
is no such thing. It's all no coincidence. It's all coincidence, just like you
No.
said.
Oh, you
No,
might have
yeah,
to start
there is no
banning
coincidence.
people again, Brian. You know, I don't know what's wrong with Baptist Dave, but he just can't stop lying about these Christians in this hangout. Why is that? Why do you think that is, Brian?
Oh, that's sad.
Look at this guy. This
But I
guy's like
believe
this guy's got Tourette's. He's like another Richard Clark. Dear Lord, he just can't help himself. He's got Tourette's. And who's the other guy? Oh yeah, there's another Space. I think Space Lord's a troll, right? Who's Space Lord?
Hey Rose,
Troll?
do you have
Space
any
Lord.
theory of what the firmament could be made of?
Firmament, I think it's like, okay, people actually have
Or
chunks of
anybody?
it. Yeah, no, listen, people actually have chunks of it. The government was doing this one project called Project Fishbowl, where they were setting nukes up to try to explode it, try to crack through it. Yeah. So
What do you
obviously
think it's
they
made of?
know. I think it's like ice crystals. People have chunks of it. It's like it's like crystal.
Is it
It's
hard?
like crystal.
Like
Yeah,
is it,
like
is
a
it
greenish.
like what,
It's like a sea green, like the most
color
beautiful
jade.
sea green.
That's what that
Yeah,
crystal
like
is.
jade. Yeah.
That's
That's
what
a
they
good
think
point.
it is. The firmament.
Like
I think
jade.
it's made out
Yeah.
of. I think it might be something like made of lava, because Job 37:18
No,
says
it's like jade.
yeah, but Job
Okay, go
37:18 says molten lava looking glass, right? And so since I live in Hawaii, I was trying to think, and I'm all into studying rocks and everything, right? And I was thinking molten lava looking glass. We're supposed to take the Bible literally, right? So now that I'm a flat earther, I'm like thinking about it. Well, molten lava, like we're supposed to have an ice ring, right, around the earth. And if you study
Right.
volcanism, there's a ring of, it's called the ring of fire, the volcanoes. Well, how do you
I know about that.
how do you make molten lava looking glass? What would that be? They say lava and looking glass. Well, lava is the only way naturally to make glass, right?
Right.
It's called obsidian. And blue obsidian is when you cool
Right.
lava rapidly. So blue obsidian is
Right.
dielectric. It's dielectric also. And also, if you follow Paschen's law, that would basically mean that it can finally go up to the zenith, and it kind of falls in upon itself until it reaches the zenith. And then it would be constantly flowing, so it'd be making the dome like rotate, you know. So I think it could be blue obsidian, because that would answer the dielectricness. That would answer the Job 37:18. And then it does say in the Bible it looks as a sapphire, but I think that's a description.
Right. No, that's
more
blue
than it-
again.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Well, yeah. Well, it also says the water is above as below. As above, so below.
as above, so below. So
So
if it's made of obsidian, at least it could be something natural. And then, you know, but anyways, it's fun to theorize. So I just want to get your guys'.
that's a good point.
Well, blue obsidian, the sky's blue, water's blue, but yet they're clear. Something's making them blue. We have a rainbow, and there's got to be a glass or prism involved.
Right. And that could also be the reasoning of a rainbow.
It's something
The way it's
solid,
always
though. It's something
domed.
solid, because it says in the Bible that the doors were open and closed during the flood. So it's got to be something solid.
Well, people have chunks of it. I've seen it. So there is chunks of it going around. So
Well, you
I
got to
haven't
also
pierced
think
through it, obviously, thank God. But
God has
go ahead.
better, we would call it technology, but
Oh, yeah.
you know, so he could do whatever he or she, whatever, could do whatever it wanted to, and
Of course.
we wouldn't be able to fathom what it actually is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, our
So
crazy asses try to send nukes up there to penetrate it. Project Fishbowl, people, do your research. Just look into that. Why would the government be trying to pierce something in the sky with a nuke if there was no firmament and we're going to space? They're sending so-called rockets out there. Why would they have to send nukes up to the sky? It's a program. It was a program to pierce the firmament. People, please look into it.
Yeah, it
They
says
know.
molten looking glass. I always think of it as some sort of mirror, but I honestly don't try to understand the firmament, because I think that I don't think that it's something that I can even comprehend, because I think it's so different. If it has windows, if the windows of heaven can open up, it's some sort of molecular detachment ability to then not be solid, to stop, to open up, and then to reclose. I don't think I'm going to be able to understand that. So I don't know.
Dam.
Well, now
Like
that we're
some kind of
finding out that
thing.
we can use magnets and magnetism and stuff like that as a shield, there's no reason why you couldn't put something like that up there and then have something open a door and then it pushes away, water falls, closes it back up.
Yeah. And obsidian is a mirror also, so that's another thing that I was looking into.
Well, the obsidian that I've seen is always blackish to me, though. So that's the only reason I wouldn't compare it to.
There's different types of obsidian though. So obsidian, like the ring of fire in volcanism, it's on the very edges of the earth, just before the ice ring on the flat earth. So it's following Paschen's law, saying that well, first of all, blue obsidian, the only way to make blue obsidian is that lava is cooled rapidly. So there you have the condition for that. So that's why I theorize it could be blue obsidian, because the sky's blue, water's blue, it's dielectric, it's a glass, it's a mirror, it's abundant, lava's super abundant, it's continually flowing. Like on the Big Island right now, just while we're talking, it's probably growing a few inches, so that's why I theorize that.
What island are you on?
I just moved to Maui. I lived on Oahu for 17 years, so now I'm on Maui.
Oh, right on. Question: those the basalt. Do they have basalt columns there? I don't remember when I lived there. I was a kid.
No.
Okay. Because I had a friend that's trying to tell me that that's all what was in lava, and I'm like, no, that ain't correct. Different rocks all over. That means different types of volcanoes.
Well, so I've heard a lot of people talking about. Have you ever been to a volcano?
Yeah, I used to live in Hawaii when I was younger.
Okay. Did you when you went to the Big Island? Did you ever go into the lava tubes?
Not when I was a kid. No. I wish I would have. Now I would.
Oh man, I went in there before I was a flat earther, and then I've went again since. Now that I'm a flat earther, and it's a trip. Like it's underground tubes, dormant lava tubes, where the lava is coming from, and it's a mystery to everybody. Veins of the earth. There's so much lava though. It's when you
now
walk
those
through
tubes
things,
you saw, you could travel through them, and they're structural, aren't they?
Oh, they look like a subway tunnel. You're walking through.
Oh man, I'm thinking that's what's going on underneath, and there's tons of them underneath.
There's so many. They run through the earth like veins in our body. It's amazing.
Right.
You got to take a tour because you can get lost in those things. And you wouldn't want to get lost in there, no way.
You're right. Breadcrumbs.
That's scary. Well, I mean, they're dormant, so you're not going to get that. But it's just like, it's dark. It's completely dark, and your flashlight at a certain point won't even work the deeper you go. So it's.
What do you mean by that? The deeper you go won't work.
Okay, so like, have you ever been into a cave?
Like the dark absorbs the light?
No, it's not that. I think it's something to do with the oxygen, or I don't really know what it is. But the further you go, just like if you go into a deep cave, eventually, no matter how many, I think it's called candlelight that you have in your flashlight, eventually you can't see anything. So the deeper you go into there, eventually your flashlight, you can't even see it as on. It's just like your eyes are closed.
Would it work the same as for candles?
Well, the candle would burn out.
Well, you won't be able to breathe either, though. So I mean, if you can't breathe, neither can the light. So
actually, what happens is you can still breathe before the light goes out, but that's an indicator that, hey, man, the oxygen's getting really low.
Right, it's getting low.
Yeah.
Getting low.
Maybe that's why you can't see the stars above a certain altitude.
Yeah, explain that. That's weird.
John Smith,
billions of miles
asked
away.
about Libyan glass. I don't know about Libyan glass, John Smith. I have to ask Aaron here. He might know.
That makes no sense about the stars and how we can be sitting here on the plane,
right?
Go up to a certain altitude and they're gone.
Right. Explain that. That's weird.
The only way in that we can duplicate artificially what we see in reality, as far as the celestial bodies, is in a planetarium, right? That's all they can do.
Right.
And what is a planetarium? Right. It's a flat seating surface with a domed roof.
Right.
With everything.
Right.
It's the only way.
A petri dish.
Yeah.
Is that the last comment in the chat, Brian? I see Baptist Dave is.
Let me try to, just in case, I'll refresh.
Now he's interrogating Rebel Yvette as. Yeah, Yvette. So I need you to explain the Coriolis effect, and that's your job now. And if you can't, then you're a liar.
He needs more
let's
time.
ask Aaron. I want to ask Aaron to explain the Coriolis effect. Go ahead, Aaron.
Can you explain the imagination of somebody else, Aaron? Go ahead and try.
You want me to explain what it is and then tell why?
Yeah, I mean,
very
have you?
unlikely?
Yeah, let's get your version. I already tried earlier, but they don't want to listen. So
Well,
you go ahead, Aaron.
Have you ever looked into it during your research to come to this point? And if you did, what convinced you about that? If you don't mind. So
I'm sorry, we're still waiting for Baptist Dave to answer a question. Just for the record, it's been an hour and a half, and I still haven't got anything. Go ahead, Aaron.
Baptist Dave, we have answered
Aaron
that
has a good
question. We
answer.
have answered
Hold
it
on, you
many
guys.
times. So I'm giving you another 300 seconds to really think about this.
Thank you. Time out. Time out. Thank you, Brian. Put
Go to your corner.
everybody in chat on timeout. How many's in there? Time them all
One, two.
out.
I'll just start clicking them in chat. Hold on.
Yeah, just shut up. Okay, go
Look,
ahead.
Yvette
Aaron.
already got him. Yvette answered the question, and watch, he's going to ask something stupid again. Yvette just answered the question. Thank you, Yvette. There's all kinds of ways to describe it, but I mean,
Every
go ahead,
time
Aaron.
he tries to. Okay, Aaron. Oh my God, you're so patient. Thank you. Okay, so about the Coriolis effect, what do you know about that? Anything you know that you came across in your research?
Sure. I mean, the Coriolis effect, to me, it's kind of like, I like to give examples of stuff. So to me, it reminds me of when people talk about the core of the Earth being magnetic, and it's 4,000 feet, 4,000 miles in, and it's about the same temperature, about 7,000 degrees Celsius, right? So it's like, take what they say and then debunk it. So same thing with the Coriolis effect. You know, the Earth's core, if it was 7,000 degrees, it wouldn't be magnetic anyways. So what you have to do is you have to take what they say and just use their own evidence against them. There's a thing called the Curie-Weiss law. Any metal that's put at or above 1,000 degrees will lose its magnetic susceptibility. So right there,
I didn't know that.
Oh,
that's interesting, dude.
So ask anybody who works with metals. It's called the Curie law, Curie-Weiss, and there's this type of there's this magnetic. There's this heat thing that you put your magnet through. Automatically, you just swipe it through. That temperature, 1,000 degrees or above, it's called the Curie law, will render your piece of metal, it'll take away its magnetic susceptibility. So yeah, it takes it away. So if the Earth's core is that, so same thing with the Coriolis effect. So the Coriolis effect, right? It's alleging that since the Earth is supposedly spinning at the equator at like 1,000 plus miles per hour, right, and change,
right,
that the shooter has to take into account the Earth's curvature. But that's just another statement. So you're telling me that a sniper, where they're about to shoot, just before they put it, they have to plug in a certain number. What is that number?
Right.
And just like I think
that's what I was asking earlier. Tell me that number. I want to know that number.
It's impossible math. That's what that is.
Well, there's no such thing. It's
math.
Well, let me give you two other explanations. It's first of all completely
Good point,
fictitious.
Aaron. Thank you. Wow.
There was one time where National Geographic came out with an explanation of why planes from Portland, Oregon to Maine have to make an adjustment, and they were claiming it's because of the Coriolis effect. Guess what, kids? It's not because of the Coriolis effect. It's because we're on a flat Earth, and you have to make northern corrections to reach your target. You can't just continue to go straight east. There's no such thing as straight east or west. Straight east and west is a constant circle. So if they didn't make their corrections northern, which would mean left hand going east, right hand going west, they wouldn't reach the destination. They called it Coriolis. No, it's called a flat Earth. And that's the fact.
Anybody who follows a ball Earth map that's flying an airplane, those are the airplanes that disappear. Because you're not going to make it.
When it comes to bullets, it's right-hand twist in Western rifles, and Eastern rifles, that's left-hand twist. So bullets walk in different direction, and it has nothing to do with the non-movement of the Earth. It's because different bullets have different twists than rifles. So again, it's just the more pseudoscience.
That's why you have to cite them in.
All right. Hold on. I have a good question for Aaron, if you don't mind, Aaron. One more question I want to ask you. What really sold you to the flat Earth? Like, what made you go, you know what? This is true. Because for me, I was trying to disprove it. I didn't understand why even people believed it, and I thought it was funny. What was that selling point that made you go, you know what? I'm onto something here. This is true. I've been lied to.
It was a series of events, just like everybody else. I heard about it, and I like to look into things, but I'm not going to waste my time looking into Bigfoot, unless somebody has some substantial evidence. But what I started looking into is that people were talking about the Earth being flat, and they were saying that they had proof. So I wanted to see, what do they have to say? And the first thing that I was ever introduced to is Mercury's retrograde. and showing it on a spinning Earth, and then showing it on a flat geocentric Earth, and it lined up. So I said, okay, I'll look a little further. I saw a few more proofs, like the Earth's core. It couldn't possibly be, well, it couldn't possibly be magnetic as far as NASA and science explains it. So then I started doing outside observations. I live in Hawaii, so import, export, everything, right? Mats and boats. I wanted to see if it was true, if boats disappear over the horizon. So I took my telescope, I brought a bunch of friends with me, several different occasions, and as long as it's a clear day, you can see with your own naked eyes, the boat does disappear. But you keep it locked in on the telescope, and there it is. So I found out it was just your eyesight. We also have the tallest mountain in the world on Big Island. I went up there and looked with my camera, took a picture with a level.
I know about that. Yeah.
It's completely flat. So
yeah.
You know, that's me starting to think.
And you can see another island that's supposed to have a curvature, right?
Well, see, I own a tour company here on Oahu, and one of the things that we train our tour guides to do is when they're on this South Shore, it's called the blowhole. From there, about 42 miles away, you can see an island called Molokai. From shore
That's
to
what
shore.
I'm talking about.
And
That's
so
what
I
I'm
thought
talking
about that, and I said, wait a minute,
I remember that.
possible? So I started applying spherical trigonometry and going, it should be the whole thing should be below our field of vision. But what sold me the most is once I started seeing all these things, I said, okay, because I own a tour company and my reputation's at stake. You don't want to look dumb, right? And so I used some of my connections, some of my friends who do surveying. They have these things called total stations. They're like these tripod-looking things. It's expensive equipment. They're like $90,000. Anyways, we have this thing called the Alawai Canal in Waikiki, and it's kind of like the Bedford level, right? So what they did is they have these total stations. You can't get really any more accurate than these things, right? Lined them up. The Alawai Canal goes about like almost 2 miles, perfectly straight, perfectly straight.
Yep.
So right there, I said, you know what? Now I'm going to look further into it. And the thing that sold me, just to answer your final question, none of that sold me. The thing that sold me is I think it had to be a conscious shift in my mind. And remember, at this point, at this time, I was still an atheist.
Blessing.
Because I believed
you got a blessing shift in your mind.
But here's
you were
the shift.
Blessed.
Here's the shift. It was as simple as this.
Wow.
Somebody told me, they said, hey, Joey, you don't think the earth is flat yet? And I said, well, I'm on the fence, right? And they said, let me ask you this. What is the major thing? I'm like, all those pictures of earth, right? So I still hadn't looked into that yet. And they said, well, do you think the moon landing was fake? I go, yeah, I do. They go, then how'd that picture get taken? And I went, boom, light bulb. So,
hello. Is that simple? Is that fucking simple? We didn't go to the moon. Where did that picture come from?
But it took me a while. It took me months
right on, Aaron.
Of curiosity.
Wow.
Of and even though I proved it to myself, I brought my friends along, and I'm like, hey guys, come check this out. I heard this crazy theory.
Good for you.
And so eventually,
that's good. So are your friends awake too? Then now
I have so many. I feel sorry for people. A lot of people say they don't have any flat Earth friends. My wife's a flat earther. My best friend's a flat earther. His wife's a flat. So, but we were the
blessing.
ones. They're my friends already, and so we started looking into it together.
Like-minded.
Yeah.
Wow,
that's what happened.
Nice. That is so nice. You know how rare that is to have.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, see, you guys are both blessed. Yeah.
Yes. Well, we are. And I think about this sometimes too. Like, how does some people know? I'm not smarter than anybody else, and neither is anybody here. We call people stupid, but we're just joking around. But how is it that we got?
I don't mean that. I love people.
Yeah, and somebody else didn't. It's like, are we chosen?
And
we chosen?
No, we're not chosen. No, we chose it. We chose the truth. We asked when we seek Jesus Christ with all of our heart. Jesus Christ said, "I am the truth, the way, the life," and He means that.
Honestly, Rose, I wasn't doing that. To tell you the truth, I'm just being honest here. I wasn't. Now I am. No, I wasn't, honestly.
But He's still the truth. And so you found the truth, and then what happened after you found the truth? You still found Jesus. It doesn't matter. What you don't have to find Jesus first to find the truth. If you find the truth, you're going to find Jesus. No,
I agree.
If you find the truth.
I agree, but what I'm saying is,
that's what people are scared of.
Why is it that we are able to get this and others don't? It's like that.
Because I'm telling you, we were seeking it. We were seeking it. We were seeking it. I wanted to know.
Hey, check this out. If I didn't know about the flat Earth, I'm a father of a 15-month-old beautiful baby girl. If I didn't know about the flat Earth, thank you. If I didn't know about the flat Earth and all the truths, I would have a vaccinated daughter. But luckily, my daughter is vaccine-free. Also,
oh God, amen.
So when I think about the flat Earth,
my
whole life, because I would have done things that I would have thought was right, and I would have. So to me, it's like it's my saving grace for everything. You know, it's changed my whole
We're
outlook.
gonna have a new generation. We're gonna have a new generation coming up of truth.
I think
We're
it's
gonna
this year.
stop these
I think
lies.
it's gonna happen this year.
We're
I
gonna
hope
be.
so.
It's gonna be shutting off soon. I think, guys. Just letting you guys know. Warning.
Okay.
All right, that's
Because
fine.
look,
That's
we
fine.
got Kyrie Irving, we have B.O.B., we have David Avocado Wolf, Michael Tellinger, we have, you know,
Yeah.
all these different celebrities that come, BJ Penn, you know,
Shaquille
now,
O'Neal came out for a minute.
yeah, you know what, and
And then,
he also
well, he's a
didn't-
33rd. He's a 33rd degree Mason. He didn't get the memo, and so he said it was flat, and then he had to go and take that statement back. They're like, no, we're lying to people. You can't do that. Oh, okay, yeah. You know, I was just playing.
Mhm.
I didn't mean to flat. It was really flat.
That exposure, we'll take it any day.
Yeah, third degree reject.
Mhm.
Idiots.
Go ahead,
They're
Aaron.
not that
Sorry for interrupting. I apologize.
Oh, I don't know what I was saying. I was just probably rambling.
No, I mean, you made some really good points that I haven't heard anybody else talk about, really. So that didn't bore me,
Oh, good.
you know, because so that was good. You know,
Thank you.
the magnetic and the magnesium.
It's called the
all these
Curie-Weiss
things.
law, and everybody who works
Weiss
with
law.
magnets knows about it. It's no something
I don't
anybody
work
has to
with
look
magnets.
into. No, I know. Most people don't. But what I'm saying is, the people in the profession, of course, me neither. You know what I mean? But the people in the profession, they know about it. So talk to somebody who knows about it. Mention that to them. So what I do is, like, I
That's
find
really
what other people are good at. Like, if I'm talking to a pilot, I try to talk to them about attitude and altitude. If I'm talking to somebody who's
Pick their
You're
brains.
not going to talk.
yeah,
Yep.
somebody
You're
who's
not
into
going to
photography, I
say.
talk to
You're
them
not going
about
to say,
Photoshop.
"Hey, admit it's flat, you bastard." You're not going to do that. You're going to say, "How high do you actually go?"
Well, you're asking the right
Plus,
question.
I won't debate with anybody. I
But-
absolutely won't debate. I'm not going to argue
No,
with
we
anybody.
shouldn't. No,
And
we're
it's
not
the
going to
Bible
debate
tells me
the
not
truth.
to. So no,
We're not going to debate the truth. It's
they don't
not
get
up
the
for a
pleasure of
debate.
that. They're not
No,
going to
the
raise my
debate is not
heart.
up for truth. No,
Yeah.
I don't debate either. And a lot of these people, they just want reaction so they can feed on you like vampires anyways. They're feeders. They want to upset you. And when they can't upset you, they start making personal attacks because they have no answer to their stupid questions that they ask you repeatedly, but they don't want to answer anything. It's disgusting.
Hey, you know how
It's a
like
circle jerk.
the Earth is supposedly at 23.4, and then the 90-degree angles leaves us 66.6, right? It's like the
66.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then the moon, you know what NASA says the axis of the moon is? 6.66. You know what they say?
Opposite.
You know what
Yeah, of course.
you know what they say the axis of the sun
Of
is?
course it is.
13.3. Like, it just goes
It's still
on
it
and
still
on.
has the
It's just like,
666. And what's the telescope from the Vatican? Lucifer.
oh yeah.
All names. You're gonna.
But look, that's not its real name. It's L.U. So it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, it's also Lucifer.
Hey, not only
Come
that, but
on.
hey, what else? What else? The Lucifer, but they took it from Native Americans, a land that the Native Americans cherished. It was like their number one spot of land. They believed it was a portal for the soul, and they sued them and took that land away and called it a telescope called Lucifer. It's like you can't write this stuff. You know, once people catch on,
And
they're
all
gonna
the
be like,